Dragon unleashed! 气贯长龙! My fist is unrivaled! Here. Who needs shoot?
I'm magic, and this is my soul sword.
Alright, it's finally that time to get into some more Marvel Rivals action. Hello again, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship, our Asia Double-Elimination round. Once again, your number one caster Vok, Asher Vok here, my co-commentator, Ruben. How are you feeling tonight here?
I'm feeling pretty excited about these games today. We are doing rounds 6 through 9 today, and we're going to be having some higher level competition for these games. Yesterday, a lot of the games ended up in a 2-0 out of a best of 3. and we're really starting to see the level of play start to elevate throughout this tournament, and I'm really excited to see what the teams are going to be busting out today, what kind of creative compositions we're going to be seeing, because we certainly saw a lot of really creative picks and bans yesterday, and I'm looking forward to some really high-quality, close matches today, and I'm looking really forward to it.
That's the thing when it comes to these 2-0s, right? Every single match was, up until one pivotal match that I thought was pretty insane to think about and witness firsthand. It was Serica versus Equal Squad. Now, with that one, it was very back and forth, and then our final one, we had a lot of action going in to, of course, the dreaded Hela Hawkeye composition we've seen time and time again, even more so considering there's the 20% damage boost that, you know, I kind of realized a little too late, but not too late to get into our winter celebration. Ruben, give them the rundown.
I mean, would you just take a look at these skins here? I mean, they have been absolutely popping off with the winter celebration skins so far. The Venom Snow Symbiote skin, look at Venom with his chilly teeth and with his cool icicle tongue, and Magic with the wicked chainsaw sword. I mean, these are some really nice skins, and they are available in the shop right now if you want to go rush over to buy them before they go away. I mean, these are just some really nice skins. They've been doing a great job making them thus far. Coming really strong for the Marvel Rivals launch with really high quality skins. I'm personally a big fan, and I will be purchasing them as soon as I can, personally.
I'm gonna be real here. I kind of used my holiday money already that I was supposed to move into New Year's, right? To kind of get the Venom skin, because I look at that and I'm like, okay, this is obviously like the snow. It's going to melt at one point or another and go away. I had to grab it for myself. I also got the Rocket Raccoon skin because kind of turning into a one trick off of that character. But speaking of Rocket, another thing I did want to discuss leading into this is that we're starting to see more of a rise in the Rocket Raccoon and the Winter Soldier, maybe a bit of Punisher type team up, especially going into our Infinite Ammunition.
It's been really cool seeing a lot of Asia region teams utilizing that Rocket Raccoon / Winter Soldier or Punisher team ups, because on NA we're not really getting that too often. It's pretty one note with the Iron Man, Hulk, Strange, you know, we're pretty standard across the board, but the Asia region is not afraid to get a little creative with their compositions, and we've been seeing a lot more of that Punisher play, because Punisher is just so good at shredding the front line, whereas most people would look at that character and assume, well, his main gun is his assault rifle, so surely he would be, you know, better at long range, really great at poking, but his real strength lies in the front line like a shotgun character, even though I feel like a lot of people underutilize his shotgun, but a lot of high elo players basically exclusively use the shotgun in the front lines and only use his assault rifle whenever they have to at longer ranges.
And of course, as we talk a little more about that, I like to get into our schedule. Of course, earlier we covered our Ignition round. Now we're heading into the further rounds today, even more into the next couple of weeks. But looking at our total prize pool for Asia, it is a grand amount, $14,500 spread across different placements. If you win first place, that is $6,000. You're going to be taking home. Runner-up coming out with $3,000. And then for third and fourth place, respectively, that's another $1,500 and $800. And of course, even if you're below that, at least go home with a little bit of something. Might not be enough for the rent, but hey, at least you can get away with a chicken sandwich or two here.
And after today, so as you see, placements 9 through 16, they get $200 per faction, and every single team that makes it out of today is actually going to be making it to at least that level of prize pool. So it's going to be really exciting to see these teams work their way up through the tournament ladder. Tournament bracket. So that's going to be really exciting to see. And maybe one of the teams that we're spectating today is going to be reaching the grand finals for that juicy $6,000.
I mean, you never know, and I'm really hoping so when it comes to the excitement through these matches. And yet again, we'll reiterate, this is double elimination. Something that I'm very familiar with the FGC is that even though you might fall in the upper bracket, you'll always have a chance to have to climb the gauntlet in the lower bracket, maybe find your way through grand finals through there. But getting underway, our first match of today being Smart Fella. They actually played last night. Great game at that against GG. Well played.
Yeah, Smart Fella versus GG Well Played. I personally have not watched a match of GG Well Played, but I've only heard good things about Smart Fella's performance yesterday, and I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be busting out today. Coming off the rip with two not unusual bans, but maybe slightly uncommon, with Bucky and Adam Warlock getting banned off the rip, and Smart Fella also rocking the Protect on Rocket Raccoon, which leads me to believe that they are going to be running a Punisher comp, which, I mean, they are hovering the Punisher and the Rocket Raccoon right now. As we just mentioned a little bit prior, the Asia region certainly does like their Rocket Raccoon Punisher team up, because, I mean, it's really effective. There's no denying it. And GG Well Played reads the Rocket Raccoon Protect and bans the Punisher. So there is no Rocket Raccoon team up happening today for Smart Fella. Ooh, that is tough.
That's got to be a painful one if that one is. We say that, of course, with the Hawkeye ban. No Hella ban, though, so to nobody's surprise, we're going to be seeing more of that, especially on the Nastrum Crows, and then the Goddess of Death ulti to follow after. Has very good utilization of being able to stun and lock down any stragglers that might get caught in backline, but that Punisher ban might be a little troubling for Smart Fella as they get rid of the complete infinite ammunition, because, of course, no Winter Soldier. No Punisher, just Rocket. Now I imagine they're going to have to rely a little bit more on the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, especially leading into our team fights, Ruben.
Yeah, Smart Fella is not overly fond of that Punisher ban, but we are going to be treating ourselves to a little bit of a Hella mirror, which, if we have been watching this tournament, we have known that every time there is a Hella mirror, the game kind of gets whittled down to which Hella is able to KO the entire enemy team every single fight with their ultimate and with their two taps. I mean, that hero is just absolutely nuts.
Of course, whenever I think of Hella, I have to harken back to the performance that we had last night from one player in particular, and that was Jason, who made mincemeat out of anyone and everyone unfortunate enough to get caught in their path, in their wrath, I should say as well, finishing out at a whopping 54 eliminations later. But this is the Now and TF Nev, of course, back from the Mantis as of last night onto the Star-Lord this time around. Footbag in the back line. Having to get in with the Thorns here. A little bit of that Doctor Strange shield play moving us forward.
Yeah, I mean, Team GG Well Played is just pushing up the payload, taking it nice and slow and easy, and we are watching Neb and Azus taking a little duel on high ground, clearing off the rooftops from the enemy, and they're getting a really great off angle on the enemy here from above, getting their valuable picks off. But Smart Fella's Rocket Raccoon pick, even without that Punisher or Winter Soldier team up, they're getting the value out of that already with the revive.
Yeah, the BRB Beacon is no joke, arguably one of the strongest things in Rocket's toolkit. It's anything, followed by Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but hey, that's a little bit later. Have to focus back on Asus going in with the blades right now, but these Groot walls might make it more of an issue. So you saw Groot banned plenty of times last night, knowing more that he could really play into the redirect and flank block capabilities that he can carry besides the healing and the damage off the Thorn Whip. But that's John finding one, Wadio finding another against Oasis.
Smart Fella with a really big, a lot of work being carried from that fight by both of the tanks there. John with a really big set of Groot walls, and Wadio doing an amazing job following up on those Groot walls immediately afterwards. Smart Fella with a really strong hold thus far. They're doing a really good job. I mean, their tanks are just working so well together. That Groot and that Strange is just such a classic combo.
Now, baby, back on the Cloak and Dagger. Aces, of course, with the Hella play instead, and now through the sky, able to snuff out Whitebird. So, hell on hell of violence that I usually like to say and see, but as I say that, Cloak and Dagger ulti popping out, and Vidal was still able to get the revive off the BRB Beacon. Another ulti popping up here, but trying to prioritize at least a few targets. That's going to be one. Baby going down and out, all the way sent back to spawn. Now it seems Smart Fella have no choice but to play defensively, hide in these buildings. Unibeam coming in full force from 6ix9ine. Spore Bomb and Groot ulti too.
Both Hellas popping their ult that fight, both getting a decent amount of value, at the very least making a lot of space, at most getting one pick. And now both teams are trading picks back and forth for a little bit. as GG Well Played pushes the cart forward to the end of the first checkpoint. Maybe capping, maybe Smart Fella is going to be able to get a little recontest here, but it is looking a little dicey for them as GG Well Played it does cap here. But I will say that is not a hold to be ashamed of thus far. They only have 3.5 minutes on the time bank for this second point here, and it's looking like a really good close match so far.
Yeah, and one thing I would like to point out is that GG Well Played have instead opted out of the Gamma Maelstrom. Team up right into a few changes now. Looks like we have 6ix9ine going out of the Iron Man and into the Moon Knight for a brief few minutes. Actually, a few seconds. I was about to say, was expecting the Lunar Force team up from the get-go, but now they're playing into it as well. Luna Snow for the sustain, but speaking sustain into damage, that is going to be at least 2 more on the board for GG Well Played. One off the Meteor M and another from the Dagger Terror Cloak.
Nail backward with a really big defensive Magneto ult that also manages to get a pick and open up GG Well Played to another easy cart push here as they push forward, and they seem to be a little unstoppable right now. They have 3 ults coming into the next fight, almost 4/5, and Smart Fella's gonna have to really lock in here and have a good solid hold with the really big Eye of Agamotto from Wadio. And I mean, they're doing exactly that as GG Well Played doesn't really commit too much to that fight, saving their ultimates for the next fight with 2 minutes left on the time bank.
Man, a good communication on the side of Smart Fella here. They really had to play into the Eye of Agamotto, as well as TF Neb coming in with the Blaster Barrage, tack on to more damage, and you really like to see it force GG Well Played into a vulnerable position of, okay, gonna have to pull back here, playing the defensive back foot. That's totally fine. Save our ultis for the next team fight, but metal shielding coming in against Azus, trying to push in here. Not exactly on the flank, but even in the front line, these group walls making it more of an issue. Having to use the Crow TP, trying to find themselves up on top roofing, as that's going to be Neb. Almost dang near falling to the Hella. Would have gotten nasty, but now launched out. Bounce back off the damage as well. That's going to be 2, the form of the Wrath of Khonshu here.
Yeah, I mean, GG Well Played is getting a lot of value out of their DPS ultimates here, and they're making a lot of space for themselves. A lot of that fight was determined by the 2 Hellas were standing on opposing high grounds, really contesting each other, really keeping each other in check. But, I mean, I'm just saying, GG Well Played won that fight in large part because Azus was contesting that high ground just a little bit more strongly. As we see a lot of stagger picks coming in here in favor of GG Well Played. They're doing a really great job pushing here, as they will very likely capture the second point here with not much that Smart Fella can do against it.
Oh, that is going to be the Galactic Legend to pop out along in conjunction with Meteor M, finding one. That's Viper going down and out. Good Elim, but now immobilized. Spore Bomb, and still Singo still able to save themselves, getting Elim against TF Neb, but we talked about that BRB beacon all over again, and Vietnal still in with a quick and easy revive, even more damage off the Blaster Barrage. Beautiful group to worry about, especially off the Thorn Whip. Sean still able to capitalize for more Elim, and even more so going over to Smart Fella, forcing GG Well Played way off the payload.
Vital from Smart Fella had a really clutch recontest here as Rocket Raccoon. He was able to contest the objective, which allowed them to actually manage to hold against all odds, in spite of Mail Backward having a really strong Magneto ult that not only stopped Neb from getting a lot of value out of his Star-Lord ultimate, but also just making sure that his team doesn't die and just protecting them while getting a pick as well. And Smart Fella carries on that momentum to perform a second point hold here, which is really great for them. I mean, that is a very impressive hold.
And they had to perform multiple ultis all at once, whether it was the Spore Bomb coming in from Groot right into the ulti of that, or last second Eye of Agamotto to really deter against any plays coming in from GG Well Played. It kind of forced them to re-strategize here a little bit, especially having to go in on attack. We noticed earlier 6ix9ine initially wanting to play into the Iron Man, maybe focus on the Unibeam as well as the Magnetic Pulse a little later, but then the Cloak and Dagger popped out for the Luna Force. And still, Wrath of Khonshu had some good plays, especially trying to force Smart Fella into bad engagements, going into the backline. But now we have to focus into our next round here in Spider Islands.
I am really impressed thus far with Smart Fella's utilization of the Rocket Raccoon. because even though Winter Soldier and Punisher are both banned, they are still getting a ton of value with that character. The revive beacons are serving them a great service. And I mean, Vidal with the really clutch recontest on the Raccoon there. I mean, without him touching the point, they would probably still be holding that last point here. But thankfully, he was able to clutch up and make sure that they hold that second point there. And GG Well Played is going to have to hold them just as well, if not better, in order to secure this round, which still is, you know, this is a best of 3 still. So there's a lot riding on this round. We're going to see who gets the advantage going into the next map here.
That's true, and it's true. Best of 3, plenty of room for opportunity, but that means even more room for error. Gonna have to find yourself a little careful in how you navigate. As I say that, I'm getting already to first push of the convoy, and already at our front line, and nobody's surprised, it is Whitebird. Almost, excuse me, does manage to secure another Elim against Azus. That's a good one thus far. And now utilizing the Groot walls, kind of force pressure onto our front line with John, giving them no quarter. Another Spore Bomb, another wall down again.
GG Well Played, also mirroring the Rocket Raccoon, doing a really good job adapting to Smart Fellows' picks. And they're also getting a lot of value out of the respawn beacon. I mean, this is great stuff to see for both teams. This is the most Rocket Raccoon gameplay I've seen in the absence of a Punisher or a Winter Soldier, as we see a little 1v1 between Neb and Azus, because he knows he has to contest that Hela. He cannot let her free roam on the high ground by herself.
Oh, and that's going to be 6-9 at least, getting one Elim over to TF Neb. Squirrel Stampede, but we're talking about the Rocket just not too long ago. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier play around the rest of the team. The AoE damage off the Dark Magic Cape. Book Bag securing one more. Azus, however, sneaking in through backline and having to get a lot of these good secures. Going further over, still trying to push back Smart Fella as best as possible here, especially off the blades. Able to float back down. That's GG Well Played, retaking, keeping Convoy at a minimum.
And something I'm always really happy to see is we're actually getting our well and deserved Squirrel Girl gameplay from 6ix9ine here, making really good work of her so far on the defense. I mean, it is not too often that we get to see that Squirrel Girl in action in tournament play, but the Asia region seems to have not been too afraid of busting her out whenever she's needed, and it seems like this is a great situation for her, with 6ix9ine getting a ton of value out of the Squirrel Girl ultimate, at the very least making a lot of space, if not getting any picks.
Man, that unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami in we trust, but even more so putting the trust off the Meteor M. Another quick revive from Vidal, that BRB beacon really playing into it, but back up top despite the block from the Doctor Strange shield. Whitebird is still able to secure 2 more Elims and make that a third, fourth double actually for Aces. So back to back, blow for blow, trade for trade, pick for pick off of another triple Elim against Vidal, not able to scurry away too soon. To go over Cosmic Yarn Amplifier yet again. Snow in backline off of Psycho here, at least trying to get in with the damage buff and the sustain, and still able to snuff out TF Neb right out of the sky. The AoE Dark Magic Cape putting in work from Wadio.
This is looking like a really scrappy fight so far, with both teams getting a lot of picks back and forth, but it seems as if Smart Fella is successfully cleaning it up and successfully capturing the first objective. With 3 minutes left, they just have to capture this last checkpoint here, and they will be going into the next map with 1 more point than GG Well Played, which will be really big for them, as this is an important time to be winning in the tournament, with this being the deciding factor of who gets the round of 16.
One thing I am liking about John here, knowing where to place these walls, especially the Ironwood, knowing that even if they are this deep into front line, they can still get the heals off of that one, and then use the Thornwood right after, maybe add in a little bit of chip of damage against GG Well Played, kind of put the damage. But as I say that, TF Neb coming in with the Blaster Barrage, the Eye of Agamotto to kind of stall things further outward, and still that's going to be a full charge on Galactic Legend. We are going to have to worry about maybe want this ulti to play out before you do anything of the sort. Vidal still in the back line, as I mentioned, prediction popping out in full, the Galactic Legend, and it gets shut down just as fast from Azus, finding 1 and 2 from a Whitebird here.
Neb really was doing a good job of waiting out that Luna Snow ultimate from the enemy team, but what he failed to account for is mail backward with his really clutch Magneto ults throughout the entire game, making sure to always save them for a good defensive situation, while always really consistently getting a pick off with that Magneto ult too, which honestly I'm really impressed by because he is negating a lot of the value that Neb and Whatbird are able to get.
If we're talking ulti differentials, both Smartfella and GG Well Played have two on their side. The unbeatable Skull Tsunami from 6ix9ine and Aces with the Goddess of Death. But then we have Smartfella to worry about, Vito's Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and another Goddess ulti that could pop up. But speaking of squirrels, that's going to be a full stampede to try and get on the convoy here. And even in backline, Vidal is not going to be able to survive against one more blade. Neither is Baby, and neither is Whitebird, neither is John. That's a quadruple. Make that a penta. Coming in against Wadio as Ace is taking full advantage, and GG Well Played really putting up a hell of a defense.
Ace is putting on a spectacular performance, popping 5 people throughout that fight with the help of Bookbag's really large Eye of Agamotto. I mean, this is exactly why we see Hela being banned so often, because there are so few heroes in this game capable of performing feats like that, of just tapping absolutely everybody on the enemy team. And Azus does have their Hela ultimate going into this next fight, and Neb is making sure to force that out as soon as possible, making Azus use it in a very unfortunate position without a ton of LOS on Smartfella. And Baby wants Snack falling off the map, and with 18 seconds left on the clock, that is a really not great time to be falling victim to the map. Oh no!
Let's not talk about it. I'll ignore it if you'll ignore it, but I imagine not everyone else will ignore it watching at home. And of course, we can't ignore the TF Neb Elam just getting taken out by Mal yet again. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier goes out just as quickly as it came back up, and Ace is making short work here of the Smartfella backline, and John as well. Back on top and back on the convoy, blades falling outward, but Vidal just scurrying around, at least trying to get the sustain on the convoy for as long as possible. From up top though, Viper slam dunk on the blades yet again, and right next to BRB Beacon, and almost a triple in place for GG Well Played here. Vidal's still able to get the revive, but still have to be more careful and quicker than that, as one last elim for Resident Squirrel go to tie them 1-1.
Wow, that was a really close game. That could have gone either way. That last fight was really scrappy, and oh my goodness, that was a really good first map. This looks like we're going to be having a good match on our hands, hopefully going to map 3. And I mean, that was a really good job on both teams' ends. That was looking very much in favor of Smartfella for a while there, but GG Well Played doing a really good job clutching it up in a lot of different situations. Every single player on that team contributing a ton of value to the team, with Doctor Strange hitting all the big Eyes of Agamotto, Asus constantly popping heads, getting those really valuable clutch KOs, and it's really nice to see them get value out of the Rocket Raccoon pick as well. They decided, hey, the enemy team protected the Rocket Raccoon, and they wanted to use the Punisher comp. We're going to deny the Punisher comp, and as soon as they weren't able to push all the way on that first round there, they managed to clutch up and, adapt and pick Rocket Raccoon themselves and really turn that game around, which is really nice to see from GG Well Played.
Yeah, not only play around the Rocket Raccoon, but then really thinking about it, having to play around Neb as well, who at certain points made some really good decisions, especially in having to bait out the Hela ulti, save the rest of the team the trouble. But before we move into our next match here, here's some highlights. We'll be back after a short break.
And welcome back from that short little 5-minute break. We are in the midst of a great match on our hands between Smart Fella and GG Well Played, which currently GG Well Played is up 1-0 in a best of 3. And I am really liking what we're seeing from both teams thus far. Smart Fella, last match, they came in with a Rocket Raccoon Protect, and I think they wanted to run a little Punisher Rocket Raccoon action, but GG Well Played made a really good call of banning the Punisher so that they wouldn't be able to do that. And on the second part of that map, they decided to run the Rocket Raccoon themselves and bring it back and capture the second point there. I'm really, really enjoying watching this match so far, and I'm looking forward to see what kind of picks and bans we're going to be seeing in this next map coming up right here. Asher, what do you think about what we saw in that last map right there?
I think, if anything, what I think is that those picks and bans really weren't unorthodox at all, and that GG Well Played did their research in knowing that Smart Fella really love to play in that Rocket Punisher team up. But as I say that, speaking of our picks and bans, it is going to be hella gone down and out this time around, as in that last game we saw what hella potential came out of play from the side of GG Well Played, as Azus got not one, not two, but multiple penta and quad eliminations back to back, and that's going to be Punisher gone yet again.
They know that Smart Fella really wants to run that Punisher Rocket Raccoon team up, and they are reading them like a book, banning Punisher. Yes, banishing Punisher
same
off
thing.
the rip. And with the strange Protect, and maybe this game, so last map, we saw a lot of hit scan action with Hela and Star-Lord and a lot of characters like that. So perhaps this map, with Hela and Punisher being banned off the rip, we will be seeing some Star-Lord and maybe, just maybe, an Iron Man team up with the Hulk and Bruce Banner, because, I mean, it's a pretty standard, really strong composition that really shines in the absence of such strong hit scan threats like Hela, like Punisher. And with the Bucky ban as well, I mean, I would be extremely surprised if we didn't see any Iron Man in this game, even though there is no evidence to lead me to believe that either team would want to run the Iron Man after last game where they chose not to. But maybe that was because Hela was unbanned and Azus was just picking everybody off no matter where they were on the map.
I have to admit, we did see a couple of good picks from Whitebird, however, with the Hela, but in the end, Azus just proving why they were better in all ways, shape, and form. That same pick. However, I say that, and with the Hela ban, you kind of have to find, hey, what's going to be a replacement to that, but slightly less in its Namor, coming out from both Azus and TF Neb, opting out of the Star-Lord and opting into more maybe the Trident picks, and even later the Horn of Proteus as well with the splash damage.
I am really impressed that neither team seems to be hovering over that Iron Man pick right now, because all of his greatest counters, Star-Lord, Hela, and Punisher, are all banned. I understand that Hawkeye is unbanned and left free to roam, but the fact that we're not seeing any Iron Man or Hulk team-ups with both Hulk and Strange, and Iron Man being unbanned, is really surprising to me, because if this were a North America region game, we would absolutely, positively be seeing an Iron Man mirror here. But instead, we're seeing the Squirrel Girl once again from 6ix9ine, which is a treat we all deserve to see after the performance he just put up on that last map here.
Say, and thinking about it on defense, usually characters that we do see, me personally, the Penny Parker probably would have been a better choice moving into Vanguard. You have the Spider Mines, you have the Spider Sweep, and then all the web scenarios you can possibly think about to really put a hamper on the Smart Fella's day, but instead opting in for the Squirrel Girl, so I imagine the unstoppable Squirrel Tsunami should be coming into play a little later with Stampede. Now, focus on here. A couple of good Tridents. Now that they have the Luna Snow team up, that is going to be adding more of the projectile and the splash damage with the ice, as well as the octopi. Plural, thankfully, I do remember that. Root walls going up, including the Ironwood and the Thornwood. Having to worry about the health and damage sustained that the John can really get in with this. A Smart Fella pushing further upward. GG Well Played, kind of moving a little further back than I would like to see, but I really don't think we have that much of a choice. As close as the team fight is getting, shouldn't be an issue, however, for 6ix9ine. That's going to be one Acorn later and a good E-Link.
And Vito already getting a lot of value out of that Rocket Raccoon pick with the Rebirth Beacon already coming into play. And with the Rocket Raccoon ultimate coming in as well, I mean, what Whitebird is just picking people off as we would expect a Hawkeye to do. I mean, there's a reason why this hero gets banned constantly, along with Hela. He's just so powerful and so effective when it comes to just picking people off. And I will say, I'm extremely surprised to see both teams running Rocket Raccoon with such a poke-heavy comp. I mean, they're running Namor and Squirrel Girl, and Smart Fella is running that Hawkeye and Namor. So I would love some insight to see as to why both teams are mirroring the Rocket Raccoon rather than running the much more standard Mantis and Luna Snow, considering neither of them are banned as well. I mean, it seems like the Asia region is playing in a completely different metagame than North America.
If anything, I can try and explain it as best as possible. I mean, myself being a bit of a Rocket player, I wouldn't exactly say aficionado, but since you already have the heavy health sustain off the Luna Snow, especially with that ulti, Rocket can kind of trade and act more of like a DPS, and then even tack further onto the support and the damage boost, coming in with the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, even the quick revives off the PRP Beacon, so it's kind of a 2-in-1 DPS strategist, more side of the DPS with the gun. But speaking of, we are going to have multi-ultimates back, including the damage, Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, Eye of Agamotto, and another CYA revives coming into it. Even more Eye of Agamotto action with the Fate of Both Worlds and Book Bag, sustaining the elimination coming into it off the AoE damage. Dark Cape, good magic at that one. Meteor M to have to worry about. Waits out the Fate of Both Worlds and still able to catch a straggler. That's Whitebird, unfortunately falling down here a little too fast. And now another Squirrel Stampede coming in from 6-9 to push Smart Fella even further off convoy.
I mean, nearly every single ult is coming out into play in this fight, besides Namor's ultimate ability, which is really impressive because it doesn't seem like much got done that fight. There was just a lot of sustain and a lot of Luna Snow ulting, as well as a lot of Eye of Agamotto's coming into play, and both teams are at a bit of a standstill at the moment until we get some more ultimates into play here. And I mean, both teams are just really trying to poke each other down. And whoa! You know, I did mention that Asus was holding on to that Namor ultimate, and maybe for good reason, because I mean, getting 2 picks off like that, just a really nice, clean 2 KOs that could be securing the second point here for Smart Fella.
And oh my goodness, I was about to say in the Horn of Proteus we trust. Even with that one, an even better aim off the Ice Trident, even regular Trident going against Book Bag, and one more against Male backward. That's got to be pretty painful, and even more painful could be the Squirrel Stampede if you're not careful enough, forcing TF Neb to have to pop Bubble and at least go a little bit upward. Still trying to force this team fight off into the distance, pushing even further.
I mean, who needs the Iron Man Hulk team up when you have Neb on the Namor with the Luna Snow team up? Because, I mean, he is just doing absolutely crazy things on this character as both teams are now mirroring the Namor, doing a really great job keeping each other in check, as Neb's little ice octopus are just getting so much value here. The Horn of Proteus coming into play once again. Male backwards shining as per usual with really high value, with a really high value ultimate coming in once again, taking Baby One smacked out of Luna ult. I mean, this is just great stuff to watch. A great hold from GG well played thus far, as they have to keep at it for another 3 minutes.
Really thinking about it for Male, I was going to assume they were going to at least wait out the Fate of Both Worlds and maybe focus the Meteor M onto somebody else, but then realized the rest of the team was just too far back to kind of target and had no choice but to send that careening down into the sky. And for 6-9 right now, it can go twice as high, now having to worry about the fact that these shadows are out in full play. Whitebird at least trying to find some semblance of damage with the Hawkeye, not really finding the value in that, and now having to restart re-strategize, refocus, but one good Groot ulti later, and that's John and Whitebird taking full advantage. Multi-elims back-to-back, beta both worlds, so now we gotta crank out the K-pop tune and the playlist, along in conjunction with the Eye of Agamotto, allowing Awesome as well as Aces to get 2 more picks. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier popped a little early here, trying to provide more opportunity and optimization over to GG Well Played, in which they will do so. 6-9 finding another one off the Acorn against Wadio.
I mean, Bookbag is just doing an amazing job here on the Doctor Strange with such an impactful Eye of Agamotto right there that really made sure that GG Well Played is going to be holding this for a little bit longer. Half of Smart Fella's initial time bank going into this third point here gone already. I mean, they're doing a fantastic job here as Whitebird looks to get a pick once again, and he successfully does on Asus. But I would say GG Well Played ace right there. That is so huge. Web once again with the Horn of Proteus. I mean, this guy is just a Namor savant, evidently.
With John able to secure at least one last elim here for Smartfella to still push this far. Saw the last second Hulk switch, but might have been too little too late here as he finished at 0-3, 1 minute 10 seconds left on that clock. And now kind of forces Well Played into a situation, 4 minutes, but they still have a very long gauntlet to climb on Shin Shibuya.
Neb insta-locking that Namor, knowing just as well as we do that, hey, after such a strong push right there, this defense will be easy peasy as long as he stays on the Namor, sets up his Octopus, and keeps raining hell down upon GG Well Played. I mean, he is just doing an absolutely amazing job. Not to mention not to mention the tanks in this lobby are just doing so much work as we finally see the aforementioned Hulk and Iron Man team up that I have been waiting so patiently for. I mean, on the attack here, GG Well Played, they are looking to absolutely steamroll here with, I mean, that team up between Iron Man and Hulk is just so powerful with the passive damage increase for 6-9. I mean, I'm looking to see this guy do some serious work and bring the series back in GG Well Played's favor. Again, if GG Well Played wins this map, they do win the best of 3 and move on to the next round.
Yeah, and sometimes that team can just be too valuable to pass up. When you think about it, on one hand, Doctor Strange is going to be able to get the Gamma Maelstrom, going from the Dark Magic Cape AoE into the Gamma Overload, and then Iron Man with the Gamma Boost like you did mention just a little bit earlier. As I say that, we might get the Doctor Strange teleport setup as we have seen previously, and may work and has worked time and time again, really depending on who you are, but now having to tank the damage, a little more careful and concise, even with the Occupy off in the distance, trying to get the Trident picks, and is able to secure one against TF Neb here. Azus using the Octopus to do so.
Yeah, I earned that one.
Yeah, Vidal putting his Rebirth Beacon in a great position, making sure to get Neb back immediately into the fight. And their one-man advantage is now gone as 6-9 tears it up on the Iron Man as expected. I mean, again, just such a powerful hero, such a powerful team up. They're doing a great job taking advantage of that and taking so much space as poor Wadio is left to defend the point by himself. Half HP on point, fighting for his life.
And that's going to be the Horn of Proteus going down, at least able to find Vidal, despite the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier in contention. Still not going to be enough for Smartfella to try and utilize. Here's GG Well Played, new read them like a book, to full advantage even in this small little corner, little area, if you will, as that's Baby trying to sneak in with the Cloak and Dagger. Not going to be enough off the invisibility. GG Well Played, full advantage for Bookback, securing another elimination, at least trying to chase Smartfella all the way back here.
I mean, Smartfella, while they may be losing this fight for right now, they are doing a really good job at not staggering as they regroup, and Nev just comes back and KOs 2 immediately. Like I said, this guy on the Namor is just absolutely unstoppable. And Smartfella is doing... Oh! Whitebird with a nasty shot onto 6-9. I mean, you know what? maybe the Iron Man will be a little more rough than I anticipated if we have Whitebird and Neb on these characters, just absolutely landing all of their shots on everybody, 6ix9ine being no exception.
Yeah, that's the thing about Whitebird and Neb. Not only do they excel as duelists in their own right, but anything in the sky they can pretty much snipe out without an issue. And considering Whitebird on the Hawkeye and Neb is on really just the Namor, the Trident and Arrow in conjunction and really in combination is not going to be fun, especially against 6ix9ine. And as I say this, we have the Eye of Agamotto as well as the Full Rage, just absolutely hulking out. And one clap later, that's Whitebird down and out, eliminated. Another Eye of Agamotto playing in conjunction alongside the fate of both worlds. And then Gamma Radiation off the Maelstrom Cape into the smash. I just feel a little bit bad for John here, getting absolutely cornered.
And with that, GG well played with a successful first point capture here. I mean, that was a really clean fight that they just took. They're coming into the next fight with 2 ultimates, while Smart Fella is still trying to recuperate their ult economy after trying to commit to that fight. Unfortunately, unsuccessfully for them, but I doubt that we're not going to be getting some really, really good Marvel Rivals here in this next point of the map.
Of course, sitting here, I keep having to remind myself that Psycho is on the low-key, so I imagine the heals are going to be doubled, if not tripled, going into this one. But Smart Fella now playing off of Vidal's Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, hoping to force another team fight, but it seems that GG well played, at least for now, having to play defensively. Cannot say the same for 6ix9ine, as that's Whitebird able to snipe them out of the sky. Very stark difference, if you will, between Whitebird and DPS duelist.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great hold so far, and we are seeing, yeah, I mean, Hawkeye is just getting a ton of value right here. Whitebird is doing a wonderful job on him. And I am a little surprised to not see the Hawkeye mirror from GG well played, because Hawkeye is just such a strong character, and Whitebird is really going to prove that, yeah, he is a force to be reckoned with as John picks off Mail backward on the hull. I mean, this is looking really clean for Smart Fella.
Looking even cleaner for Beatty right now, getting in with a Terror Cloak and the Life Sap Cloak right now. A Dagger play as well, maximizing that health. And at least GG well played, sticking to the guns and sticking back on top. Don't really have a choice but to find new routes, as it seems that John is making an effort to close every single one of them. That's going to be a Thornwood wall. Don't want to get too close to that as long as Groot is there. That's still going to do damage to you and the rest of your team. And that kind of forces GG well played to have to play around the Groot walls into the Doctor Strange teleport, the maximum pulse ulti a little too late, as we have not only the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but the fate of both worlds to contend with. Multi-eliminations from John and Whitebird against GG. Well played back up top here. Makes that a double for Whitebird on the Hawkeye, and at least trying to push it, make it a triple for Wadio. Coming in here against Awesome, and back up top forces another fight with a Gamma Maelstrom AoE.
Yeah, I mean, GG well played is going to have to do something about Whitebird here, because he is being left completely uncontested, allowed to do whatever he wants from across the map, just picking people off left and right. I mean, you gotta have an answer to that, or else he's going to be spending the rest of this map, which could just be another 30 seconds. He's just going to be spending the rest of this map tearing everyone up, picking 6ix9ine out of the sky. I mean, this guy is just absolutely unstoppable here on the Hawkeye.
And even more so unstoppable, it is going to be Azus with their own Horn of Proteus here. Fate of both worlds, however, up and active, adding the sustain of GG. Well played, and Smart Fella now forced all the way back and very far off the convoy. Neb, unfortunately, getting caught out. That's one of the last stragglers, and he ran a little too close into a wall. That's totally fine. GG well played, making sure to kind of clear the path here. Really just keep down John from putting up any more further Groot action at our front line.
And yeah, GG well played seems to drop the Iron Man after experiencing too much carnage at the hands of Whitebird, and now they're getting the same value out of that Hawkeye. 6ix9ine doing a wonderful job putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team, and putting a lot more pressure on Whitebird as well, which was extremely necessary. I mean, just look at him go. Maybe the Hawkeye is all that GG Well Played needed, because he is just doing crazy things on this hero, but he gets picked off immediately as I say that. Caster Curse, my apologies. I'll stop gassing these players up because they seem to get knocked out every single time that I do.
Listen, we had a caster curse last night throughout the entire night. We don't need it going into our third day here. It's never fun to have to contend or experience with, and I imagine we might be getting a few angry emails after the fact, but that's not on me, that's on Ruben. And I will say one more Elim on to Vidal at the hands of 6ix9ine. Might be a few more if you're not careful enough. Meteor M2 in the pick. Make that a third for Asus as both male and as well as the Namor. Getting in with the damage potential. Now pushing further up, at least putting it at 2-3 against Smart Fella.
Gosh, male backward is just so talented on that Magneto. Like I said before, and I'll say it again, every single one of his ultimates just gets absolute insane value with great defensive utility, eating up all of the projectiles within its radius, as well as consistently getting picks with it too. I mean, he's just doing an amazing job supporting his team by making sure the enemy team is not alive to contest them. And Neb coming in with the Horn of Proteus, doing what Neb does best, which is knocking out the enemy team and forcing them back, making them have to wait and take another fight later.
And it's not only that, but I really like how Neb really forces a lot of key players on the side of GG Well Played, specifically 6ix9ine and Male, to kind of have to watch out for themselves, even with the evasion that they do have. As being in the skies is just a little too dangerous. That's why seeing the lack of Iron Man moving forward, and the Trident yet again having to get rid of the Octopi. 6ix9ine able to find one Vidal in with a quick revive, and Male still in with another Elim. Eye of Agamotto playing right onto the convoy. Now trying to take advantage. As I say that, see, not that effective as I initially would have liked to see or have thought. Tried it up in the sky. Wadio, it's twice as hard yet again. No more Doctor Strange, at least for a few brief moments, as we do head into overtime. Now, GG Well Played, hoping to tie this at 3-3 here, but it seems the Ironwood Wall is back in their way. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier adding to the damage boost here. 6ix9ine finding another, and that's the Eye of Agamotto to at least give everybody some potential, some advantage. Double elimination against Baby. Now the Meteor M back in your face. John with a capitalize. Snuffs out another 6ix9ine from the more Hawkeye. Now, still on the convoy, getting a little too close for comfort. That's John just gone. Fate of both worlds. Male taking full advantage, and Vidal even with the cosmic, BRB beacon. John gets another on the board.
Ooh, I mean, Neb is just doing great things on the Namor again. Unfortunately, not quite enough, as GG Well Played is going to make this a really close map. Both teams full capping with 2 minutes on the time bank for one team and just 1 minute for GG Well Played here. I mean, that was really good work from both teams. Great holds on either side. And now we're going to have to see a rather quick capture from GG Well Played, because 1 minute is not a ton of time to capture this first point here on a hybrid map. So, I mean, they are doing as well as they can. Male backward coming in with some really clutch peel for his team. Psycho doing a great job copying that Luna Snow for the defensive ult to deal with Wadio's Eye of Agamotto. I mean, we're just seeing some really highly optimized, well-performed ultimates from both teams here. And I mean, that is why they both full capped. They are both really good. They're doing the best that they can. They both want to make it to this round of 16, and I think either team would be deserving. This map can go either way.
No, something that I really wanted to touch up on was seeing some of the character picks leading into this next round, as well as the hover over the Venom. I was sitting here thinking that Wadio, who's already doing good on the Doctor Strange, and it wouldn't leave them without the frontline shielding safer Groot on the walls, but then really thinking about it, Venom, thinking this key situation probably would have been well utilized against 6ix9ine, as well as the backline here that GG Well Played is getting from Psycho on the Loki, so maybe wanting to make it a little more vulnerable, especially with Venom's diving strike and then Feast of the Abyss following after, but still opting in to play the frontline strategy, at least off the radio. But now going into it, the Doctor Strange teleport, at least from back. Hold on, wait a minute. I was about to say it will sell to the fake shield. That is not the right one, but fortunately for them, not falling for it just yet.
Wadio with a very clever, cheeky counter portal. Unfortunately, there was just the teensiest, weensiest little gap that Team GG Well Played was able to take in order to enter their actual portal and take the high ground as Neb starts off the fight with a pick already.
Back up top, that's going to be Dr. Strange Shield going forward, at least trying to force something, anything. As GG Well Played, they were down by a Loki, so no more heals at least for the moment. But right from behind, Asa sneaking into flank, at least in the back line, finding one against Whitebird, and even though they do get revived by Vidal, it might not be enough. But as I say that, John had the heavy counter with the Spore Bomb, and one more over to Whitebird as well as 6-9. So the Hawkeye trade for trade here is Wadio finding another off the cheeky melee pick. This gets another one off the whip.
Yeah, I mean, GG Well Played doing whatever they can with their limited time bank, doing a great job, but not quite enough to get a tick on the objective here. So now we have Smart Fella with 2 minutes to get 33.3% on that first point. And I mean, again, GG Well Played is not a force to be reckoned with. We could very well end this map in a draw and be forced to go into maybe even more than a map 3, a map 4. Oh my goodness, that would be revolutionary. I haven't seen it thus far in the tournament for any of the games that I've casted, but I would be so down to watch this team play 4 maps because they're putting up a great match for us.
Yeah, if I remember, hold on. Because 4 maps, 3 maps. I'm trying to think, considering we're in the rounds, if I remember correctly, it's still best of 3 moving forward this week. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
You know what? I'll take your word for it.
Because I'm trying to sit here thinking,
wow.
going into this month, and then in the January, I believe we're saving like the map 4 action for a little bit later, which is still exciting nonetheless that I like to think about. And then after that, the map. But hey, this is the now. We got to focus on that. As right now, 3-3 tied. Smartfella and GG Well Played, who Smartfella have the opportunity to kind of tie this 1-1 leading into our map 3. Should be fairly interesting, but no drastic changes just yet. Again, we did see the hover over from Male backward, who maybe wanted to play the Venom, still sticking to their guns off the Magneto here, Ruben.
Yeah, Smart Fella rocking with that Hawkeye once again. Whitebird proving himself to be a formidable force on that hero, looking to get a ton of picks on this attack. Considering they only have 2 minutes, they have to make the most of it and really get some work done as they have Neb raining down tridents from above as Whitebird gets a really crucial pick on Bookbag and Radio. Oh, they are just taking advantage of all the space they have right now, really getting picks left and right very, very decisively, winning this first point here. I mean, I doubt there's anything GG Well Played can do to stop Smart Fella from getting this first tick and claiming the second map for themselves. We are not having a draw. This next map decides everything in this match for both teams. Match point. Ooh, what a match we have on our hands.
And exactly finishing out right now 3-4. Nobody's surprised that's Neb capping out as MVP. 40 elims, 10 assists, and sure, some deaths along the way, but still good enough to get a screen and at least tie Smart Fella here.
Neb truly performing Herculean feats on that Namor right there. I mean, truly, that man is a force to be reckoned with. And that's crazy considering how impressive Whitebird's Hawkeye performance was. To stand out in comparison to that is just absolute insanity. Team Smart Fella, a really, really good job here. And now we are going to be entering a short little 5-minute break as we go into the map 3 match point for this series. We will be seeing you in just a little bit here.
쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명
Yep. So after a very back and forth and brutal last match leading into Shin Shibuya Convergence, now it seems that GG Well Played and Smartfella are tied 1-1 here. But once again, welcome back to our Marvel Rivals Championship, entering our Asia region double elimination stage. Your number one caster Vok, Astravok, joined here by my co-commentator Ruben. How are we feeling after that last game especially?
I am really happy to see that we have a close series on our hands here. Smartfella and GG Well Played tied up 1-1, with Smartfella putting a rather remarkable performance on that last map there. I mean, they truly put in that work on that Hawkeye, on that Namor. both teams are showing off an exemplary level of play, and I'm very much enjoying this match thus far. And I'm looking forward to seeing this last map here, which does decide which team wins the series, as it is match point, best of 3. And I'm really looking forward to see what happens here, because we've seen a lot of Namor so far. We've seen a little bit of Iron Man. Only a little bit is impressive, because Iron Man is just such a staple meta pick of the North American region, especially with that Hulk team up. And we've also been seeing some Squirrel Girl from 6ix9ine, which it's an absolute treat to watch. I mean, 6ix9ine is doing a really great job on the Hawkeye, on the Squirrel Girl. Very flexible, very talented player. I'm looking forward to see what he's capable of doing on this map as we come up here into the pick and ban phase. Off the rip, GG well played coming in with the Hawkeye ban, and Smart Fella coming in with the Hella ban. I mean, this is to be expected. Maybe Smart Fella will finally be able to run that Punisher that they've been desiring so badly, but they've been getting denied by the picks and bans as Bucky gets protected. So it does seem like Smart Fella will be able to run that Rocket Raccoon, at least with some team-up hero, if not Punisher, then maybe the Winter Soldier instead.
I imagine Punisher still might be a target ban here, as Winter Soldier, I feel, where he excels at pokes and maybe some dives here and there off the grapple and tainted voltage, even into the ultimate. Again, you have to hear it 20 times over. Punisher can still hit you with the turret, and then the fact that he has a rifle swap into the shotgun and not have a close to personal range in conjunction with the infinite ammunition, it's still not fun to have to contend with. So on that side, shockingly enough, not going to be seeing a Punisher ban. Instead, the Magneto coming out in full force.
A Magneto ban is not a super common sight to see, but I honestly cannot blame Smart Fella for doing so, because Male Backward has been consistently shining throughout these maps, getting so much value out of his entire kit every single fight, all the time. Very few misplays, if any, as he is now swapping over to the Star-Lord, it seems, with GG going Groot. It seems like, oh, are they going to be running a triple tank composition here on the attack? Or are they just figuring out what heroes that are going to be playing this map according to these picks and bans? And I'm just really happy to see that Smart Fella is finally able to run that Rocket Raccoon and Punisher team up that they've been craving to run the entire match thus far. I mean, they've been fiending for that Punisher, with them protecting Rocket Raccoon every single map thus far. They really want to be able to run that, with Neb running the Iron Man on the defense. Ooh, this is going to be exciting to watch. We got some powerful team-ups for Smart Fella over here.
And we have seen previously here on Yggdrasil that Iron Man have plenty of value. I know that is Elvin's favorite word and name of the game. A lot of key situations, but at least in this situation, the maximum pulse could really become a great use, especially in just ulti play. We focus POV back over onto 6ix9ine, and now left in the sky, kind of vulnerable with the Iron Man. So Neb kind of having to be forced back here. Good grapple into that one, and with the infinite ammunition into the uppercut, Azus already finding first blood against Wadio. Vidal still in with the BRB beacon, having a quick revive. That is the John going down and out, another E-lit.
Azus with a really clean pull off the rip onto Wadio, but thankfully, due to that Rocket Raccoon protect, Vidal was able to revive Wadio, therefore causing not too much issue for Smart Fella on their defense, as Nev absolutely melts GG, but he gets brought back by the Rebirth Beacon as well, with a big, really quick Iron Man ultimate coming in from Nev. I mean, that is an impressively quick ultimate to build up. I mean, wow. That was barely a minute, wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure you'd love to see the damage farm, and even more so knowing how painful it is that around the bend of Yggdrasil, there's not much you can do in regards to just finding a building and hunkering down. The shielding wasn't there either, so there was really no choice but to have to eat, well, just not a meteor, but the maximum pulse, even more so a fist to the face coming in from John, and off the Gamma Maelstrom from Wadio following it through the front line push. Another self elimination from Whitebird to finish it off.
I mean, Smart Fella is really relishing in finally being able to run that Punisher with the Rocket Raccoon. They're having a great hold so far, with half of GG Well Played's time bank being ran through at the moment. And both teams have quite a few ultimates coming into this next fight. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens and if Neb will finally be brought down from the skybox. But it seems as if he is still left free to reign as he picks off Bookbag, but he does get brought back by that Rebirth Beacon as Whatbird picks off Psycho.
That was the final punishment to hit our resident Punisher in the first place. The 6-9 goes down, however, to Neb in the sky, able to flank right back. Frontline shielding and positioning coming in here from Wadio, with Dr. Strange is kind of meeting front yard of anything. But that's the Eye of Agamotto coming into play and hopefully trying to take advantage even off the whip. Still might not be enough, as over in the back we actually get a pretty interesting, really deep final judgment in from 6-9. Can hopefully make some plays off of that one. Gamma Maelstrom into play again from Wadio, and Vidal able to get in with a quick BRB revive with Whitebird here. But still, that's a one pissed off, very angry Hulk that we have to contend with. John knowing that full well, playing into the dive capability that we love to see, finding not one but two. That's one rocket gone.
John is just having a field day, Hulk smashing the entire enemy team's back line with nothing they can really do about it. But the problem coming into this fight is Smart Fella has been having a really wonderful hold thus far, but they only have 2 ultimates in comparison to GG Well Played's 5 as they start popping everything desperately, knowing that this is extremely close to the last fight here. But Neb is just getting so much value on that Iron Man pick, not really being contested at all whatsoever. He hasn't been knocked out a single time thus far this round. And I mean, coming into this fight, GG Well Played only has Loki and Thor ultimate, as Smart Fella is coming up on Whatbird's ultimate too. And ooh, this is not looking great for GG Well Played. With 1 second left on the time bank, Whitebird with the Punisher ultimate just mowing down Bookbag. No Rebirth Beacon anymore in play for them as Bookbag gets revived. And ooh, Wadio with a really gigantic Eye of Agamotto. This has been an immaculate hold for Smart Fella, as they do not give up an inch of space, not even letting GG Well Played get to the end of the first point, holding them at the first choke. This is really impressive stuff, and it seems like Smart Fella is really excelling with this Punisher Rocket Raccoon composition, not to mention Neb doing God's work on that Iron Man. I mean, oh my goodness, he has not been shot down from the sky once. This is great for them.
Let's talk about it for a full team ace at the end of that. I did get a little concerned in seeing that Wadio did push him with the Gamma Maelstrom AoE after the fact, or really just before the Eye of Agamotto, which following that ulti, that's what you like to follow up with, kind of combo that into the damage that you need to catch off stragglers, but still worked out in the end off of defense. But now get things back up and started just momentarily, placing a BRB beacon right inside of spawn, which, you know, not bad placement. You don't want that going out a little too soon. That Rocket Raccoon Punisher combo, though, it's still just as brutal as it is nasty off the infinite ammunition. But now GG Well Played not only have the Punisher Raccoon, you have Raccoon Punisher as well as the Winter Soldier, so providing maybe some poke opportunity, and even more so going in off the grapple and then final judgment as well.
Yeah, I mean, GG Well Played is going to have to turn some water into wine this round, having to pull off the same first corner hold on this map. And they are running a rather unique composition on the defense, with Bookbag solo tanking on that range, but they do have the double team-up combo with Rocket Raccoon as well as the Winter Soldier and Punisher. But it seems like Whitebird already gets a pick, but it has been negated by Awesome Balls' Rebirth Beacon as Team Smart Fella really pushes up to this first corner here. GG Well Played is going to have to get some serious work done here.
Of course, with Psycho now opting out of the Loki and into the Atom Warlock, so I imagine wanted to prepare for some mass revives at the very end of it, especially off the ulti potential a little later on, maybe provide GG well played better opportunity to keep himself safe and on the defensive play. But now, smart fella almost trying to get in with something here, but Wadio not going to be enough for them. Book bag catches them right out of the sky, and the Gamma Boost Beam. One more knockout over the TF Neb here as we are going to get again and again off the Winter Soldier ulti. Triple Elim thus far, forcing smart fella all the way back in the spawn.
I always love watching the Winter Soldier get to go again and again and again. And Asus did not disappoint. They are looking quite good, having half the time bank expired for this first point hold. Maybe, just maybe, GG well played is more likely to be able to pull off this first point hold than we thought. And Neb sends in that massive Iron Man ultimate into 6ix9ine as he does get revived by the Rebirth Beacon. Whitebird with the really big assist from Bookbag with the gigantic portal. With the gigantic portal from Wadio just being able to pick off so many people, as it seems like they are going to successfully capture this objective, possibly, potentially, but Mail Backward coming in with a really clutch Star-Lord ultimate. Oh my goodness! What a crucial moment to get all these KOs. Good job, Mail Backward. Really showing what he's made of here. He does get picked off, but he got so much value before he got knocked out that I think it doesn't matter too much, hopefully.
That's true. The one thing that I really start to realize about just Star-Lord in general, that a very high risk, high reward type DPS and really risk everything and anything possible coming in from Mail Backward to have to secure some very last minute elims. But if we're talking elims, only able to find one off the Winter Soldier ulti against Whitebird, but still making up for it with one more grapple, one more uppercut pick as Asus get a good couple of KOs moving forward. Now, GG well played, still holding on to their guns and holding on to their defenses as Smartfella is still trying to push back on the convoy.
Yeah, another wonderful little rounds of again from Asus. And Asus is consistently getting so much value out of that pull every single time, pulling a tank in, making sure they get shredded. And GG well played going with a really big Eye of Agamotto and a Punisher ultimate, just tearing Smart Fella to pieces. But unfortunately, while that was a very good decisive fight win, with 30 seconds left on the clock, they don't have too many ultimates going into this fight with just a Rebirth from Psycho. And Smart Fella is coming into this with nearly 4 ultimates here. I did mention that GG well played is going to have to turn water into wine to pull off this successful hold, but it seems like it is more possible than we think. Oh no, Neb goes in for the... And I assume that 6ix9ine is going to be able to get respawned by the Rebirth Beacon, but they're not going to be able to revive everybody, and I stand corrected. The Psycho ultimates here, and Whitebird is tearing everyone to shreds with that Punisher ultimate. Oh my goodness! This is... And it looks like Smart Fella, with the overtime push, is able to cinch a map victory, resulting in them being 2-1 in the series, taking it home, moving on to the next round. What a nail biter! Oh my goodness! The fact that that Smart Fella held GG well played at that first corner for so long is impressive enough in itself. But then GG well played almost pulls off the same exact feat, which is really rare to see. Nearly 2 full holds is somewhat like I have not seen it in this tournament thus far. So the fact that GG well played managed to hold for that long, even though they didn't bring the series home, that is a performance to really be proud of.
Yeah, and that's the thing. GG well played had a very stalwart defense leading into this, and especially off the Iron Man picks, knowing that sneak into the back line, and it got scary from there. And I did get a little concerned leading into it because we were noticing the ulti differential, and at the Adam Warlock coming in from Psycho would have had that mass revive. But then here comes the absolute slammage, right? We had the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. We had the final judgment from the Punisher to really just kind of set things in stone here on Yggdrasil push.
Yeah, and it's just a tough situation for GG Well Played because, I mean, if they don't use their ultimates to try to do everything to win every single fight, they are only one fight away from losing that first point there. So they used a lot of their ultimates right before the last fight, which led them at a massive disadvantage, unfortunately, costing them that map and therefore this series. But again, what a wonderful match to behold from these two really good teams. I'm really excited to see Smart Fella move on throughout this tournament. They did a really wonderful job, and that was really clean gameplay. They kept their composure. They didn't get nervous. They didn't start choking, which, I mean, that's not something that you can ask of every single team. You put other teams in the same position as them. They're getting full held. They're one fight away from losing the series. They might choke up. Smart Fella, they're different though. They got that. They got that under control. They kept their cool. They did a really, really wonderful job holding that.
Exactly. They're starting to look like the top team here in our Asia region. And if I were anyone on that side and watching and thinking of what teams I would have to contend with leading into double elimination, they might be your number one because it might get scary. And then with a certain target picks and bans in the beginning, still wasn't enough to take them down. But as I say that,
we might be seeing the potential grand finalist right there with Smart Fella. And now we are going to be going into the highlights, a short little 10-minute break before we go into the next match. Stick with us for a little bit longer for some more wonderful Marvel Rivals gameplay from these top tier teams. All right, so we are back from a short little 10-minute break off of a really, really wonderful match between Smart Fella and GG Well Played. I mean, Smart Fella with a 2-1 victory, really, really close last map where both teams had a really wonderful first point with GG Well Played getting held on first point on Yggdrasil, and Smart Fella just barely in overtime capping that first corner push. And I mean, it was a really, really wonderful match to watch. Two really great teams. I'm really excited to see Smart Fella move on to the round of 16 because, I mean, they just did a spectacular job there. Asher, I mean, I'm sure you have similar sentiments about that game, but what else do you have to say about the matches so
Listen,
far?
I have plenty to say in my big book of notes that I've been writing down this entire time, really thinking about it before we get our hero picks and bans, was that the one thing I noticed, GG Well Played ran with a triple duelist on defense, which I understand wanted to shred through any potential that Smart Fellow were trying to run with, even with the Rocket Raccoon and then the double Winter Soldier and Punisher lineup for the ammunition. But a little more on that maybe in a recap for later, as hero picks and bans yet again. Psylocke and Hela out of the picture. So no backline dives or really just no opportunity a little later on from a Hela lockdown.
I am loving Team Shaft so far because they've got some really funny names. I can tell this is a team with a lot of personality, especially with I love my cat on the Adam Warlock. I cannot help but to immediately want to root for them, but I will obviously say unbiased as a caster as we're watching the picks and bans here with the Hela, Iron Man, and Psylocke bans thus far. We haven't seen the Groot Protect come out that many times, but I really like the counter ban on the Iron Man after seeing the Protect on Hulk from Shaft. That is certainly a smart ban because I think it is pretty safe to guess that that is what Shaft wanted to do. Maybe run the triple team up with Doctor Strange, Hulk, and Iron Man, but it seems like they will be one Tony Stark short. And it looks like they are going to be busting out the Star-Lord and the Winter Soldier. I'm looking forward to see what Shaft and Colgate are capable of. And I'm sorry, this entire lobby has some wonderful names with I Love My Cat and John Comedy. I mean, these guys, this is just a lobby with far more personality than I'm used to in a tournament match. I mean, these guys are wonderful. I'm rooting for both sides here. This is a great bunch of fellas we've got.
Typically, you'd see these names in a ranked match. At my grown age of 23, it is taking every bone in my body to not laugh at some of these names. That's totally fine. As moving forward, it is Shaft and Colgate here. Wakanda map, a very pretty map at that one. But when we focused on some of the picks here, I do realize that Shaft not only opting in for one team up with the Gamma Maelstrom of Doctor Strange and Hulk, but we are going to have the Adam Warlock, Mantis, and Star-Lord, which I imagine for some good Star-Lord plays, even though you might fall just a little early. The Cocoon should bring you back earlier than expected, and then everyone else should be in plenty more trouble after that.
I mean, Nas seems to be looking to set up a counter portal for the enemy team. And as both Doctor Strangers look to get a quick jump onto the point, but with Colgate seeming to have the high ground off the rip, perhaps with a bit of an advantage as Ben 10 inches takes a little angle on the enemy team here on the Hawkeye, since, he isn't banned. Some would find it a little silly not to run the Hawkeye, but Colgate is brave enough not to Shaft is brave enough not to do so. Let's see how they do without the Hawkeye pick. It seems like it's always been in favor of the team with the Hawkeye, as Rod comes in from the top ropes on the Squirrel Girl, just knocking people out left and right, doing a wonderful job.
Theater knocking people out left and right. It is going to be Ben 10 inches. Insane name to play with, by the way. You're finding another KO on the board, same as Rod going forward here off the Acorn shots, as that is going to be Colgate seeming to take first advantage off the point here, 7% and counting, which, still, it's not exactly that high. Still a significant start here, forcing Shaft to have to come back from spawn. Giant Acorn flying out, and Squirrel Stampede could be used in a good corner here if you're not careful enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see what this Squirrel Stampede is able to accomplish. as Ben 10 Inches takes the back foot and looks to set up on the enemy team, raining hellfire down from above, but not as long as Hot Steppa is on his tail. But thankfully, Ben 10 Inches is able to take care of that by himself. This fight is looking a little bit scrappy with some picks going back and forth between both of the teams. I love my cat getting a really crucial pick on Hungry for Eggs here. I mean, this is going to be a close fight, to say the least, as an Eye of Agamotto comes into play. Poor John Comedy put down in hilarious fashion as Nuz targets the raccoon, not letting him scutter around at all whatsoever.
Love to see Nas forcing a lot of these fights and picks, especially going in with the Eye of Agamotto and the AoE off the cape. Knowing you carry on to that too much, it kind of leads into anti-heals and stops yourself from being able to get the sustain, but expel that, and it provides an extra bit of damage to even combo into it. As I say that, you are going to have to force over the Groot wall and force the shielding as well. That does sound like Meteor M hitting from Gorilla, but POV for now. Captain Bong finding Ben 10 Inches off of another KO before Ben 10 able to come back off the BRB beacon. Cannot say the same for Steppa as getting taken out by Hungry for Eggs, but the armed and dangerous ulti from Winter Soldier ends just as quickly as it began. Still a good revive from our Adam Warlock.
While Captain Bong Smoke does get the opening pick on Ben 10 Inches, he is brought back by the Rebirth Beacon as he is able to very effectively take care of Nip Nuker. And I mean, I love my cat with a really big Adam Warlock ult to revive their team, as Shaft continues to do a monumental hold on Colgate here with 60% on the board. Not too many fights left here as Captain Bung Smoke takes a little angle on Hungry for Eggs, taking him out, getting these really important staggers. Nuz may be having a portal off cooldown perhaps sometime soon. I mean, that is a really long 3-minute cooldown, and ooh! Ben 10 Inches proving that he is that guy on the Hawkeye. Oh my goodness.
They say that we are having a swirl stampede. It flies out, but just as quickly as Raj goes down and out, if you will. Cloak and Dagger ulti up, but double elim on the side of Passenger here for John Comedy. Nothing really to laugh about if you are the Rocket. Imagine it's just as brutal. And even though Girl tried to stick to the point, Passenger able to snuff them out way before they can. Squirrel Girl sent back to spawn as Captain Bong Smoke playing in a high risk, high reward off the blaster barrage. Another pick against Gorilla.
Passenger doing anything but taking a back seat in this team fight, getting so many valuable knockouts, one after another, without even really needing to go again and again on that Winter Soldier. I mean, we're seeing spectacular plays from everyone across the board right here. This is looking like a really good close game. And I mean, we cannot be sleeping on Nip Nuker over here, doing a really great job on the Mantis, healing for I Love My Cat, making sure that the support line is well taken care of, not getting picked off by Ben 10 Inches or John Comedy. I mean, they are doing a fantastic job keeping each other up as Shaft goes up 1 point in this map. And we're seeing a little bit of a mix-up from Colgate here as Rod swaps off of the Squirrel Girl onto Magic, and Ben 10 Inches staying on the Hawkeye since they do have that ultimate on hand, especially to go hand-in-hand with John Comedy. I mean, this is looking pretty even for both teams, besides the fact that Colgate has 4 ults coming into this next fight, so they may get a first fight win here, but we will have to see until the teams engage upon each other.
And of course, I'm starting to understand the swap from Squirrel Girl into Magic just a little bit more. I mean, the frontline DPS of the Swirl Stampede was kind of paying off at some points here and there, but now I believe Colgate wanted to go for the back line dive instead. Maybe to have to get rid of Shaft, and the fact that that Adam Warlock team up might be more valuable than need be. So those stepping stones, or I will say discs, could be cool, but staying cool under pressure. It is Passenger, at least finding one off the Winter Soldier ulti, able to push in off the Gamma, shielding a little too close for comfort, kind of forcing Colgate into an interesting position of really just being stuck between a rock and a hard place in this situation. The wall and Rod off the magic and off the pops and off the mass revives we are going to be getting from I Love My Cat. Rod just might be damage farming if you're not careful enough. Same can be said about Girl, but that's going to be one pick. Blast a barrage into it, and now Nip Nuker having to add the sustain from the Mantis, and even more so, good knockout from the DPS Mantis on top of that.
I would like to think that I Love My Cat is putting on this marvelous performance because their cat is watching and cheering them on. I mean, what better buddy could you have to cheer you on throughout this tournament match to get you into the map, into the round of 16? I mean, they are doing amazing work here. Nip Nuker 1999 with the self-res coming back into the fight, and not enough to get the point back, but hopefully they are able to get out alive as Shaft regroups here and looks to take the point back. Looking pretty even with about to be 30% on both sides. Colgate coming in with 5 ults, Shaft with a lot less at 2, but do not put it past Captain Bong Smoke to be able to make significant work out of the Star-Lord ultimate with the huge flank on John Comedy and Nas with a gigantic Eye of Agamotto. I mean, listen, they might have been coming into this fight with an ult disadvantage, but Captain Bong Smoke is not letting Colgate win this fight that easily, as he with ease picks off like 5 people, oh my goodness, while keeping his ultimate for the next fight too. Captain Bong Smoke seeming like a significantly formidable force here.
Man, and with the ambush picks on top of that, whether it be the hits of the Blaster Barrage to follow forth, Captain Bong Smoke getting a little dangerous with it, and it might be even more so of a problem with Galactic Legend, but with the shielding and just in the nick of time, I'm hoping this really isn't wasted, as one Magic was able to get away off the stepping discs and a quick teleport, and all for naught as majority of Colgate survives it. And Captain Bong Smoke kind of wanting here, a little lacking. Department says that's one buff against here, with Rod finding one, Passenger finding a second here, but hungry for eggs, following up with the roots and through the back. Hawkeye just really going unchallenged here. Ben 10 inches, allowing just to really go from an inch to a mile off the damage. Same can be said for Rod.
It is really rough to see a lot of Shaft's ultimates not getting as much value as they would hope for in that fight, with Captain Bong Smoke and Nip Nuker 1999 just falling a little flat with their ultimate usages here. But I have full faith in them to be able to build them back up and do a lot in the neutral game. They don't even need their ultimates. I mean, we saw Captain Bong Smoke knock out like 5 people in the previous fight while holding on to his ult. So maybe he's just making a statement that he's just so good that he doesn't even need it. But Ben 10 inches taking off nearly 10 people for each inch with that Hawkeye. I mean, that is just absolutely spectacular work from Ben here. What a marvelous player, what a marvelous capture. And it seems like we are going to be going 1-1 on the first point to Warrior Falls. I mean, this is looking like a really even game thus far. It could be going to anyone here.
And moving from Stellar Spaceport into Warriors Falls, I will say this part of the map gives me a little bit of PTSD, as I have been slammed by one too many Jeff plays and thrown off a cliff. Thankfully, we're not seeing that this time around. Sticking to our guns and sticking to our team comps, really no reason to switch, especially if you are Ben 10 inches, who's been making some insane and really stellar plays off of the Hawkeye, has really just allowed to go unchallenged and uncontested in a lot of points.
And I mean, I Love My Cat on that Adam Warlock. I do not think they want to be going Jeff anytime soon with the performances they've been putting up on that hero, with really great ultimates, really great soul bonds, and just doing a really wonderful job keeping their team up overall. As Hot Steppa accidentally uses their ultimate in spawn. You know what, Shaft? I see your game. I like to think that Hot Steppa is just feeling themselves right now and is sending a message to Colgate saying, hey, I don't need my ultimate for this next fight here. I'm going to be able to win this fight no matter what, as Nip Nuker 1999 gets the self-res off thanks for the team up with Adam Warlock, as Shaft looks to win this first fight here to really drive home that statement. Hey, we don't need a Hulk ultimate in order to win this fight, but Ben 10 inches is getting a ton of value here on the Hawkeye, really picking off a lot of people, but that is not stopping I Love My Cat from reviving everyone with Adam Warlock ultimate, as Captain Bong Smoke goes in and does some work, but Gorilla is aping out on Passenger, not giving him any space to breathe. Wow, what an intense first fight. Nip Nuker just really going in there.
That first fight had me a little scared and concerned, especially in seeing that Hot Steppa had kind of, wasted the ulti, which I don't want to say initially. Maybe they were just playing, for gifts and shiggles, but thinking about it, could have saved it for later. That's totally fine. And still, Shaft was able to get in with good recovery, but now for Ben 10 inches, really taking off more than they can chew, I should say. This Passenger finding one, just not allowing themselves to be backseat to anything, I should say. But John Comedy, good revive off to Ben as well. BRB Beacon in play still. They're getting with the heals on top of here. I imagine wanted to go for a couple of picks off rip, especially with the bow and arrow in hand, but activating the shadows. Won't even need the accuracy following after that. Gotta be a little more careful and play defensively, especially if I were Shaft leading into this. But Soul Bonded, it'll be the Karmic Revival and the Galactic Legend to follow suit. As Butterfly in the Sky, Star-Lord, of course, can go twice as high with twice the damage and twice the E-limbs here. One more on the board, the Passenger as well following after Hungry for Eggs.
Captain Bong Smoke coming in with a huge Star-Lord ultimate in that fight. While it wasn't looking too great for Shaft that entire time, they were able to bring it back thanks to Captain Bong Smoke's marvelous plays. I mean, truly great stuff from him. And as we're going into this next fight, Passengers looking to not take a back seat here and go again and again with their ultimate, as Nip Nuker 1999 also has Mantis to keep them alive through all that. And if all goes to fail, and I Love My Cat has got their back with that rebirth. But Rod is going up onto the top ropes, taking care of Captain Bong Smoke, who has proven to be a rather formidable foe, getting so many valuable knockouts throughout this map. And Passenger does get the pick off on Hungry for Eggs, but it is seeming like a really wonderful hold from Shaft, as they may go 100-0 on this third point of this first map here on Wakanda. Nas getting the pick onto Girl 1. I mean, that was a rather decisive last point win for Shaft. Really putting on a great performance. Now, for my sake, for the viewer's sake, for the caster's sake, I really sincerely hope that we go to map 3 with this team, because I'm having so much fun casting them. They are so entertaining to watch. We know we have a lot of personalities on our hands here, and everybody is putting on a spectacular show. Everybody is pulling their weight, and this is just really a really wonderful match of Marvel Rivals, if I do say so myself. Everybody putting in their work.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason why a lot of these team fights have been allowed to go on for so long is because both teams, Adam Warlock, that Karmic Revival, can really play into a lot of situations, keeping everyone soul bonded and alive. So even if you go down and out early, that's still a quick pickup and find yourself back in the map in no time at all. But as I say that, moving on to our highlights, and we'll be back after break.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Child!
You know, in my commentary career, I have seen some absolutely insane and unhinged team names and player names, but I think Ben 10 Inches will definitely have to take top tier here. But as I say that, hello and welcome back to our Marvel Rivals Championship. It is our Asia Double Elimination, rounds 6 through 9 here. It's again, your number one caster Vok, Asher Vok here with my co-commentator, Ruben. How are we feeling after that last play?
I'm feeling really great. That was a really wonderful first map between Shaft and Colgate. Shaft being up 1. And I mean, we were seeing some spectacular performances from both teams here, with Captain Bong Smoke really doing some serious work on the Star-Lord, Nip Nuker 1999 on the Mantis, keeping their team up, playing that really aggressive playstyle that we love to see. I Love My Cat really doing a great job on the Atom, just reviving people, keeping everyone topped up. And I mean, listen, while Shaft did go up 1-0 in the series in comparison to Colgate, we cannot be sleeping on Colgate at all, because Ben 10 Inches was seriously putting in some work on that Hawkeye. And Hungry Frag's just really doing work on the Groot as well. I mean, this is a really funny lobby with a lot of great players, and they're doing a really great job letting their personalities shine through their gameplay with all of the confidence in the world to make this a close, interesting match. And I sincerely hope we go to map 3, because I cannot get enough of these guys.
No, 100%. I have to agree with that, as it's been fun so far. First map being Bjorn T'Challa, and of course went to 1, 2, 3 plays at that. 1 of 3 stops, I should say. But we have to talk about a few key players leading into this one. Ben 10 Inches, we have to talk about that name aside, with the piercing and hypersonic arrow plays, just has been allowed to kind of go unchecked through backline, hasn't really been dived upon. But Rod, a little earlier, coming in with the magic play to try and make short work of the Adam Warlock on the side of Shaft. And while it did work for a brief few moments, stepping discs were still predicted here and there, kind of stopping any of that.
Man, Team Colgate does not want to see I Love My Cat be happy with that Adam Warlock ban. I personally find that very messed up, because I am personally a big fan of I Love My Cat, because I too love my cat. So it is rather tragic that they will not be on their signature Adam Warlock. But it does seem like we are going to be protecting the Iron Man, so Shaft perhaps is going to be running a bit of a Hulk Iron Man Doctor Strange team up, unless Colgate sees the Iron Man pick and decides, hey, you know what? I don't want that guy in the sky. So they're not only going to pick the Hela to counter the Iron Man, but they're also going to ban Bruce Banner in order to negate the Iron Man team up, leaving Shaft's plan not necessarily in shambles, but certainly a little weaker than they would hope. And now they go on to ban the Hawkeye, because they do not want to see Ben 10 Inches back on his signature hero, because he was, even though Colgate did lose last map, he certainly was tearing it up on the Hawkeye, and he is a force to be reckoned. He is not a force to be reckoned with, because wow, Ben 10 Inches might be busting out the Omnitrix here, playing a different hero than we've seen him on previously on the Hela. Let's hope we see him pop off just as hard on this hero as he did on the Hawkeye.
Man, I'm surprised we can actually make that reference on broadcast, but hey, I'm pretty sure production might yell at us for a little later that's totally fine. It was 100% worth it, Ruben. It was nice knowing you anyways, but as we move forward here, our Shaft and Colgate onto Hell's Heaven. So a bit of a far cry from our last map. Now things start to get a little cramped, more close quarters. Has me a little scared considering Ben 10 Inches, even though we had the Hawkeye target ban, still on the Hela, should provide with the blade as well as the Goddess of Death ulti to follow later on with the hero stuns and lockdown potential too.
And while the Adam Warlock is banned, both teams do seem to be running the Rocket Raccoon, with I Love My Cat and John Comedy both running that hero. But the thing is that Shaft is running the Punisher team up with the Rocket Raccoon, while Colgate is seemingly confident enough in John Comedy's powers to not really care too much to be running a team up hero with the Raccoon. So this fight is going to be interesting to see, as both teams run fairly similar compositions, but Colgate is running the magic, which I'm excited to see pop off here.
Yeah, wanted to play into that backline dive potential off the Magic with the stepping discs again into Eldritch Whirl, but for now, it is going to be Magneto in the front line. Gorilla able to find Nas yet again. That's going to be Ben at 10 inches, though, having to take a good chunk of damage, 1, 2, and that's a triple elimination so far over to Colgate. And even though we do lose Ben, that's still going to give him a little bit of opportunity to still work with.
Yeah, Ben 10 inches, while he did get picked off towards the end of that fight, he got far more than sufficient value, getting multiple KOs along the way as he comes back to the fight at roughly the same time as Shaft, so it should not be too much of a problem as Colgate re-engages with Shaft, and we're going to be seeing some action here as Shaft's tank gets walled off and Rod engages as the Magic, building up their ultimate, looking to get some work on Hot Steppa, trading with Hungry for Eggs. I mean, this is some serious value right here. Both teams are looking rather equal right now in this fight. It could be anybody's game at this point for this round, as Colgate has control of the objective.
That's going to be the final judgment coming in line, but Eldritch Whirl right with the slash. It is Rod able to take full advantage of Nas here with the elimination, and one more pick coming into it from Girl, who in the last match was kind of the unsung and underrated hero. Saw a lot of revives, especially off of the last Karmic Revival, which is a massive one at that from the Adam Warlock, but we have to focus on the game at hand. Gorilla moving in off the Magnetic Spear. That's one more elimination from Ben 10 inches off the triple blade trifecta. Rod, another sword play against Hot Steppa.
Hungry for Eggs seems to have an insatiable appetite, not just for eggs, but for Shaft as well, as he eats up the enemy team with his massive Groot ultimate, doing a lot of work enabling his team to get those KOs that they need to push the point to 90%, as Shaft will have to struggle to recontest and barely touch the point as they hope to get a good fight in and maybe capture it. But it is looking a little rough for them as they're forced onto the low ground while Colgate has control of the advantageous position.
Oh no.
But Nas comes in with a really gigantic Magneto ult. Oh my goodness, Ben 10 inches does get the pick off on him, but it might not be enough as Adam Warlock is banned, so they are not able to get that big rebirth going in. And it does seem like Shaft does capture the objective, but they did have to use quite a lot of ultimates in order to do so.
Man, and playing into the Eye of Agamotto just a little bit earlier, that Meteor M couldn't have hit at a better time, but now Shaft still able to flip things back onto its head, leaving Colgate kind of stranded at 99% here. The first point of Hell's Heaven still counting upward, 24%, very much a long way to go. Engaging in our next team fight, Nas leading the charge here. Magneto shield, first 3 stack a charge, but be a little more careful than that. That is trapped between the roof walls, both the Ironwood and the Thornwood. Meteor M and the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier both up and in play. Ben 10 inches only a few inches away from being able to capitalize off the Goddess of Death ultimate. And Nas still back on the point, making quick work of Hungry for Eggs, going from root right into Tree Bark, and can probably use it for Tinder a little bit later on. And Hell gets unleashed only for a brief few moments. Nas goes down, Ben 10 inches still taking advantage. More elims off in the feed as well. Gorilla still sticking to their guns, and speaking of guns, final punishment or final judgment, I should say, to try and at least save a little bit more time, but the Eldritch Whirl and the uppercut off the sword following through from Rod. Hungry for Eggs, getting hungry for more elimination, still on the point, sticking to it and not even letting themselves up by one. Ben 10 inches, however, the insane name and even insane plays, trying to find some room here.
Colgate with a minty fresh capture of the Eldritch Monument objective. They did a wonderful job holding that point to 99 in the first place, and while Shaft did capture it back, Colgate made sure to come back strong and use their ultimates extremely effectively to get the objective back and go into this next point here with 1 point up on Shaft. And if they just get if they get this point as well, we will have a tied series on our hands, which does mean we'll go to map 3, which I'm really excited about because I'm really enjoying casting both of these teams because they are both doing a spectacular job, being absolute spectacles to the eye and the viewer. Wow, I am truly amazed. by what these teams are pulling off here, especially Hungry for Eggs. I mean, with the marvelous Groot gameplay. I mean, the walls are huge, consistently walling off the enemy vanguards just to great effectiveness, and his ultimates have proven to be extremely consistent, and they've been very rewarding for Team Colgate here.
Yeah, and speaking of walling off, that's why previously, especially in the last few rounds of yesterday and the day before that, Groot has kind of been target banned, especially going into Hell's Heaven, knowing that he can get the redirect, he can block a lot of flank potential, and even more so, like we saw earlier, he can lock you into a point that the rest of the team can take full advantage, get those elims that they need, but leaves you in a very unfortunate position of having contend, get sent back to spawn, saltier than before. But as we say that the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier should be a much needed damage boost, I say that though, and Nip Nuker 1999 is there leading the frontline charge off the Mantis, going from the strategist to DPS, and the uppercut providing even more movement over to Winter Soldier. Still good health sustain, another KO against Girl here.
Hungry for Eggs unfortunately left starving after that Groot ultimate, which did manage to capture the entire enemy team within its grasp, but there was not much that was able to be done with it as they were able to shield off the entire ultimate and protect their team, preventing them from really taking any meaningful damage, and then they came back and were able to successfully capture the point. So Shaft doing a really great job. Nip Nuker 99 getting picked off by Rod, though. That is quite unfortunate as we go into this fight. They are down a strategist, as Girl 1 is running it into their backline with the aggressive Mantis play without any fear in the world of Nas, which maybe you should have shown a little bit more respect to Nas, as they did knock Girl out. But it does seem like Colgate does get the capture onto the objective. Really clean fight from Colgate here, and I mean, Girl 1 really putting in work, making a lot of space on the Mantis of all heroes.
Man, Girl 1 essentially saying, you think that I need a DPS in big 2024 as much damage as I can put up the same as heals? Think again, and really playing into that strategy well, getting a good couple of picks off rip. And now for Colgate, putting themselves up by the advantage, 27% and counting though, so still a little bit of ways away of crossing into, I say, safe territory. Girl, yet again, Passenger thinking they were safe in the back line, still getting picked off. Another elim over to our Mantis player.
Colgate's Mantis truly getting this dub for the girlies here, as they just consistently are picking people off in the back line, even from across the map. Nothing can stop her, as Gorilla with the really big Magneto ult in Captain Bong Smoker's face, absolutely smoking smoking Shaft in return. I mean, that was a beautiful Magneto ult, and Ben 10 Inches pops the Hella ult themselves. Unfortunately, Colgate not left with a lot of resources for this next fight, but Shaft is not looking to be in much greater position as well, so it seems as if Colgate's looking pretty good here for another point capture, as they are approaching 80%, and this could be the last fight of this map here if Colgate can cinch this dub right here, right now.
And really trying to think about the team fight and how that could go. Passenger could pop in with the Winter Soldier ulti, but because Girl could just pop in with the Mantis sustain, I don't know if it would be worth it or not, or as safe, but John Comedy could have Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. That is going to go down, actually, and Captain Bong Smoke just caught trying to press for a backline flank. Ben 10 Inches is going to be able to stop that. Now, going in off the poke, Passenger try to get in with the Soldier ulti. It worked as well as they initially thought. John Comedy revive, but now Eldritch Whirl and Darkchild up and active. If you are Rod, Hungry for Eggs, following suit, catching off stragglers, and now Hell's Heaven point secured.
Rod absolutely asserting their dominance over Shaft in their backline as the Magic, just being free to roam as they please, securing Colgate map number 2 as we go 1-1 in this series between Colgate and Shaft. What a spectacular match we have on our hands. I am so thankful that we are getting our map 3, because both of these teams are performing spectacularly. I mean, Hungry for Eggs was really, really shining there, as well as the Hawk 10 Inches, John Comedy, Girl, you know, getting one for the girlies, winning for feminism. I'm so proud of them. I really am rooting for them here as they continue to pop off through the rest of the series. And Gorilla, I mean, that one Magneto ult, I'm not just that one Magneto ult, but the one Magneto ult that really shined above all else when he was eating up the entire enemy Hela ultimate, just not letting them, not letting their team get knocked out at all whatsoever, which was really good work to see from Team Colgate here. And as I say that, we are going to be going into a short little 5-minute break as we go into the map 3 for this series, tied up 1-1 between Shaft and Colgate. See you after just this little teensy-weensy 5-minute break.
내가 좋아지는
And welcome back from the short little 5-minute break. Me, Ruben Sargasm, and Asher Vok, the casting duo of the day, we are bringing back to you a wonderful, spectacular match that is currently tied 1-1 between Shaft and Colgate, with Colgate just taking the most recent map as we go into the third match point. This is a really, really fun match to watch so far. Both teams performing really well, making for some really close points here, really close fights, very much on even footing. And man, what a bunch of personalities we have in this lobby. I mean, these guys are just absolute riots. I am loving this. What are you thinking of this match so far, Asher?
What I think is that personality, names, and jokes aside, as wild as it's been so far after being in T'Challa, leading into Hell's Heaven and our third map of the day, I think it's been fire. I think it's been exciting. I think it's been insane seeing some of the, ultis and then the compositions from the teams, as well as more of Groot than I did expect to see leading into today, despite the bans really seeing the potential off the wall redirect with the Thornwood and the Ironwood. Is Gorilla, who was it? The Magneto did get trapped a little bit between a rock and a hard place, or this situation, a rock and the rest of Colgate and a giant wall. It's pretty painful stuff to watch.
In these hero shooters, a lot of the time what ends up happening is a lot of the spotlight ends up being focused on the damage players here. But in that last game, we really saw Colgate's, not to knock on Colgate's damage players at all whatsoever, but I thought it was especially spectacular how Girl 1 and Hungry for Eggs and Gorilla were all shining that game. And not to mention Ben 10 Inches and Rod on the damage, just absolutely cleaning house, doing a lot of work. And it's so much work, as a matter of fact, that Team Shaft ends up banning the magic because Rod was tearing it up at the very end, being left mostly uncontested. And now we're heading into this next map here with Hawkeye, Magic, Bruce Banner, and Adam being banned, as they likely do not want to face off against that Iron Man team up with a Protect on the Psylocke and the Hello, which we have not seen a ton of Psylocke today. So I'm looking forward to seeing Hot Step Up on that Psylocke, as it seems like Shaft is running the 3 damage composition.
All right, looks good so far. 3 damage composition is, pretty interesting that we like to see. Is it doable? Sure. Does it make things slightly harder than it needs to be? Really depends on who you ask us. That's going to be a lot of health and a lot of sustain. It really needs to go into that, and it can be just as crippling. But as I say that, moving on to looking at, besides our hero picks and bans, but picks so far. Nas on the Venom, and from here I am expecting to see a lot of Diving Strike, especially leading into Feast of the Abyss a little later on, and then the Overhealth to make sure and make a mess of backline, keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, Ruben.
Yeah, I am excited to be watching Girl 1 on the Mantis once again, because last map we saw the work they were able to do on the backline while playing a strategist hero. Really just hitting so many shots, getting so many KOs, doing a really magnificent, wonderful job. And I would love to see more of them from more of them on the attack. And Rod is on the Squirrel Girl here, which is always a treat to watch, as Shaft rolls out here on the 3 damage composition with Captain Bong Smoke on his signature Star-Lord, with Hot Steppa normally playing Vanguard for Shaft, but it seems like they are now on the Psylocke. It seems as if every Vanguard player is just whoa! Oh my goodness. Wow. Girl getting an important pick there, but Nip Nuker 99 responding immediately with 2 KOs of their own.
Listen, I don't want to sit here and have to say DPS or strategist diff too early without sounding as mean as possible, and I don't want to have to say it at the end of this game, but for Colgate, we're just going to ignore that, fly right by it. That's totally fine. We can always remake and re-strategize for this next fight coming up. This POV back over to Passenger, back up top, trying to find hot stuff, especially off these blades, but moving in with the shield as well. That's going to be Gorilla kind of finding themselves vulnerable in the front line, and despite the Magneto shielding going down and out, 1 Elim over to Nip Nuker 1999 as well. Hungry for Eggs, of course, getting hungry for the eliminations. Another knockout on board.
a really clean attack on first point from Shaft here, as Colgate is likely to not stand much of a chance, but I say that as they start popping ultimates. They do not want to give Shaft an inch of space as they hold them back from capturing the first checkpoint here. And they're doing a really wonderful hold against all odds despite losing multiple people early on. And wow, I mean, even though Ben 10 Inches did go out pretty early and the revive beacon activated on Gorilla early on that fight, he was able to come back in time to make a difference here as Shaft regroups and looks to capture the objective on this push right here with 6 ultimates coming in.
And that's going to be Dance of the Butterfly right at the very edge of the map here. And Hot Stepper was able to secure at least one with Captain Bong Smoke. Nip Nuker 1999 at least able to secure a few more off the Rocket Barrage as well. Passenger, however, finding even more value out of these elims against Hungry for Eggs, turning Group from one walking tree into pretty little more than just bark and ashes, just in a pile of wood, if you will. Save it for Tinder a little bit later. Passenger back up on top, really getting in a lot of these DPS eliminations and really just going unchallenged, at least for a brief few moments. And if we're talking ulti differential, Shaft have at least 1, 2, 3, 4 up and readily active, being the Goddess of Death, the Luna Snow ulti fate of both worlds. And Nas, as I say that, focusing more on the Feast of the Abyss with Nip Nuker, allowing to go unchecked in the backline, sneaking another elimination. Hungry for Eggs, however, finding 2 and even 1 more off the Groot ulti.
Yeah, I mean, Colgate gave Shaft an inch, and they tried taking a whole mile, much to their demise as they lose that fight on the second point here. And now they're going to have to get a big regroup in as they re-engage into this fight with 4 ultimates to Colgate's also 4 ultimates. So this fight could be anyone's game here. Really depends on who blows their ultimates first. And, oh, it seems as if we're engaging with a Mantis ultimate immediately off the rip. Getting a pick on Nas, which is really important, really big, as Shaft gets forced back into their spawn as they wait to go again next fight. But a really clean fight win from Colgate, only using Mantis ult, so they are not drained of resources quite yet.
Now we have Meteor M, Goddess of Death, and of course the Winter Soldier ulti from Colgate. They could pop if need be, but coming up into this next team fight, they have to contend with the fact that Shaft has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of those being active in a second. Dance with the Butterfly, 1, 2 eliminations. Meteor M, however, finding a sneak pick from Gorilla onto Passenger, but Fate of Both Worlds now having to crank up the K-pop tunes for just a brief few moments before Ben 10 Inches putting a stop to any track possible. Captain Bong Smoke sneaking in, Blaster Barrage, and the dash forward to end things.
Captain Bong Smoke getting a ton of value on the Star-Lord once again, which is something that we are very much used to, because if we remember from the first map, I mean, knocking out 5 players basically by herself was really, really impressive. And now he is engaging with the Star-Lord ultimate, getting huge, massive damage and picks off onto Team Colgate as they are left helpless to his ultimate, and they seem to be getting a very strong capture here on the second point here. Entering the third with, it seems to be 3 minutes in their time bank, which is a decent chunk of time. They're going to have a lot of time to work with here, but I believe in Colgate to be able to perform a good, solid hold here as Rod decides to go again and stop Shaft in their tracks right here, right now. You are not being given another inch of space. Good job, Rod. I am truly, wow. I love watching this guy go again.
And again, and again, and again, but maybe not for long. Passenger saying, okay, enough with the again shenanigans. It's not gonna work out for me. Same as Hot Steppa, able to find one more straggler as Colgate now at least trying to regroup. Girl coming back out of spawn. Shaft, however, POV swapped back over to Passenger, now pushing forward, forcing Gorilla to have to contend with another blade. Same can be said for Rod against Nas here. Trade for trade, blow for blow, but now we have the Namor to worry about. Another swap, I imagine. Wanted to make quick use of the Horn of Proteus a little later on, but the Tridents and the blades from Passenger just snuffing out Ben 10 Inches before they can get a quick revive coming back from the BRB beacon.
I mean, Passenger's getting a lot of really clean shots off, opening up that last fight with a lot of KOs. Unfortunately, some of his teammates getting knocked out rather early, forcing them to back up. but he makes up for it immediately with a pick off onto Hungry for Eggs on that Namor. But they will all be able to come back in time for this next fight here, as Gorilla is getting absolutely shredded, but is thankfully kept alive by his supports to much success as Passenger sits in the back here. And Captain Bong Smoke with another Star-Lord ultimate, absolutely tearing it up. They are not able to do anything to stop him as we see them captured with 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the time bank. Rather impressive work. This is going to be quite the feat to overcome for Colgate as they go on the attack as well. There's a lot resting on their shoulders, considering that this is map 3 and this decides who goes on to the round of 16.
I mean, hopefully Colgate can come out of this looking squeaky clean and minty fresh, but gotta be a little more careful than that. 4 minutes on their time, and going in with our picks in the first place, still sticking it out. Obviously, with the Luna Snow for that extra bit of sustain, and Hungry for Eggs now going away from the Groot into the Doctor Strange. But now it seems that the Groot is going to be on Shaft's side here, with Nas opting away from the Venom on Dive, and now maybe wanting to focus more on the frontline sustain with the walls, as well as the Thornwood damage to follow after.
Yeah, on the attack here for Colgate, it seems like they are running John Comedy on the Rocket Raccoon to enable Rod's Punisher to see if they can successfully overcome Shaft on the attack, and hopefully, if not get a better time bank than Shaft, at least make it to the very end so that they have another opportunity to push and go another 2 rounds, because again, this is map 3. Everything is riding on this last map here. But I mean, if we're used to seeing what Nip Nuker 1999 is used to doing, let's see if they can put a stop to Colgate's push here.
I think so. Right now, get things started. 3 minutes, 49 seconds on the clock, so plenty of time, room for opportunity or room for error, depending on how you look at it and which side you are on. Of course, Hella trying to get the lockdown from up above. Shouldn't be any issue for Passenger to get plenty of health back. Same for Ben at 10 inches, I should say. Using the shielding coming in here from the Doctor Strange and going away at least temporarily from the amount of damage that Shaft has been playing, especially going from up top, and now only deciding here to drop down, try to get in best damage as possible. It is a Psylocke in your backline flank, and it looks to be Girl putting in the overtime yet again. Finding out Hot Steppa, getting another elimination.
Yeah, Girl putting the girl in girl power there with the swift elimination on the flanking damage hero. I mean, you cannot be doing that with her on the watch. And Passenger is just sitting back here and getting KO after KO, asserting a little bit of dominance over Ben 10 inches. Will he stand for that much longer? We'll have to see when he respawns and comes back to the fight as Passenger pushes up without a Hela to contest him, having free reign with Captain Bong Smoke on the other off angle, just applying so much pressure on their backline. They are incapable of walking up as Hot Steppa is forced back by Rod, and Rod successfully gets the knockout.
Now we have Rod back on the Punisher, so I imagine wanted to play into the close quarters shotgun assault rifle action. Dueling fate of both worlds though, and now the Hela unleashed with the Hela ulti. Sending pros down from the sky, raining down upon everyone and everything possible. Getting the health off the Luna Snow though. Captain Bong Smoke making quick work of Rod and the rest of Colgate here. The best of their abilities. Galactic Legend is always a possibility. You can kind of tell that they're strategizing, going up for the dash, and maybe thinking is now the best time to really utilize it, as Eye of Agamotto is up, putting you and the rest of your team in a very vulnerable position. Dance of the Butterfly just popping out here, and even with the shield up, Hungry for Eggs still not going to be enough to save their life, and Final Judgment been active for Rod, even if momentarily, and even if there is the damage boost from the infinite ammunition. Now things are getting legendary off the Galactic Legend. Everyone forced to scatter, and Captain Bong Smoke gets smoked out themselves, and another pick from Passenger on the Ben 10 inches here.
I mean, Captain Bong Smoke has been sitting on that rooftop uncontested for so long. It's about time someone did something, and that someone was Girl 1 as they get the respawn on Gorilla. They're looking really good for this fight, but they gotta be paying attention to Passenger on the opposing rooftop, who's just raining hella fire down upon their team as they go into ult, and they are ready to eliminate a bunch of enemies. But thankfully, Hungry for Eggs comes in really clutch with the shield in front of him, not letting him get any value out of that Hela ultimate, but making a lot of space in the process as Team Colgate is forced back into main with 40 seconds left on the time bank, successfully picking off Hot Step, which is actually a really important, crucial pick as they continue pushing forward and pushing onto their advantage. As Ben 10 inches absolutely shafts Passenger. Good work from him as Captain Bong Smoke gets cleaned up towards the end of the fight. But good work from Shaft for not staggering for too long and for holding very impressively on the first point, leaving Colgate with only a little less than 3 minutes to capture the second objective here. Again, everything is riding on this push.
And I swear these Night Sword Thorns coming in from Ben 10 inches have been the most well-placed possible and catching everybody and their grandmother out in the most painful ways possible, might I add. But we are going to have the Ironwood Wall up yet again. Should be a health boost over to the group with Nas in with the extra bit of sustain, but back up against the Doctor Strange, getting both the Magneto and the Doctor Strange shielding Meteor M along with Dance of the Butterfly. Ben 10 inches, John Comedy could not find their way out there. Very unfortunate losses. The same can be said for Rod and Hungry Eyes, as well as Gorilla and Girl. On top of that, seems that Shaft opting in for the near full team kill, or elimination, excuse me, against Colgate.
Hot Step absolutely walking over the entire enemy team with that Psylocke ult. Absolutely beautiful work from them. And they are going into this next fight with Captain Bong Smoke's ultimate, which we have seen historically doing a lot of work. And I'm excited to see what he is able to pull off this fight as Colgate funnels through main and they get a pick off onto Nas with the Squirrel Girl. It might be a little risky now to try committing to this fight, but Captain Bong Smoke is confident enough to be able to go for the ultimate, but it seems like it's not going to get a ton of value besides getting Girl 1 to use their Luna Snow ultimate, which is really big value in all honesty because Luna Snow's ult can just counter so many things in this game. And I love my cat is not able to live for much longer as they get picked off by Ben 10 inches. Unfortunately, your cat will not be saving you today. Maybe in the next fight after this massive, oh my goodness, wow. What a wonderful cleanup from Colgate here as they go into this third point with 2 minutes and 3 ultimates coming up. Gorilla with the really good work on the Magneto.
Not only that, it was the Eye of Agamotto that really saved themselves some time and trouble. I feel the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier maybe could have been saved a little later. It's understandable if Colgate were still trying to get in with the damage and save their losses, but a little questionable. That's totally fun. Moving on from there is now we have the Namor Octopi to worry about yet again. Ironwood and Thornwood walls going up, providing Nas the opportunity to stay alive a little longer, but Scourge Grenade goes down to the smoke. Rod trying to get in with the Squirrel Girl punches off the acorns and does manage to find one. Nip Nuker 1999 goes down and out back to spawn. Should be coming back momentarily, however.
Rod doing an absolute nuts job on the Squirrel Girl, holding on to their Squirrel Girl ult until the right moment, which is right now, making a ton of space with it as Ben 10 inches goes into the skybox on the Hela, and Gorilla coming out with the really wonderful Magneto ult, not only protecting Ben 10 inches from any incoming fire, but also getting 2 knockouts along the way as Team Colgate starts focusing down Passenger out of their Hela ultimate, not letting them get any value out of it.
Man, the value, hopefully, trying to get the value into the fate of both worlds ulti, but now you have to contend with the Eye of Agamotto, only finding one, finding a second, however, as Passenger was trying to sneak into flank, but John Comedy saying this is no laughing matter, finds one and finds another, but Hungry for Eggs, trying to put up MVP status here, and now we are tied officially 3-3 here on our map.
Personally, if I were Hungry for Eggs, I would be full after that performance because he was absolutely eating up every single person on Team Shaft. That was a marvelous performance from everybody on Team Colgate. Those are not easy circumstances to be put under because you know that you are going into that round. You have to cap all the way. If you do not cap all the way, if you do not push the payload till the very end, you're going to lose the series and you're not going to make it into the round of 16. So they are doing a really, really good job maintaining their footing, keeping their composure, going into this next round with, albeit slightly less of a time bank. It is only really a 25-second difference. So this is anybody's game. Colgate is just as capable of bringing this home as Shaft. Both teams looking really strong going into rounds 3 and 4. And I believe we're going to be seeing a little bit of a portal play from Hungry for Eggs. If I am not mistaken, we'll have to see right here, right now. Perhaps Nip Nuker 1999 will be prepared with Captain Bong Smoke by their side. I mean, how could you fear anything with a team like Shaft?
Anything, I wouldn't be surprised by the portal play. Maybe not a full portal, but possibly just to get information for a little later on, as we are getting the setups already from Shaft outside. Nas possibly might even fly in with the diving strike off the Venom, and then the tendrils and the overhealth if they're not careful enough. But speaking of wanting to be careful, Ben 10 inches making short work. The DPS plays here, as well as Captain Bogsmoke tried to end it with the blaster barrage, but Gorilla gonna be stopped in their tracks.
I love my cat being just a little bit pushed up too far, and Ben 10 inches is able to take full advantage of that and gets the knockout off immediately. And Shaft is just regrouping here as Colgate is pushing the cart for just a little bit. Honestly, I think it is pretty good for Shaft to lose the fight that early, because they still are at just like the second street phase of this first point here, getting a really huge pick off on Girl 1 with 10 seconds left on the clock. No ultimates on the board. This is all neutral game right here, as Ben 10 inches walks up confidently, knowing that they are that guy and they are able to get the picks necessary for Colgate to continue this push as Captain Bong Smoke goes down to Rod. This is a really good time for Shaft to not stagger and reset. They are definitely not going to be able to recontest this first point, and they will have to play for a second point hold as some ultimates start coming online for both teams. And we are looking at a Squirrel Girl ultimate coming into play soon. Perhaps we're going to be seeing the biggest Squirrel Girl ultimate we have seen thus far in the Asia region tournament. I have my hopes high for Rod on Team Colgate.
Let's be honest here. People would be smart enough at this point to realize, hey, let's get out of the way of a Squirrel Stampede. That's a hell of a thing to try and contend with. Obviously, I don't want to lose my health, which could be saying, but as I say that, you never really know. It's each their own. But Squirrel Stampede pops out. Everyone in critical health here. Nip and Nuker having to be careful, still finding one off the point. And John Comedy with the revive with the BRB Beacon, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier now in full play, Giant Acorn at hand, and even more so, Passenger finding one Elim, Hot Steppa finding another, Passenger finding a second, finding a third, triple contention, the Elims, and now capping them out at 4-3 here.
I am absolutely loving this really close hold from Shaft. I'm really loving this close hold from Shaft. That is really, really important to not give Colgate any space on that second point. They want to make it as easy as possible to capture this second point here, because what's going to end up happening is if they win this first point, if they capture it successfully, if they make it an overtime contesting fight at the very end of the first point, they are going to have a significantly easier time pushing just a little bit into second like they need to. So Shaft doing a really, really marvelous hold here. And Nip Nuker 99 did a wonderful job nuking Ben 10 inches back to spawn, back to the rebirth beacon. Just absolutely great plays from everybody on the board here. And now Shaft with a minute 25 on the clock. Can they capture the first checkpoint and push it just a little bit further than that to cinch the series and move on to the round of 16?
I'm hoping so, and of course to avoid the DPS diff, I imagine Shaft have pretty much been focusing down Ben 10 inches whenever they possibly can. Of course, that leaves the rest of Colgate open to do whatever they so feel like it at certain points. I say that, BRB Beacon going down for the extra armor packs, the over health, Rocket taking at least one here, but here we go, about a minute and 20 left on the clock, so not that much time or room for error. Have to be a little more careful leading into this, Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really great positioning from Colgate here on the high ground. Shaft is going to have a hard time pushing them off, as Captain Bong Smoke and Hot Steppa already get chipped down to half HP. and they need to force these damage players off the high ground as Passenger takes an extremely aggressive angle with his Crow, and they have successfully taken the high ground from Team Colgate, and now they are in control of the map. They are in control of how the rest of this point is going to go, as they are applying pressure from all angles, and they're just doing a great job contesting Ben 10 inches, making sure that he has no room to breathe.
Exactly, Passenger back up on top, trying to make mince work of everyone in backline, a target pinpoint focus, but getting rid of the plushie first before Crow flying up. Doesn't exactly have that much of a charge on the ultimate just yet, but if you're hungry for eggs moving forward, especially off the shield, want to go in for a little bit of that AoE damage and potential as Convoy getting pushed further and further forward. Hot Steppa caught in a vulnerable position, and Girl taking the opportunity to find damage, hungry for eggs with the AoE. Also, Squirrel Stampede hitting for full force, but now kind of baited into, really just forced into popping the Mantis ulti, Luna Snow ulti as well. Fate of both worlds along with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Rod wanted to get in with the Acorn damaging as it is. Hot Steppa with the Shuriken dash to float against Hungry for eggs here, and just word for word, bar for bar, ulti for ulti, damage for damage, and Dance of the Butterfly, might I add, with Passenger having to follow suit, cut off a couple stragglers, and Hot Steppa making short work of Rod.
That was a really close and dangerous fight for Team Shaft there. They had to commit absolutely everything they got as soon as they got it, and Colgate doing a really good job backing up when they know they're going to lose the fight. They know they need to regroup as soon as possible to be able to take this fight as 6, as Hot Steppa tries taking as much space as possible. And Captain Bong Smoke from the top ropes with a massive Sorrow ultimate, and they get off the payload! No way! Oh my goodness, you cannot be losing in that fashion! No! Oh my god! What a way for the series to end! Holy moly. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Wow. Team Colgate doing a really, really good job. That was such a close fight to end the series with. Wow. What a match Team Colgate and Team Shaft have brought to us. I am truly amazed. They really put their hearts on the line right there. They did a really great job. Asher, anything you have to say about that?
I mean, if anything, I want to find the words to say exactly what had happened, but I'll save it for a little bit later. I need a breather after that as we move into our highlights and then a quick break. We'll be back shortly.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Hello and welcome back from a little 10-minute break between matches. We just came off of a banger with a 1-2 game between Shaft and Colgate. It was an absolute nail-biter, ending in a C9 from Shaft, letting Colgate take the series and move on to the round of 16. What a beautiful game. What a wonderful performance from everyone on that team. Ben 10 Inches, Hungry for Eggs, Girl 1. I mean, all of them were just doing absolutely remarkable things for Team Colgate there. Asher, I mean, we don't really see games like that too often. How'd you feel about that one?
If anything, I felt, a little soured after the fact because we witnessed a C9, or considering this as Marvel Rivals and after the invitational we had, people have started calling it a U4, which is pretty brutal in itself, but that beside, we saw tremendous plays, tremendous damage. Ben 10 Inches really putting difference in damage and DPS and taking that by a mile, if anything, but I believe we should have our next match coming up fairly soon, which I'm looking forward to again, and I'm hoping that goes to the same map 3 this time around.
Oh yeah, I've been loving the games to 3 because I feel like with the best of 3 format, we as the spectators really want to get the most out of each game as possible. As we move on to the next game between Monkey Arcade and Nick in Paris, with the Magic and Black Panther bands off the rip.
I think moving forward, Ruben, for your own personal safety, let's just call that Team Paris. That's totally fine.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm gonna save you a lot of time and trouble and hopefully not get called out in multiple twit longers following this. That's fine with us. So getting to round 1, we are starting off with Symbiotic Surface and Convergence, but in regards to our picks and bans, I imagine we are completely taking Backline Dive out of the equation with both the Black Panther and the Magic. So that team up gone in the water, as well as Bass Descent and even the Dark Child to worry on about a little later, but the Adam Warlock also gone, so I imagine not wanting to deal with the Karmic Revival that can be host massive value, I should say, especially going into our later team fights.
Yeah, it's not too often we see the Adam Warlock ban. Not completely unheard of as we saw it last game because of I Love My Cat's performance on the hero, but now we're seeing a Strange ban as well and a Protect on the Hawkeye, which means, listen, if we are playing a game with Hawkeye and Hela, with neither of them being banned, I feel like it is fairly expected to see a mirror of at least one of the 2 heroes, because both of them are just so powerful, so strong, so effective at picking off the enemy team from such a great distance that it's hard to not pick those heroes. But it seems like Paris is opting for the Psylocke instead of the Hawkeye, which also a very, very good hero, so I cannot fault them for making that decision. But Monkey Arcade seeming to rock the Hela and the Iron Man. So actually, the Hawkeye Protect came out, and no one's picking Hawkeye off the rip, which is very interesting.
Wanting to save it for later. I know it can really be vital in the picks off of that one. That's totally fine. But instead, going for kind of a mirror match composition like you did mention, with very few exceptions after the fact. Alcatraz on the Psylocke might want to be opting in for the backline, especially with the stealth capabilities off the E, and then Dan to the Butterfly that at certain points can really pinpoint the pressure and amp things up a little later for Paris.
Yeah, Alcatraz is going to have to be a little careful of Monkey Arcade's Luna Snow player because, getting frozen while you're trying to explore their backline as Psylocke is always a prominent threat at the forefront of your mind, because that could be a game-losing knockout for yourself there. And, we see Laissez Bleu in the skybox's Iron Man, not really giving Paris any LOS to be able to shoot him down with. And Shuvi just goes in and cuts off Owen from their team very successfully. Paris having a great push here, getting a lot of the picks that they need, and just having a very decisive first point win here.
Of course, Shuvi able to get another elim, but he falls right in the front line of everything, with the damage off the clap as well against Rude. But the shielding going in for the Hulk dive, making short work of everyone's strategists for just a brief few moments. But that shielding off the cloak and dagger going to save them the time and trouble of having to face up against Hulk here.
Yeah, they are pushing up so effectively, absolutely Hulk smashing Owen, not giving him any space, forcing Monkey Arcade to really be on the back foot this entire time here. But that does get fixed by Monkey Arcade's Hela player immediately picking off Delusion, which is honestly really high value. Really gets Monkey Arcade's momentum back as they start picking off everybody. And Laissez Bleu on the Hawkeye just doing some absolute work as Paris is forced to regroup here.
But a double elimination coming in from Laissez Bleu, opting out from the Iron Man and onto the Hawkeye. So those hypersonic arrows might play into the value that we have been looking for and what we've been using a lot going into tonight. That's totally cool. As well, going in over Owen with the damage off the Magneto. The front line, able to get in with a pick trade onto King here. No more Luna Snow, but that might be, almost was, a fully raged out Hulk. My eyes were deceiving me yet again, and momentarily exiled is Owen just kind of playing into the front line just a little longer than I would like. But speaking about backline, and considering Hawkeye has very little in regards to evasive tools, now has to watch out for the Meteor M, but still falls to Alcatraz, who goes in with the Dance of the Butterfly. And where there's one Meteor, there is another, completely and totally nullified, however, by fate of both worlds.
And while Owen's ultimate did not find any knockouts, there was a lot of value found in forcing out the Hela ultimate and the Luna Snow ultimate at the same time. That is a really strong 2-for-1 trade, as Monkey Arcade's Hela pops their ultimate and just starts absolutely knocking out and sweeping the floor with Paris.
Man, that's QR code. Able to get in one more hit against Shuvi, so no more Magneto to have to really contend with Baby Bruce in the backline. And I'm actually surprised that they didn't get taken out. Or hold on, eyes might have been deceiving me yet again, as Eat Balls almost goes down and out, but still able to build up on the charge, at least just momentarily, to get back in shape and back to form right now, as it seems that Monkey Arcade, one more long distance elimination, however, coming in from the Hela.
Shuvi not given any freedom to walk up, as he just walks into multiple Hela headshots. Just, wow, that is absolutely tragic to watch. I think every Vanguard player can relate to that moment where you just peek out for the slightest, teensiest moment, and then you just immediately evaporate to the enemy team's Hela and Hawkeye with real no chance to survive for even a moment against that.
And Owen finding one more pick against Shuvi here. Magneto and Magneto violence, and absolutely just trapping Luna Snow in the corner, at least for a brief few moments before, thankfully, Dagger able to come in clutch. But the Meteor M to fall down from the sky, not as effective as I would have liked to have seen, but effective indeed. It's the Hawkeye finding 1, 2, 3 elims. Alcatraz being the last to fall here with the assist against Eat Balls, now on the group.
Yeah, I mean, Paris is really hurting after being forced to face against this Hawkeye pick, because Laissez Bleu is doing a really wonderful job keeping everyone in check, just sitting in main and shooting his bow down at everybody in his sight. They are not allowed to survive a second longer than he can see them for. And it's just a really tough push for Paris after such a decisive first point capture. They're only left with a minute 30 to capture the second point here, and they're not really able to do too much, but they do force QR code to go back to spawn, as they are just caught a little off guard by their Groot. And Shuvi here with a really valuable pick on the Luna Snow with that Magneto ultimate. And now finally, Paris is able to push up a little bit, but they did have to use quite a few ultimate. They used both support ults at the same time, which is never ever a good thing. That always spells disaster for the next fight. But hopefully they can recuperate, and Delusion can get a lot of value with this Hela ult here, maybe in combination with Eat Balls' Groot ult too, as Delusion picks off QR code and they just start stag. Oh, and the late Luna Snow ult from Monkey Arcade. This is rather unfortunate to see.
He's got to crank up the tunes of fate of both worlds here, but Shuvi leading the front line in regards to the charge, the same as the group, forcing the walls and forcing these fights. The Cloak and Dagger for the sustain and damage tacked on top of that. Alcatraz, unfortunately, not able to make it out of there, caught as a straggler, and that's another elimination on the board. But hell gets unleashed, and these Gamma Shields go down just too little too soon. Delusion finding at least 2 on the board.
Delusion getting so many knockouts with that Hela ultimate. It really hurts to not have that Mantis and Luna. I mean, it hurts to not have the Cloak and the Luna ult for that, because I mean, there's just really not much you can do, especially when you don't have the shield of a Doctor Strange to float up in the skybox to deal with it. And Monkey Arcade gets the opening pick on Alcatraz. That is really important. Really big for Paris as they capture the second point with a minute 30 left on the time bank, with just an overtime push for that second point capture.
Meatballs at the front with the Sport Bomb, Groot ulti in conjunction, but everyone getting a bit of a health boost to be able to survive it, even if momentarily. With Delusion and Shuvi leading the charge yet again. That's a hella gone. Another elimination on the board. If you are Paris, moving even further forward, might be wanting maybe visualize where to place the Meteor M here, but it's the Magneto versus the Magneto off in the front. Almost able to get out of the wall here. Very trapped for at least a brief few seconds here. And like I was saying about the Groot redirect and being able to block anything and everything possible, finds one, but he falls, still goes down. That shield couldn't have come at a better time to counteract against the Meteor M. A very ticked off, a pissed off Hulk with QR code running 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god!
Against Alcatraz to end things with the LT.
That is some of the best Hulk smashing I have seen in this tournament thus far. Getting 5 final blows, 5 knockouts onto Paris. That was truly beautiful work. QR Code has been doing a really wonderful job this match, just keeping everyone in check, playing really aggressive, getting the full value out of their kit, and just doing a really good job holding Paris back as they are left helpless to his mighty fists.
Now, the hella back up front with the Night Sword Thorns and still able to put the pressure on at least one here, but still finishing out 0-2 with about 4 minutes left in the time bank. And moving on to the other side with a swap around.
Paris incapable of touching the point, unfortunately. Now, Monkey Arcade, all they have to do is capture the first point and the second one, and then push it a little bit further than that, and then they have the map for themselves right here. I mean, that was a good push from Paris. I mean, I was expecting a little bit more of a dominant showing after how quickly and decisively they captured the first point there, but it seems like it did not carry on over to the other points as much. But that is not to say that that wasn't an impressive push, because they really did push it really, really far. And Monkey Arcade does have quite the task put onto their shoulders, as they have to match Paris's push right here on the attack.
Now it seems that Paris changing a little bit in the team up in composition at that, with Abza and Alcatraz focusing more on the Rocket Raccoon Punisher team up, so I imagine wanting to shred through any semblance of defense off the infinite ammunition, as following the final judgment, or final punishment, I should say, from Punisher, and even the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to play more into the team composition and the damage buffs from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, Paris is going to be running this Rocket Raccoon Punisher team up, which is really, really powerful, especially on defense here, as Monkey Arcade pushes up with roughly the same team comp, a very mostly standard team comp. Besides QR Code on the Captain America, we really don't see the Captain America pick that often, but I'm excited to see what QR Code is able to do if his Captain America looks anything like his Hulk gameplay. Also, I will note that QR Code does have the extra jump boost from Rocket Raccoon's little beacon, so he's going to be able to get some serious airtime here as he runs straight into the high ground for the enemy team, doing whatever he wants as he's chilling on HP.
Hopefully these Avengers can assemble, but I imagine see Blue having to wait a little longer on that one, as Delusion was still able to snuff them out with the Night Sword Thorn leading into it. And a nasty blade at that one, even from long distance. Magneto shield up in full force right now, as Shuvi able to find their way with positioning Eat Balls with the walls as well. Able to hit with the Thorn Wood on top of that against Owen. Delusion not so delusional with the elimination here.
QR Code just running around inside the enemy backline and surviving for a surprising amount of time, if I do say so myself, with Monkey Arcade swapping over to the Star-Lord here from the Hawkeye, possibly to just be able to flank a little bit more effectively, because that Punisher is just sitting on that high ground, free to do as he pleases, with not much to contest him thus far, as QR Code gets ready on the flank once again, running in there as North America's tank.
Speaking of tankiness, back onto Shuvi running the Vanguard down with Magneto. But speaking of running things down, it's going to be QR Code wanting all the smoke as much as possible. Same as Owen. but that does sound like a galactic legend. Hella right in front gets slammed equally by Shuvi. And with ulti differential, we have Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, Fate of Both Worlds, and now trying to fly over as best as possible on the Crow. Get more Hella action off the Meteor, and finding them out of the corner of Fate of Both Worlds wasn't enough for King to survive. The same can be said for Ebza, as Leslie Blue still snuffs him out off an Elim, and now everything and everyone getting caught in a massive team fight. Monkey Arcade, though, taking advantage of it.
Wow, that was a really nice cleanup from Monkey Arcade's Luna Snow, just clapping everyone to death is Luna Snow. Really good work from them as they come into this next fight with a Hella ultimate, and Paris has basically nothing going into this next fight, so it looks like it's going to be a fairly neutral game that we'll be playing for this next fight here, as, they're just setting up, regrouping, waiting for the fight to start, just poking at each other from a distance, really. Not much happening thus far as they just build their ultimates.
And playing fighting games myself, one thing that scares me more than anything is the neutral game, because things just get a little too quiet and, if anything, too menacing. You have to figure out what combo is going to follow up next. In this situation, what ulti is going to follow up after, or what dive, as Eatball is playing into the dive as well off the Hulk, which I was surprised this character wasn't banned in the first place with the last devastating and monstrous play we did see from them the last time around, and seemingly forcing Monkey Arcade way off the convoy. Right now, Paris taking full advantage, building up on the ulti charge. And the Hella on the side of Monkey Arcade would exactly have the Hella ulti up and ready if need be. And as I say that, it is going to be Delusion able to hit that first, but gets taken down just as quickly. Delusion still up, actually, excuse me. The opposing Hella by Alcatraz, having swapped out over to the shotgun, and now having to contend with the Galactic Legend up in the sky. Getting stunned, though, unless you Blue might not be able to make it out of this if they're not careful enough. Fate of Both Worlds active, and that's going to be Alcatraz having to chase another day. Okay, there we go. Froze for 2 seconds there. Got a little scared.
And one thing that really happened in that fight that didn't show up in the kill feed is Delusion is doing an amazing job keeping Lesser Blue in check and watching those flanks. And now, as speaking of flanks, we have Monkey Arcade's Hella just getting on the flank, getting a lot of value, getting the picks that they need, and now they're going to be able to make a lot of cart distance as they clean up this fight, and Paris is forced to regroup and likely go for a really close contest here at the very end of the second point.
Alright, really having to think about this next team fight up and coming. Paris wouldn't exactly have anything in the tank except for Eat Balls with the Hulk ulti, and then Monkey Arcade might be able to counter back with the Mantis sustain, even the Fate of Both Worlds following after the fact. But speaking of the Hulk, hulking out already, back on the point, Gamma Clap, and then focusing forward off the punches, still trying to burst down to America on top of this one. Where there's one dive, there's one elimination, and at least trying to assemble with the Liberty Rush might be enough to hopefully at least sustain for a little bit longer. QR Code is still able to eliminate Alcatraz here off in the feed. Let's see Blue following up with another off the ulti. Galactic Legend QR Code finding a second. Let's see Blue following up with a third to make that a triple for QR against Ebza.
Now, I did say the Captain America pick is a little bit unconventional, but QR Code is proving why he is able to pull it off. Getting so much value, playing him almost like a flanker, just living in their backline, knowing that they can't really do anything about him, because as soon as he gets low, he can just run away, because, I mean, Captain America's got some legs on him. There is no stopping this man when he is deep. He is absolutely messing up their front line and their back line. Wherever he goes, there is fear to be had for Paris. I mean, he's just on the high ground doing so much work, forcing the Luna Snow ultimate with his mere presence. I mean, this is a spectacular performance from QR Code, I have to say. Wow.
Man, and a strangely angled Hella ulti, only able to find a little bit off a chip damage, and now having to really push things a little further forward here, especially off the back of Captain America. QR Code leading the charge, and Meteor, I hope somebody's ready for a face full of metal, and unfortunately, that the unfortunate recipient is going to be the Hella. Shuvi finding one, the burst through, the Galactic Legend popping yet again, and hopefully Felicity Blue might look a little more legendary than need be. Alcatraz, Ebza, and King, as well as Delusion. explosion, all falling down as fast with Shubi being the last here.
Lesser Blue with the huge clutch with the really valuable Star-Lord ultimate, getting so many KOs at the very end. Even though his team was down 1 at one point, he made sure it didn't matter and he brought it back, clutched up a very well-deserved MVP after such a spectacular showing. And I mean, with Lesser Blue and QR Code on your team, how can you really lose when both of them are just putting out so much work the entire game? Just Paris is forced to look at QR Code so often that it's leaving the flankers free to do as they please, as they have to worry about QR Code just running around as Captain America, doing whatever he wants. It's really great stuff. I'm loving the Captain America gameplay.
Yeah, the one thing that I was not expecting at all going into this was Captain America, as usually in low elo, even high elo, there is some questionability about it. It can work sometimes here and there, but from my personal perspective, my Captain America teammates are not the best. But hey, that is a story for a different time, putting my bias aside. Good showing from this team here leading into this.
Yeah, QR Code just proving that he is different and is able to do his entire job, every single bit of it. He is making sure to accomplish that on Captain America. And now that we had the first map going in favor of Monkey Arcade, we will be going into a short little 5-minute break before we go into the next map here. So we will see you in just a second here.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your
And welcome back. We are bringing you a 1-0 game with Monkey Arcade just winning the last map over Paris. And it is I, Ruben Sargasm, brought to you with Elvin, my casting buddy. Elvin, are we looking forward to seeing this match here? It's looking pretty good so far, with Monkey Arcade looking quite favorable in this matchup here.
Yeah, I did see Monkey go at it at the very last second. The Star-Lord getting a couple of picks there to secure the victory was amazing to see. But the highlights, I believe it was the Hulk going absolutely insane, right? Nothing to...
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like Hulk is very strong right now, especially getting that seasonal buff. So getting that extra HP definitely playing a part there.
Yeah, QR code was really tearing it up on the Hulk, on the Captain America. It seems like you can put this guy on any Vanguard and he will be able to do work no matter what. And it was really impressive stuff because normally you don't see the Vanguard player lighting up the kill feed just as much as QR code was. It was really, he was putting on quite the show for us. And I mean, I feel like this is looking pretty favorable for Monkey Arcade here. And we'll have to see how Paris matches up in this next map here as we go into the picks and bans phase. And I'm looking forward to see how Paris is going to adapt, because, I mean, there was a very dominant Star-Lord performance, a very dominant Captain America performance, but I doubt they would ban Captain America. I mean, we haven't seen that before. And, I mean, the Hulk Iron Man matchup is always a threat, because Monkey Arcade at some point did decide to run that on the defense, but then they opted out for the Hawkeye and the Star-Lord, and Lesser Blue is just doing a really wonderful job flexing to all these different duelist picks. He seems to really know what the team needs at any point, and he's doing a really wonderful job at it thus far. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited for this next map here. It's gonna go pretty interestingly. And
yeah,
Elvin,
exactly.
I'm excited to get you caught up on this series as well. I mean, this is not one that you want to miss.
I mean, I'm surprised you mentioned Captain America. That's definitely a character we don't get to see. Their kit is very interesting, right? They do have that shield to self-peel, which blocks pretty much almost every damage, but it's only around 400 HP. So it's not as tanky as a Magneto shield or as a Strange shield. But they do have that mobility, being able to run into the backline and quite literally just melee you down and just brawl you out. It's kind of just, you have to pay attention to that Captain America, or you will lose a couple of picks. You will get taken out, which is very interesting. But if you're going to go Captain America, you do need some characters that can just die with them, or else they're just kind of going to get picked out in the backline. So if they do decide to pick that Captain America, I'm expecting to see maybe like a Hulk, maybe like a Black Panther, a Magic, a Star-Lord, something that could just follow up with them.
And something about QR code on that Captain America is, I noticed while he was attacking their backline that he was doing this special tech on Captain America that you can do, where you can attack faster by spamming the sprint button in between attacks. So this is a very seasoned Captain America player that knows exactly what he's doing, and this is definitely a contender for the top 16 right here. Monkey Arcade, they are doing very well. I mean, how could you not, with QR code being such a master on Captain America? Because again, this is a very unconventional pick. We do not see a lot of Captain America, let alone without the Thor team up. I mean, he is doing some serious work here. And now we enter the picks and bans phase, and we are immediately met with a Hawkeye ban, which is very understandable. I mean, who really wants to play against Hawkeye and get one shot all the time? And a Magic ban, interestingly enough, even though we didn't really see I don't think any Magic in the last map, with the Hela Protect as well, because, I mean, Monkey Arcade is just very confident in their Hela player to be able to do better than Paris is, which, honestly, I understand. I respect the confidence, as Paris puts on the Strange Protect to hopefully be able to negate some of the Hela's value, because, I mean, if left unchecked, she can kind of just do whatever she wants and become the server admin, which is not what we want happening.
Exactly. Yesterday, we saw a lot of Hellas and basically almost carrying every single match. The winning team usually had a Hela. So it's very interesting to see that we're going to get to see that again, even in the top 64 now. Again, some of these teams definitely are showing signs that they're here to stay and get to the championship. And Adam Warlock ban coming in from Team Paris. Again, something you don't really see, right? Adam is very strong, but it's doesn't provide as much heals as a Luna or maybe a Mantis damage buff with the ult, right? So it's very interesting to see that. Maybe they're kind of worried about the Adam Warlock with the Star-Lord combo, getting those reses up, right? So they're trying to just avoid that. And then a very common ban here coming in from Team Monkey, banning the Hulk, right? It's going to prevent that power up between the Iron Man and the Strange, right? Because the Strange did get saved there. So we're going to see something interesting. QR code actually going on the Venom. So I do believe you said they went on the Captain America previously, last map. So it's no surprise here that they're going for the Venom because it's something else that can just dive the backline.
Yeah, I mean, it is surprising to see QR code on a third Vanguard hero in such a short time. It really seems like they're confident playing anything here. And we also get a really wonderful treat of watching some Spider-Man gameplay from Monkey Arcade, which, again, not super common, a really high skill ceiling, difficult hero to master. But, I mean, hey, if you're picking Spider-Man in a tournament, I am going to assume you know exactly what you're doing, and he is ready to absolutely mess up some of Paris's strategists as they roll out on a very standard Luna Snow Mantis backline composition.
And I do love the strategy that Monkey is bringing in. They're destroying the little bridge right here. This is actually going to make it very hard for Paris to push up, because if they're going to be pushing in main, it's just going to be such a narrow composition that they're going to go with. But it doesn't matter when you have a portal, and Shubi using that in full effect with the infinite ammo. Are they going to be able to get a pick, though? Venom has to be very careful here not to get first pick. They are very tanky, have a lot of mobility, so I do expect them to potentially just get out whenever they feel very unsafe. But they did lose that high ground, which is very interesting. Usually, if you're going to portal to the high ground, you're going to stand your ground there. But the fact that Monkey, which is able to drive them down, is showing a lot of confidence for that. For the Luna, maybe a little bit out of position there. They need to get that pick, and they will, but it's not. It's going to be on the Luna and on QR code as well. We got LaShaw Blanche is going insane on this Hela.
Lissa Blue really getting as much value as he could have, dropping down from the top ropes, landing on top of their heads, getting the 2 picks. And Harris seems to, once again, very reminiscent to last match, capping first point with quite a decisive victory here. But, I mean, it's not impossible for Monkey Arcade to get a recontest, but they're going to opt out of doing so because they feel much more... Oh, wait. Never mind. They decide to contest this with just 0.67 left on the objective. And are they going to be able to hold this? That would be an absolutely crazy attempt to hold this successfully if they pull it off. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they will, but I respect the bravery for even attempting that. I mean, I could never imagine trying to recontest that. That was a really close call. As Paris just sort of cleans up Monkey Arcade here, gets ready for the next fight. They at least force out Luna Snow Ultimate, which is a lot of value, which will lead the Spider-Man to be able to have a little bit more freedom upon this engagement. And they also, yeah, Monkey Arcade, while they did recontest, their goal with that recontest was to force out some ultimates, and that they did successfully as they come into this fight with nearly 6 ultimates, and they are ready to mess Paris up.
Definitely, they do have to keep in mind that Alcatraz has that ultimate as well, and it looks like it has been used. Give it a couple of seconds, and hopefully we can see Spider-Man going insane. But here comes the Hela first, trying to get a pick. Are they going to get it? Not enough, but yes, it is. It's going to be on Alcatraz. It's exactly who you want to pick off. And Shubi also gets traded out, gets rest, though, as well. Alcatraz gets rest. Their QR code playing right in their faces. Has their ultimate, so not afraid of anything. And that was very interesting that you mentioned, because Monkey did, they kind of just did bait a lot of ultimates for this next fight. And it was a very questionable contest because they kind of just gave up a lot of space. But in reality, I mean, they're only 55.21 meters into this first round, and they're going to be using an Eye of Agamotto, and that's going to be a successful pick on the Luna. So that's going to be another support being taken down immediately.
Yeah, and we were unfortunately denied of Skullark going again and again and again, landing kind of short as Crashshine put down the really great regeneration domain, completely negating his ultimate, making sure that he does not get any picks and does not get to go again. Lucia Blue with the nasty shots onto Paris. Oh my goodness, this guy is absolutely on fire today, I gotta say. And Paris is kind of forced to just stand in their spawn for a really long time. They haven't really been able to push up ever since they capped the first point, but they do have nearly 3 minutes to be able to make this work, so I wouldn't be overly concerned if I were them.
Yeah, they desperately need to get the first pick here, and Shuvi is going to do just that. Picking off the Spider-Man, and then right after also blocking the Hela ultimate. That's exactly what you want to see from Strange. Has the Eye of Agamotto. He needs to go in here. This might be a perfect play. If they could break the shield off the Strange, they could do something, but Alcatraz going absolutely insane. Playing very, very aggressive here with the Mantis. Can they get another pick, though? They got to regroup with their team, making sure everyone is healthy here.
I absolutely adore when Mantis players go for such a risky, high-risk, high-reward flank like that. I mean, just acknowledging that Le Bleu is such a problem that you need to KO him as soon as possible in order to have any chance at possibly pushing it forward. And actually successfully picking him off in the middle of his team is absolutely nuts as their Spider-Man goes and gets revenge for Le Bleu. You do not get to disrespect his DPS compatriot like that and get away with it.
Yeah, and I love the way Monkey is playing. They're actually contesting that top right building, and that's exactly what you want to do because you're kind of just holding off that choke point, not giving Paris any space to work with here, and that's giving Spider-Man a lot of contest here, a lot of control, where they can just go into the back end and get a potential pick, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. A lot of ultimates being used as the... Oh, wait, hold on. The infinite ammo might actually do something here, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Skulllark being able to get a pick on Owen. That might be a good start here, but they got to be careful because they got to hit these shots. They still haven't been able to break this chokehold, though, and they got to do it right now since they got a pick. Eat Ball switching up to the Thor as well. This might be the change that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, now they're finally starting to see some signs of progress after their flash of brilliance with the capture on the first point here, but they might be negated by Eat Balls immediately getting picked off by Le Bleu. I'm just landing those headshots consistently, not leaving Paris any room to breathe. But Skulllark has an opportunity to start going again as finally Paris makes some headway on the second point here and starts pushing it forward. Going into this next fight with 16 seconds left. Not too many ults across the board. We're going to have to see how this fight goes because, I mean, it really is anybody's game after Paris was getting held for so long at this one choke point the entire game, basically in their spawn room.
Yeah, but this is basically overtime already. This is most likely the final fight unless Paris can bring it back. And Eatballs is trying to do just that, being able to pick off the Spider-Man, but getting traded off right away. I'm not sure if I'm very happy with that trade since Spider-Man can just get back into the fight. But here comes Les Bleu. I can't really pronounce that name, but they were able to get one on Alcatraz. And that is support player down, a strategist down already. That is exactly what you want to see if you're rooting for Team Monkey. And here comes Eye of Agamotto, being able to get one, being able to get two, possibly. And yes, that's going to be it. Monkey being able to pull it back. Although they lost the first round very convincingly, they just hold those choke points to perfection. And they were able to secure only one round, 101 meters. That's nothing at all. They can definitely take this home.
Owen with a substantially larger Eye of Agamotto after making sure to block Shuvi's for maximum impact, getting so many people stunned, securing the team fight win for his team, leaving Paris in kind of an uncomfortable spot. I mean, if they lose the first point here, and if they do not pull off a similar hold to Monkey Arcade on that first choke point there on the second point, I mean, it's looking a little rough for them. I'm not going to lie. This is going to be a really dicey hold because it's just not easy to pull off what Monkey Arcade just did at that first choke. You're going to really have to fight your hearts out here.
I do think Paris needs to change the composition. So Alcatraz switching off the Mantis and going on the Neymar might be the change that they needed. Those squids are going to be perfect against a potential Spider-Man, although they don't know that we know. Instead of a Spider-Man, we're going to have a Black Panther, but it's going to provide the same value where they're going to be going into the backline trying to get those squishy picks, right? So Alcatraz picking that Neymar might be huge, and that might be one of the reasons why they might potentially make a comeback here.
Yeah, I mean, Paris is going to have to really put in some work here in order to make that comeback, like you said. And I like how they're going out the other door just to check for any flanks, any silly portal shenaniganery going on. And yeah, Alcatraz, now that he's on that Namor, I want to see what kind of work he's able to pull off, because, I mean, one thing to note about Paris is that they are not running the Hela, which I feel like whenever Hela is an available option, what usually ends up happening is both teams run the Hela because she's just so powerful. It sometimes feels a little silly not to run the Hela mirror, but they must be confident enough in their strategy to be able to pull this off, as Paris gets an immediate pickoff onto Le Bleu, the Hela player who is not being mirrored. So, I mean, speak of the devil, they have done exactly what I just said would be difficult for them to pull off. Good for Paris.
Yeah, but Paris actually gets a couple of picks here, but they got to be careful because they just lost Scholark. That's a very important player to lose, and Eva's going insane with the Groot, switching off the Thor as well. This might provide a lot of attention, a lot of potential for the team with the walls, and they need to get this pick, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Alcatraz, although they're not playing the Hela, I do believe Neymar kind of does the same thing. It's one of those hit scan, well, not necessarily hit scan, but it almost feels like a hit scan, right? They do a lot of high damage to the head, and they're should be getting the same amount of value that Hela does, although the ultimate is a little bit harder to hit. But when you have it root, that might be the combo that they need, and they are going to win the first fight. So not only 2 minutes and 30 seconds for this hold.
Yeah, and I mean, the greatest utility that Namor provides is he is arguably the best hero in the game to play against flanker heroes, which Monkey Arcade is running with the Black Panther, which is going to make it really difficult to deal with those octopus. But Le Bleu understands that, and in order to make his Black Panther's life a little bit easier, gets the really crucial pickoff on Alcatraz, but immediately gets traded out by Eat Balls as they go on with the rest of the fight, and Scholark starts going again. Beautiful work from Team Paris as they successfully hold them off for a bit longer, and Luna is getting staggered. Oh, wow, they are actually staggering the Luna. That is toxic. I love to see
Yeah,
it.
you can definitely say it's toxic, but I want to say it is a very smart play. You want Team Monkey to not be able to group up. The longer you stagger them, the longer you're going to be able to hold this. So it was very smart. Whoever the IGL is understands the game at a deeper level, but it not mattered. I'm stumbling in my words because I am speechless, because I am seeing a Hela O into a Luna. So they're not going to provide too much value here, but maybe after the ultimate they can do something, as they do have their own Luna O as well, and the Mantis also ulting. So here is where the aggression is going to be coming. Eba's going in for the high ground, trying to get another pig, and they are, but it's going to be on the Luna instead. Chubby getting a piece of that as well. All of a sudden, both support characters for Monkey are down, and this should be another successful hold for Team Paris.
That was a really good hold by Team Paris, but the only unfortunate thing is that they used both of their support ultimates, and Monkey Arcade lost that fight with grace. They still have 3 of their ultimates going into next fight, including an Assemble and a Luna ultimate. So they are looking pretty well set up for this last fight here with 30 seconds left on the clock. Paris kind of used a lot of what they had in their arsenal for that. And as they engage into this next fight with their ultimates, knowing that with the Captain America, there's not much they can do about everybody getting that bonus over health, as they very decisively win this fight with only 2 ults being used, which is really good for Monkey Arcade as they go into this next point here with a Luna Snow ultimate in their back pocket.
Yeah, but they got to be very careful because they only cap that with overtime, meaning Team Paris is looking very strong here. They might potentially actually hold this. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Not that much time. They also got to be careful because Team Paris also has 8 balls with that Groot ult. They have Chubby with the Groot ult as well. And look at those support ults. They're coming up very soon. And Monkey, they might be able to contest this as well, but they got to be very careful when Alcatraz is going to be able to shut down that Hela.
I mean, with that pick on the Hela, this is the start of what could be a Monkey Arcade-esque second point, first choke hold that they really, really need with this 2-minute time bank that with that Monkey Arcade has. And it's really fortunate that Crushine almost has their Mantis ultimate, because they're going to need these both support ults for everything that Paris has in their back pocket for this fight. As Scholark gets picked off, and Shuvi just absolutely starts decimating them with the Eye of Agamotto, using both the Eye of Agamotto and Namor ultimate for that fight win, which honestly is pretty good value, but Monkey Arcade was smart in not using anything for that fight. Again, they're very good about their discipline and losing fights with grace and making sure that they don't use too many ults in a last fight, which is really great from them, as we see Monkey Arcade's Spider-Man engaging into a Luna and a Mantis ult being popped at the same time, which, listen, if Monkey Arcade loses this fight, that's perfectly okay, because they managed to force out both of Paris' support ults, which is really, really good for them, as Le Blue and Skullark 1v1. Skullark coming out on top here.
You're 100% right. Monkey might have the potential to bring this back because they still have their Luna ult, but maybe QR Code has something to say here. They're trying to get a pick. It wasn't enough, but Owen, a beautiful pick on Alcatraz, also Crash Shine, being able to kill E-Boss as well. All of a sudden, Monkey has the advantage here. They had to use the Luna ult though in return, but here comes this amazing Spider-Man. They might be able to get another pick here, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. All of a sudden, Paris is in the back pedal here. They have one more fight here. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. It's anyone's game, but Paris needs to group up. They need to get this ultimates because right now they have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they have absolutely nothing, and Krishine is getting pretty close to that Mantis ult. They're going to have to do everything in their power to build that as fast as possible, and they do go for the last second swap onto the Iron Man from the Winter Soldier, as he just hopes to poke them out from across the map and maybe get some picks that way. But fortunately, oh my goodness, the Monkey Arcade Spider-Man is absolutely tearing it up in the backline, but this still is anyone's fight as both teams trade blows really effectively. Alcatraz getting a ton of value on the Namor. This is genuinely anyone's fight, as it's just QR Code left on the point to 1v1 the Groot. Oh my god, and he's able to win this, possibly, potentially. He just needs to live long enough for some of his teammates to come back to contest. Unfortunately, they may not be able to, but QR Code really did do his best to stay on that point for as long as possible, as now Monkey Arcade is left to stagger onto the point and try to maybe last second build up some ultimates to try to contest for as long as possible. But QR Code really did do his job as best as he could there. And they have the port, and Paris has the portal coming back so that they can contest a little bit faster. And that is Paris with map 2 in their pocket, making it a tied series, 1-1. Beautiful work from both teams.
Paris absolutely holding it down. QR Code almost looked like he was going to clutch up for his team, but both of his strategies were dead, so he had no heals. He managed to get 2 picks on both Vanguards with only like 200 health left. But we have to mention Chubby. They did some amazing Eye of Agamottos that potentially won them the game, getting that MVP as well.
Yeah, I mean, really, really wonderful work from both teams. That was a really close match, and that was a very, very difficult hold for Paris, because, I mean, it is the payload got stopped in kind of an awkward position, but they were able to clutch up and keep it together and pull it off successfully, because they knew everything was riding on that last, not that last map, but if they did lose that map, it would be their last. So very good job to Paris for making this a tied series, 1-1, as we go into the next map. And oh my goodness, I am very excited to see what happens next, because that last second Iron Man swap was really clutch, and so was the portal back onto the point from Paris. Both teams doing a really good job making sure that that was a very close, fun match to spectate. And I also am very happy that we got to watch some Spider-Man, because that's kind of rare. So now we're going to be going to our 5-minute break very shortly. So we will see you in just a little bit for map 3 of the series between Monkey Arcade and Paris. See you in just a little bit.
느껴지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모른다. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래 승리 완명해. The weight of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명.
Welcome back, rivals. We just witnessed an amazing hold from Team Paris, being able to run away with the victory on Shin Shibuya against Monkey Arcades. Ruben, for a second, it looked like Team Monkey was outclassing their opponents, but what do you think happened that allowed Paris to come back?
I mean, Paris just pulled off a very successful second point hold. It was really impressive. It's not easy to pull off a hold like that in the middle of the second point, not anywhere close towards the end. Paris really clutched up and was just able to hold their ground, keep their composure. They knew that it was the very last map of the series for them if they were to lose, but thankfully they clutched up, they kept their composure. They had some clutch plays here with a really clutch strange portal from the spawn onto the point to successfully defend. I mean, it was a lot of very good Marvel Rivals gameplay that I saw from Team Paris, and I'm looking forward to this map 3 coming up between Monkey Arcade and Paris, because, I mean, they do seem like very evenly matched teams, if I do say so myself.
100%, definitely evenly matched. I can't even tell you who's going to win this one. In my opinion, both teams are definitely looking like both top 6 team contenders. But we're going to go straight into the pick and bans, as Monkey does not want to deal with those strange portals anymore, as it's actually going to get banned. I believe last game, it actually got saved. So Monkey doing a good job of banning it first, because they knew that maybe Paris was going to save that character again. Black Panther being banned as well on the side of Paris. No surprise here, Black Panther has been a consistent menace throughout this tournament. So taking that character out is definitely very, very smart. As a Luna as well, something very common that we get to see. Luna Ultimate provides a lot of value for the team. The insane heals as well. The potential of the damage as well. Once again, we're going to see an Adam Warlock being saved again, though.
Yeah, with the Adam Warlock save, I would not be surprised if Paris were to ban Mantis or Star-Lord, because it is a very painful, annoying team up to deal with on the enemy team. If you get a pick successfully on a Star-Lord or Mantis and they just end up reviving themselves, but maybe Paris will just be using that to their own advantage and be running a Star-Lord for themselves. See, exactly as I said, they did end up banning Star-Lord. They do not want to deal with that team up at all whatsoever. So we may be seeing a very classic Luna Snow and Mantis combo, or some mixture of Luna Snow, Mantis, and Adam Warlock, because, I mean, Adam is not one of the two most commonly believed to be best supports in the game, but Mantis with Adam is kind of a different story, because the ability to revive your teammate, who is then capable of reviving the rest of your team, is considered absolutely invaluable here as we go into the next map here.
Yeah, I believe Hela is also up in the board, but neither team deciding to play it. Instead, Monkey going in for the Psylocke, which is another character that has been insane. Oh, never mind. We are going to be seeing Hela. Prioritizing the Hela over Hawk is very interesting. I do think Hawk is a little bit harder to get that value right. I think Hela just provides a little bit more consistent damage with those headshots, with those body shots. But let's saw Blue going on that Moon Knight as well. And the Raccoon with the Adam Warlock. I was going to say, I'm glad they switched to the Luna, because with the Rocket Raccoon, it just doesn't provide as much heals that Luna can. If you're going to be running an Adam, you kind of just need that second strategist that can just do that burst healing. So definitely a very smart decision to switch to the Luna here, as we're going to be seeing Team Monkey going for the top left control. This might be the play that they needed for Moon Knight. They might be potentially getting a kill, but talking about kill, Scholark is going to be the one getting a headshot on the Hela.
And Scholark with the really, really important pick, as Paris seems to be doing a really good job of holding here. But I will say, from Monkey Arcade, I really do like this Moon Knight pick, because it is very common to see defending teams on this map have a very defensive setup that requires a bit of a bunker buster hero. And what better bunker buster hero is there than Moon Knight, just being able to get so much AoE damage, so many ricochets off amongst everybody in there. But they are probably noting that there is no Penny, who is very popular on defense on this map. So maybe the Moon Knight will be considered slightly less necessary, but I think they're still going to stick with it, because, I mean, they still have the Groot, and they still have everybody standing in a big group together. And Monkey Arcade is going to try again. Hopefully they will not get picked off across the map by the Hawkeye this time, because, I mean, who enjoys getting one shot across the map? I mean, it's just not really an optimal scenario for you if you're trying to make a push here. And as I say that, it happens
Yeah,
again.
Scarlet getting that important pick against the Hela again. This is looking exactly the same as the previous fight. If Paris just does a good job of holding their ground, they should be able to win yet another fight, and that's going to be at least 30 seconds wasted. E-Balls here trying his best to just maintain his ground with low walls, but Owen needs to be very careful here. Actually, no, they don't have to be careful. They should be playing aggressive. It's a Mantis caught up by themselves. EFSA, a little bit of a misposition there. Not with the team at all.
Yeah, QR code making so much space and drawing so much aggro by going into their backline and KOing those supports that Monkey Kate is able to very decisively win this fight here after they've dealt with some unfortunate knockouts by the hands of Hawkeye. So they're going to be going into the second point here with a solid 4-minute time bank. And they have just about 4 ultimates to match Paris's 5. So this could be going either way, as QR Code is extremely aggressive with his positioning, which I really love. But unfortunately, Hawkeye is Hawkeye and kind of explodes QR Code as he tries to engage on him with Thor. And I anticipate with Monkey Kate, they are not going to be using any ults for this fight. They are very disciplined in their ult usage, not using anything in fights that are already considered over. But thankfully, this fight is far from over, as they are able to successfully pick off the Hawkeye. And now that the main threat is gone, they are able to push up and do as they please without the risk of getting one shot from across the map.
I mean, I'm starting to understand why Monkey is saving this Adam Warlock crash shot, literally hitting every single shot. Those burst damage does so much, potentially doing even more than what a Mantis could do in terms of a strategist doing damage. So basically having 4 DPS into their comp with the potential of having that burst healing as well. So that Adam Warlock being used to perfection as they're getting a lot of space here. They got to be careful here though, because Scholar does have their ult. They've been on point with every shot, and just like that, the Hela unfortunately getting picked off yet again. That is around the 3rd or 4th time they get picked off first. That is not good news for Paris.
Unfortunately for Monkey Kate, I really did see the vision with the Hela. He wanted to use his Crow to get in and use his Hela ult, but unfortunately, he teleported right under a bridge, which made him incapable of using his ult successfully because the game stopped him from doing so. And with that pick onto Monkey Kate's Hela, Paris is able to win this fight and hold them for a bit longer. And there is certainly a sour taste left in Monkey Kate's Hela after that interaction. And now that they're all back, they are able to really clean up house here with a really nice Magneto ult and a Luna ult coming out after everyone has already been knocked out, which is quite interesting. But maybe they're just very confident in their ability to stagger onto the point and actually make a good hold here, which I consider quite brave, as Monkey Kate proceeds to capture the objective, and Paris has almost no ultimates going to the next fight besides Shuvi's Magneto ult, which is not a great position to be in with Monkey Kate's 3-minute time bank.
Definitely a misplay there from King. I mean, there was no way that Paris was going to bring that back. There was just not enough time. The stagger was too great. Maybe King was thinking that if they could just waste a couple of seconds time, maybe the 3rd point would be a little bit easier to hold, but having to use that Luna definitely wasn't worth it in my eyes. But it's not going to matter because we're going straight for the next fight. 3rd point already in here as QR Code once again playing this aggressive Vanguards, being able to get a pick on Scholar. That's exactly who you want to pick off, since they've been the one that's been getting the first blood throughout these fights. Not afraid of anything as they are protected by the bubble. Once again, getting another pick on EFSA. Another beautiful pick. Has the potential to pick up the Luna as well. They're going to do that, and they're not stopping. They might potentially kill Scholar there at the end there as well. But we're seeing Lhasa Blah hitting some amazing shots. Here comes the Hello as well, being able to eat up E-Balls. And then all of a sudden, we are seeing Monkey going absolutely insane with the Hello ults.
QR Code seriously pulling off some heroics here as Monkey Arcade successfully captures the objective with a solid close to 2-minute time bank here. And that map started looking really good for Paris on the first point there with Skull just consistently getting those picks from across the map. But they kind of started falling apart with middling ult usage, which in my opinion, the ult usage at the end of their second point really cost them the entirety of the 3rd point, caused them to lose all momentum and just get absolutely rolled. So they're going to have to really get it together and be a little bit wiser about the way that they're using their ultimates going into this next point here. They need to make a full capture on this map in order to bring it to a third and a fourth round to possibly make it to the round of 16, because Paris is not in the greatest position at the moment, but anything can happen, and we know they are capable of playing really well. They just gotta lock in.
Get ready.
They definitely have to lock in, because 2 minutes capture, that is a lot of time, especially at this high level gameplay. I want to say, and I give a big shout out to QR Code. In my opinion, they did almost everything that fight. They were able to pick off Sharlark on the Hawk. Right after that, being able to get to the backline and picking up both strategies. All of a sudden, Paris just had no heals, and he didn't stop there. He continued to push up, catching Skarlark again. After killing Skarlark, he catches him again at the spawn. That provided so much space where he quite literally controlled 3 players of Team Paris, and that allowed the Hela to also pop their O and get amazing more kills, which resulted in them getting that third capture. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how they play this out. There's not going to be any Strange portals here, because remember, Strange got banned for this map. So people are expected to just walk up, and it's going to be a little bit hard, especially going into that left building here. So Team Paris could potentially get a couple of picks here, because pushing that left building is going to be a little complicated. Especially, it's looking like Akashash is actually going to be going for the Iron Man. They have the Iron Man whole combo, so they are going to be getting that team up. Should provide a lot of value for them.
Yeah, they are running the all too famous Iron Man Hulk team up, and that is maybe going to serve them very well, maybe not, depending on how well Monkey Arcade's Hela is able to take care of him, because, I mean, it is always a bit risky to be running Iron Man into Hela, because she is just able to do so much damage from such a long range, as Skarlark sits here and pokes out Blue, successfully getting the KO, opening up Team Paris to a potential first point capture as QR Code gets exiled. And that is just a little bit rough for Monkey Arcade as they kind of start falling apart at the hands of Skarlark, doing a really, really good job picking off the enemy team here. Really good work from him.
I want to say it all comes down to the route. In the very first fight, in the beginning of the map, Paris was trying to push that right building, which can be a very kind of hard choke to push for. They decided to take a note from Monkey, and they actually went to the left building, getting that high control. That allowed Skarlark to get those sneaky picks, get that damage. That kind of just allowed Shovey to also just be in Monkey's faces, getting 2 kills there as well, doing exactly what Thor wants to do, providing a lot of damage, providing a lot of space, just kind of brawling out your backline. So all of a sudden, Paris is going 100% into this fight with a lot of ultimates. They still have Alcatraz, they have the Scholar, and they have the Luna O as well. And Ebal is trying to get a sneaky pick here. That's exactly what they're going to do. QR Code being taken down.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're seeing Monkey Arcade bust out that Spider-Man once again, which is always a treat to see. I love to see what kind of work he can do, especially with the Spider-Man Venom team up. And he is absolutely cleaning house by making sure to take out their biggest threat, which is Paris's Hawkeye player, Skarlark. I mean, he has really good target priority, making sure that his team is free to do a little bit more, and knocking out the maximum pulse out of the sky as King Slay busts it down on the dance floor, leaving no crumbs, trying to do his very best to keep his team alive.
100% doing an amazing job on that Spider-Man, getting 2 picks, especially on that Iron Man. Iron Man couldn't get any value, but you know who might get value is Shovey with the ultimate. Being able to get 2. One of the strategies and one of the DPS. And the fight has not ended because Crashan actually got a revival. He was able to revive 3 players there. Ebal's in a very scary position. Doesn't have that hook form. Stuck on Bruce there, but Crashan once again on the scoreboard, being able to get another one. This has Crashan's name written all over it.
Crashan really popping off and bringing value with the Adam Warlock pick. I mean, that was just absolutely a beautiful ultimate, as they are now looking very good and very well postured to win this fight. And I will say, Shuvi is doing a lot of work on this store. Both teams, both QR Code and Shuvi, have proven that they are very competent, very talented Thor players, and Thor is just getting a lot of value here. And I say that as Monkey Arcade's Spider-Man player just pulls him in and takes care of him, knowing that he is a threat that needs to be dealt with immediately as he just keeps diving everyone one after another, forcing out all of the cooldowns, making sure that they are always worrying about our hero of New York.
And throughout this fight, the time is clicking down. Only 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. Spider-Man might be looking for another sneaky pick, and that's exactly what they're going to get. They're going to get 2 off of that. Immediately get traded out, but it doesn't matter because Owen also gets another kill. Monkey doing an amazing job of winning this fight. They need to kill Alcatraz as fast as possible. They need to stagger them because this is going to provide a lot of value for them, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Crash on as well. I think Crashan used his O actually, being able to rest one person. I don't know if that was a lot of value from there, but potentially it's going to allow Monkey to just be in Paris's faces. But Paris, look at the ultimates here. They have 5 ults. They should be able to win this fight as long as they play together.
Yeah, Paris did a really good job conserving their ult economy so that they could try to win the next fight. But it may not work out in their favor as Monkey Cade also has 4 ults on their side. And Kingsley does have the Luna ult to counter whatever is needed as they get the opening pick on QR code. Really wishing that they would have the Adam Warlock res for right now as Skull Arc pops Hawkeye ultimate. And Paris pops basically everything for this fight, which is rather impressive. I mean, that is so many ults being used off the rip as Crashin revives themselves, and now Paris has nothing with not a lot of picks to show for all the ultimates that they just used.
Yeah, didn't get too much value off of it. Actually still losing the fight, although they used about 4 ultimates. They still had that Mantis, so very unfortunate to see a Mantis dying without using their ult. They had the ult the whole time, by the way, deciding to save it. I mean, at this point, they didn't really get that much value, and there's only 25 seconds left on the clock. Monkey's ultimate economy is also coming back. I'm very sad to see that because that could have potentially won them the fight. But it's okay. At the very least, they still have the Mantis ult to work with. But that's pretty much it. Monkey has QR code. They have the Moon Knight ult as well. They're about to get the revival with Crashine. They have a lot of work with here. And there's only 1 second left. It's going to be overtime now. This is anyone's fight still. Anyone can win this, although it is in Monkey's favor as they're trying their best to hold it down. King providing that burst healing, doing damage at the same time. Doing damage to the point where they actually kill Crashan. That was an important pick because Crashan could have potentially revived their whole team. So now they need to try their best to actually win this fight. EPSA actually using their ultimate as well, providing so much value for the team. And just like that, they're able to win it. But Monkey might potentially be able to hold this here.
Yeah, despite being at a significant ult disadvantage, they were able to win that fight rather successfully. But Monkey Cade is going to try to recontest this, not for much because they accidentally got off the point and Paris ended up capturing it anyways. But Paris does only have a minute and then some left on the clock. So Monkey Cade is just going to try to clean this up and hold this for 1 more minute. And Paris has quite the task on their hands here with them having to capture all the way to the end with just 1 minute left. I mean, this is going to be a big ask for them as Monkey Cade falls back, gives them a bit of space, knowing that they don't want to fight the fight right next to the enemy team's spawn room, and they're just going to have to hold 50 more seconds. This seems like a very manageable task as long as they play well, don't overheat, and just make sure to, you know, lock in so for the map victory to go and finish the series.
Oh, and doing an amazing job trying to shut down Alcatraz ult, but Alcatraz is still going to be able to get a pick, getting shut down immediately by the Spider-Man. And I do want to say, Monkey right now, they're in a very good position. I mean, even if they were to lose this point, they have 2 minutes on the clock. Versus Paris, they're going to be stuck on overtime. So even for the next round, they're still going to be looking really good. And EPOS are actually going to be able to get that pick. QR code needs to run for their life. They need to regroup here because obviously, even though they're in a really good position, they still don't want to go for that overtime for that 4th round. But EPOS, they don't care. They are in your face. They're providing a lot of value with the walls, trying to get a pick on QR code, but that shield is going to come into play. And Skulark being able to get into the back line, being able to kill the Luna, might potentially hit a nasty ult. They get the next strategist. All of a sudden, Monkey doesn't have any heals.
And Monkey Arcade Spider-Man going in for a really big ult, getting really huge damage in, but it might not be enough as Eat Balls is eating up Monkey Arcade for dinner. And ooh, Monkey Arcade's Luna Snow is ulting on point, making sure to stall for as long as humanly possible. I'm not sure if Monkey Arcade is going to be able to successfully pull off this hold with only 2 meters left and no ultimates, but they're going to do their very best with Luce Blue picking off Alcatraz, which is a really big, monumental pick, as he's going to try to assert a stark difference here between the Iron Man players, hopefully. But oh, Crashin getting a really big res on Luna, and Shuvi doing everything in his power, knowing that if they lose this fight, Paris will be out of the tournament for good. Eat Balls doing everything in his power to wipe out Monkey Arcade to an amazing success. And we go on to rounds 3 and 4. Paris pulling off a really good attack there, but unfortunately, they do only have a minute here to attack, while Monkey Arcade has basically tripled the time bank, so the pressure is really on for Paris.
Yeah, but that was an amazing push. The Luna ult almost saved the round for Team Monkey. It provided just enough space for almost everyone to come back. And the Iron Man getting a pick as well was amazing, but unfortunately for them, Paris came in very strong. The group pick did amazing, able to provide just space for themselves with the walls so they can get heals and just be that frontline presence that Paris desperately needed. They are going to switch off the Hulk yet again, though, for this first push, and they have a very tall hill to climb. 60 seconds to Monkeys, pretty much 3 minutes, like you mentioned, 3 times the time. That is very, very challenging for them. But if anyone can do it, I believe it's going to be Team Paris, especially with the Hulk and Iron Man combination. I want to see this Iron Man going for the sneaky plays. Usually a lot of Iron Mans like to play in very sneaky angles, kind of playing almost like a Psylocke. And that's kind of what I want to see Scarter to do. Being able to just play very ratty per se and getting those first picks that could potentially win them this fight.
Securing the mission area is your top priority.
Yeah, with all the cover there is for Iron Man in the skybox on this map, it's going to be really difficult for Monkey Arcade to take care of Skull-Arc on the Iron Man. But again, they do...
Wow.
Oh no, Sake Blue gets exiled in the worst position possible. And this is really going to open up Paris to a potential immediate first fight win. I mean, that is such a big pick to get off the rip. But Paris has to slow down a little bit as they're suffering on the HP department, just a little bit, as Shubi tries to make as much space as possible, while QR Code is eating up their backline. That is so unfortunate, but Alcatraz does assert a little bit of a hella difference when it matters the most. Lesse Blue comes back as Psylocke because he knows he needs to come back to the fight fast in order to stop Team Paris from being able to get any capture progress here, and potentially to a lot of success, as QR Code is just unstoppable. No one is able to take care of this guy in their backline, as it seems like Paris has pretty much lost the first fight. They did not get a tick, they did not get any capture progress, and it seems like Monkey Arcade is set up for a rather strong... There's a very strong likelihood that they're just going to cap with this 3-minute time bank here. I mean, they're going to have a really, really big task laid on their shoulders, Team Paris, to hold this for 3 minutes. It's going to be really tough.
3 minutes on the clock. Monkey, you know they're smiling. You know they're licking their lips. They are seeing victory right in front of their eyes. All they got to do is win one team fight. So it's going to be interesting to see what they pull out. They're going to be pulling out the Psylocke, which is interesting with the Rocket Raccoon again. Still going for the Spider-Man Venom combo, which I am a big fan of. Spider-Man should be able to get that sneaky pick to potentially provide the space. But Owen, is this real? This is for top 16, Owen, and you're pulling out a sniper character?
I believe Owen is feeling a little bit silly in the spawn room and just having a little goof to put the spectators on the edge of their seat, thinking, no way this guy's gonna pick Black Widow at this crucial moment. And he does swap back over to the Magneto. And Monkey Arcade, while they are in a really good position to probably win this map, they cannot be getting too cocky. Otherwise, they may fall to their own hubris and end up drawing this map, which would not be a great circumstance because they would probably have to play another map, and it would be much better to just wrap it up right here, right now for Monkey Arcade.
I'm very happy Owen is taking this seriously, deciding to go on the Magneto, because for a second I was going to completely lose my mind. There's no way you're fighting for top 16 and pulling out the Black Widow. They do have a lot of time, so they could have potentially gotten a sneaky pick, but nah, not a big fan of it. Although Let's Up Blue trying to get a pick on the Moon Knight, they might be successful. That's exactly what they're gonna get. That is a huge pick. That is the first person being dead. They are gonna get revived right away though. But Let's Up Blue trying their best to provide a lot of value. Here comes QR code being in everyone's faces. I want to see him dive the backline after killing that Gru. Those strategists are not in a good position. This is looking like it's going to be the victory for Monkey. Getting a pick after pick after pick. But Paris trying their best to chisel. Hold on, but they're not going to be able to do that because the Spider-Man is just getting too much value. QR code getting the last kill of the series. And all of a sudden, we have a very dominant victory. Look at that. They still had 1 minute and 55 seconds left on the clock.
That was a really good showing from Paris. They did try their best, but it is so hard to fight against a 3-minute time bank, knowing that everything is on the line right there. And the best case scenario for you on that map is that you draw. I mean, it's a tough spot to be put in for Paris, but congratulations to Monkey Arcade for a very clean map 3 victory and a very quick first fight win to cinch the series for Monkey Arcade. So really good job to Monkey Arcade. Paris, you did your best. And now we will be taking a 10-minute break before we go into our next match. We will see you guys in just a little bit. Hold on to your horses.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing desperately trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chain.
Welcome back, rivals. I have to say the level of gameplay that these Vanguard players are bringing are making me want to become a tank main. If you missed out on the last match, let me catch you up to speed. We just saw Team Monkey making it to the top 16, eliminating Team Paris in the process. Ruben, how are you feeling after that match?
That was a really good, mostly close match. It was very well played by both teams there. And I will say Monkey Arcade putting on a wonderful performance with QR code, really showing off how flexible he is, being able to play so many different tank heroes to such high effectiveness, as well as Blue doing a really good job on the damage roll. I mean, really great duelist player, I must say. And here we have the absolute pleasure of returning with Aura Unit, which is the team I have not casted before. But Colgate has returned after a magnificent game earlier against Shaft. We are reintroduced with some fan favorite players such as Ben 10 Inches, John Comedy, Hungry for Eggs, Girl 1, Rod, and Gorilla. I mean, I had an amazing time spectating their game. They put on a marvelous performance, and I am a little surprised to see that they are banning the Adam Warlock off the rip. Perhaps they know something about Aura Unit that we don't. It seems like Ijimbo is going to be denied their Adam Warlock pick, and we're going to see Rod on the Magic once again, John Comedy on the Rocket Raccoon once again as well. I mean, this is looking like a very familiar composition that we saw to Colgate running earlier. I'm really, really excited to see what Colgate is going to be cooking up for this match.
I mean, after seeing what the last Adam did in the last match, it makes a lot of sense why Adam Warlock is getting banned, getting so much value if they're able to regenerate their whole team back into the fight. You can go from losing 4 players to bringing them all back, and then all of a sudden you win the fight. So it makes sense that the Adam does get banned here. But unfortunately for them, that means the Mantis is going to be up, but nobody is going to be picking Mantis, actually. We're seeing a very interesting composition. We're going to have a Rocket Raccoon with the Cloak and Dagger on both sides. It's not going to be the best healing output ever, unless the Cloak and Daggers are going to be able to actually use their whole kit on their teams. But the value that the Cloak and Dagger has with the DPS could be a team differential here. And it's not a Squirrel Girl that we're going to see. It's not very often that I get to see a Squirrel Girl here. I would be very interested to see how much value Rod can get off of that. Already trying to get some sneaky damage in, but the portal will be coming in from Spotted, already getting the map control.
While it is a little rare to see the Rocket Raccoon being ran without a Winter Soldier or a Punisher, we have seen John Comedy before, and we know that this man is capable of parting the Red Sea on this hero, making sure always to get those clutch revives all the time whenever Ben 10 Inches just happens to get picked by some miracle in any fight. And Rod on the Squirrel Girl, a very familiar, comforting sight, because while we haven't seen a lot of Squirrel Girl play in this tournament, Rod has proven that he is simply that guy and is able to pull off insane Squirrel Girl plays. And we go into this first fight here. No picks happening quite yet until Gorilla picks off Hutto on the Rocket Raccoon. And it seems like Aura Unit almost has the objective, but Colgate is doing their best to not let that happen because they know they are very capable of winning this fight with their pick advantage.
Wow, and Gorilla actually getting a second pick, this time on Run. That is an amazing pick. And another one as well. Is Gorilla just that person already getting 3 picks off the bat? They should be able to win this point. They need to be able to kill to a KO that strange. And that's exactly what Hungary's going to be able to do. On top of that, Ben 10 inches is going to put 10 inches onto Jageris, being able to get another kill in Hungary. Definitely eating up everybody, playing extremely aggro. The match just started, and all of a sudden, Colgate is in the enemy spawn already, but Ben 10 inches again with another pick. All of a sudden, Aura Unit is very staggered.
Yeah, maybe it was a bit of a mistake to not ban the Hella, because, I mean, if you haven't seen Ben 10 inches on the Hella before, you know that it's something that you never want to see again on the enemy team, because this guy is just absolutely unstoppable, picking people left and right, and Rod engaging with a Squirrel Girl ultimate as all of Aura Unit is funneled into a tight little hallway, which is perfect for Rod to make sure, you know, they just make that space and force them out, making sure that all of Aura Unit falls one by one, with Colgate very decisively taking this fight. And Jimbo very interestingly choosing to use Magneto ult here to not great effect, as the rest of his team has been knocked out. And Aura Unit is going into this fight with 5 ultimates, though, so they do stand a good chance against Colgate's about to be 70% on the objective here.
Yeah, already 70%. So we're seeing a lot of aggression from Colgate. I mean, it makes sense. They were able to win the point first, so that means they were able to get their ultimates first, resulting in winning the second fight. All of a sudden, Aura Unit, they need to do something here. Daxu, they might potentially be able to hit a sneaky ult on that Star-Lord. But Rod playing up in people's faces. Usually you see a Squirrel Girl in the backline trying to provide as much value as possible. But Rod has a different plan. But you know who else has a plan? It is Daxu being able to pick up both Vanguards, make that 3. All of a sudden, Aura Unit, they have their savior, and that savior is Daxu, being able to win 3. And all of a sudden, they have map control.
Yeah, Aura Unit regains their footing, manages to win the fight with the usage of 3 ultimates, and Colgate is coming in. They took that fight lost with grace. They only really used Groot ultimate. Hungry for eggs, was just really hungry to eat a little bit more, but unfortunately wasn't able to get much out of it. And now they go into this fight with their own ults coming up, and another Squirrel Girl. I mean, I think this might be the 3rd one for Rod this match. I mean, Rod is just absolutely farming on the Squirrel Girl. He's going absolutely nuts. And Ben 10 inches is taking this opportunity to Hella ult and do whatever he can, but not before Spotted lands a gigantic Eye of Agamotto on the enemy team. But John Comedy, in very hilarious fashion, revives Ben 10 inches from being knocked out. And no! Oh my god! Jimbo knocked Rod out of the air with the meteor. That is absolutely tragic to watch for Rod. And it looks like Colgate is going to have to be taking this next fight here as they just slowly stagger back. And they really got to regroup here to be able to get this last fight in on this point.
I mean, I could be wrong, but it did kind of look like Rod just walked into that. Oh, it walked into the meteor. It was just an unfortunate series of plays there that is going to result in Aura Unit winning another fight, but the portal is going to be coming in. I think that is coming from Spotted, actually. So Aura Unit using that portal a little too early. Not really going to get any value. By the time their teammates die, they're not even going to be able to get the portal back. I believe Spotted just wanted to get into the point sooner because he knew the fight was going to start. But Daxu, once again, are they going to be able to get enough value with this ult to win the team fight? I mean, he's going to pick up 3 straight off the bat, doing a lot of damage as well. But Hungary's going to be able to take them down, but it doesn't matter. Overtime. Or a unit, somehow, some way, after losing 2 fights in a row, managed to find their footing and winning and taking that map.
I mean, Doxu really with a gigantic Star-Lord ultimate at the end there, picking off so many people, knocking out half of Team Colgate. And Colgate is going to have to, you know, lock in, get back to their footing. They know they are a talented team that is capable of getting into this, into the grand finals, in my opinion. They may be one of the best teams I've spectated thus far, but Aura Unit is proving to be a formidable foe. And Colgate is entering this fight with 2, 3, maybe 4 ultimates, and Aura Unit does not have as much at their disposal. And it's looking like it's going to be an interesting first fight that's going to be really anyone's game here, as John Comedy is probably going to be engaging with their ultimate to give everybody that juicy damage boost.
100%. I mean, I would love Koke to pull out this string just for this first fight so they can get into the map faster, but they're going to decide to stick with the Gru and the Magneto. I mean, to each their own. It's probably just comfort picks, but they need to be able to shut down Doxu, because Doxu has been single-handedly the reason why they've been winning these fights. Always getting at least 3 with their ultimate. Right now, trying to farm their ult as fast as possible. Only at 13% though, so we're not going to see it for a while, but you know what we're going to see? Hungry being able to hit 3 people with the ult, and Hungry being able to eat everyone up right after. Once again, Koge winning the very first fight, but they did have to use a couple of ultimates there.
I mean, Hungry for Eggs just had an absolute feast. I totally understand why they would want to run the Groot on this map with so many tight choke points that he can separate off the enemy vanguards with. I mean, I imagine that Hungry for Eggs is going to be getting a ton of value out of the Groot pick here. And, I mean, they only did have to use John Comedy and Hungry for Eggs' ult there, as Jimbo goes for a really big Magneto ult onto John Comedy. But Ben 10 Inches does trade with Doxu, so it is not all for naught as Rod engaged onto their back line. And, I mean, if you haven't seen Rod on Magic, we're probably... If Colgate is to win this map, we are going to be expecting a Magic ban, because this guy is just absolutely crazy on that hero, doing truly just absolute witchcraft on that hero, without a doubt.
A bit of a waste on Spotted using that Eye of Agamotto. Even if he would have hit it, he wouldn't have gotten a lot of value because they were all alone in that fight. But I gotta give a big shout out to Gorilla with a very fast reaction time, actually blocking the ult so they didn't get stunned off of it. That's going to allow Koge to get more control here as they're playing in their spaces, and that's exactly what they got to do. But Doxu has been spotted. Ben 10 Inches is going to potentially want to get this pick. They need to hit their shot. Just one! But Doxu is going to be able to survive with that mobility. And 10 Inches providing a lot of value. Playing in the back line here. Trying to get a pick, but it's going to be very hard when you have a Rocket Raccoon just dashing all over the map. But Doxu right now in a very weird position. They need to be careful. They are popping their ult, but you know what? They're going to have to be careful when you're getting pocketed by your strategist. Being able to get value off again off that ult. Potentially being able to kill John Comedy as well. But you know who's going to be getting some KOs? It's going to be Hungry with a 4-piece.
Hungry for Eggs going crazy, and something that you might have not noticed that fight is that Gorilla had a really impactful Magneto ult there. He did not get any KOs with it, but he used it purely to counter Doxu's Star-Lord ultimate to great effect, because if it wasn't for that, Doxu would have gotten away with a lot more. Doxu did get 2 KOs, but one of those KOs got revived by the respawn beacon that John Comedy has set up at all times, and then allowed Hungry for Eggs to just eat up the entire enemy team within the Groot ult, as Aura Unit comes back with a Cloak and Dagger ult and a Rocket Raccoon ult, as well, as they start getting some picks and cleaning up this fight, looking very much like last round.
Exactly. Aura Unit actually switching up the composition. Jimbo going on the Hulk now, getting a lot of value. Knocking Hungry out, and that's exactly what you want to see. Doxu also getting a pick as well. Aura Unit doing an amazing job of getting themselves back together and contest into overtime, winning it. Now, this is still anyone's game. They need to play very aggressive here. They need to recharge their ultimates because they don't have too much to work with. Daxu switching off from the Star-Lord to a Bucky as well, to that Winter Soldier. Very interesting because I feel like they were getting a lot of value off the Star-Lord, but I think it was Gorilla's name written all over it. Like you mentioned, they were able to use that meteor to contest the Star-Lord. Oh, and that might have put Daxu in a very uncomfortable position to the point where they felt like they had to switch it up here. But that's going to allow Rod to get a lot of value, right? Star-Lord is no longer in the sky. That means Rod can just be in your face. And that's exactly what Rod is going to do. Because Rod is going to pop that ultimate. It's going to get amazing picks. Looking for Spotted now. Are they going to be able to get this? Yes, they are. With the help of Ben 10 inches.
Rod is just so nasty on the Magic. This is very reminiscent of Rod's performance against Shaft. I mean, truly one of the greatest Magic players I've seen in the tournament thus far, and holy moly, he is really popping off here, doing an amazing job as we go into point 3 of this map to decide which team brings the first map home. And personally, Colgate is looking really good after that map. This is, once again, a really good map for Magic, maybe even a better map for Magic than the last one was. So I'm looking forward to watching a very dominant performance from Rod here, especially with the support of John Comedy and Girl 1 here. I mean, there's no way that they can be taken over by Aura Unit unless Daxu is secretly the greatest Black Panther player alive, which I believe in him. I want to see it. Show me the greatest Black Panther plays I have seen in this tournament thus far. Please.
And Daxu trying to do the same thing that Rod is doing, pulling out the Black Panther to potentially get those sneaky picks on the back line. Hopefully they manage to get those picks because Rod is doing way too much. Daxu's gonna have to pretty much contest it, switching off the character, meaning that they're only 13% into their ultimate. So that's looking a little scary for them because Koge might be able to take this home again. The only ultimate the Aura unit has is the Hela to their defense. So that is the only ultimate up right now. Jacob Race is going to get their own. So maybe Aura unit is actually going to win the very first fight here because usually Aura unit loses every fight in the beginning of the map, but they are able to bring it back every time. And Rod in the map trying to provide a lot of value, but here comes Hiro with the Hela ult, and yes, they're gonna be able to get one, getting a lot of damage as well, being able to kill Gorilla or a unit, potentially winning this fight, and they are going to actually taking down Rod in the process.
Yeah, Colgate down 3 in that first fight. They're just gonna have to regroup, take that fight loss, and just go next because they have a lot of ults coming back online as Aura unit has kind of run dry in terms of their ult economy. I mean, Colgate's got John Comedy's ult coming up, Girl 1, Hungry for Eggs, Gorilla. They're all going to be coming back into this fight swinging, but not if Daxu has anything to say about it as he hits his combos through all of Colgate at once.
Yeah, but that was a combo on all the 10 characters, so wasn't able to do much, just kind of being annoying. Spotted has that Eye of Agamotto, though, potentially looking for something amazing here, but the amazing play was coming in from the group, being able to get a couple of people, but Ben 10 inches is going to use that to potentially get some kills. And Gorilla, once again, with a nasty meteor, being able to get 2 kills there, but they got to be very careful because Aura unit, they potentially have this portal, and if they use it effectively, they could potentially come back, but maybe they're not going to use it. They're just going to regroup, and they're just going to come back. They have to be very careful, though, because we have seen Koge, once they win a fight, they usually just run away with the victory. Hungry, being able to get a pick on Hiro was taken. That was very unfortunate for them, because now Aura unit has to wait for their Hela player to come back. That's around 10 seconds being wasted.
Hungry for Eggs and Ben 10 inches are working so immaculately together. First of all, we saw that with Hungry for Eggs' Groot ultimate, where Ben 10 inches was set up on the off angle, ready to follow up on it and get so many picks. And right there, as we saw, Ben 10 inches and Hutto were taking a 1v1, but Hungry for Eggs came in from the side and helped support him so much. and helped clean up Hutta, which is honestly so big for them and so meaningful for them to continue holding this point.
Now, all of
here.
a sudden, they have 50% into this point. So we have a tie here as Hungary's going to get yet another pick on run. And Ben 10 inches again with Daksu. And Hungary again. Hungary. I just keep seeing every time we see Hungary, they're literally just getting kills and getting KOs. And again, they just get another one on Jimbo. This is looking like straight domination now. Hungary putting in a lot of work for the team, but the portal play is finally going to come into play. Spotted feels like they have to use it here. They're going to potentially go for the high ground here. Potentially be able to get a KO on John Comedy. Are they going to be able to do that? Yes, they are. Unfortunately for Ben 10 inches, caught off of position there. And Colgate in the back pedal now has to try their best to just kind of delay as much time as possible, because although Aura Unit has potential to win in this fight, they already have 92%, so they have to be very careful here. They are going to be able to contest though. Gorilla trying their best to get some picks, being able to get one Doxer in the backline, being able to kill the Rocket Raccoon. Though Spotted getting some of that as well, and then Ben 10 inches being able to come back. Colgate, actually, they might potentially win it here. And I think they are. This might be it. Colgate being able to take a map.
There is no chance Hungry for Eggs has eaten breakfast with the way he is getting these first picks every single fight, teaming up with Ben 10 inches, making sure to work together every single fight to just absolutely decimate everybody on Aura Unit. Even if they're up so many players, they're always just coming in so clutch. I mean, Colgate really does have a clutch factor unlike anything I've seen thus far in this tournament. They have turned around so many fights where they're down so many players, and they've won them against all odds, which is a trait that I haven't seen for any other team thus far in the tournament. I am so thoroughly impressed with how Colgate is performing thus far, and you will get to see them play a little bit more as they're up 1 in the series to Aura Units 0 as we go into a short little 5-minute break before we go into the next map. See you in just a little bit.
끝까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 대충 쳐봐 한도 믿다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 대충 쳐봐 한도 믿다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 한도 믿다 날 때까지 세계 운명
And we are back with a really fun game between Aura Unit and Colgate. Currently, Colgate is up 1-0 in the series, and Colgate has been putting on quite the show for us. They might have lost the first point in that map, but they really brought it back and won the next 2 capture points, and they're looking just as good as they did against Shaft earlier today. I mean, we have really been seeing some star players on this team, like hungry for eggs on the Groot. I've never seen a Groot light up the kill feed just as much as this guy. And Ben 10 Inches is doing absolute work on the Hela. Gorilla is so smart about their Magneto ults, and John Comedy is coming in really clutch with all of the Rocket Raccoon reses and heals, along with Rod popping off on the Magic, Girl 1 just doing an amazing job supporting the team and playing aggressively. I am absolutely loving what I'm seeing, and we're loading into the picks and ban phase, where we see Rod on the Squirrel Girl once again, which is always a treat, because Rod has proven themselves to be, in my opinion, the best Squirrel Girl I've seen thus far in the tournament, even though there haven't been that many Squirrel Girl players yet. But maybe Rod is going to be starting a renaissance here.
Yeah, maybe. I do want to say their magic might be a little bit better than the Squirrel Girl. They got so much value. I think Colgate started off the first map, the first point, with the Squirrel Girl, and they actually ended up losing that map. For the next 2, they switched to the Magic, and they won both of them with complete confidence. But let's talk about the bans here. Groot being prioritized from Aura Unit, taking that away from Hungry. I mean, it makes sense. Hungry was feasting with those prisons, getting so much value. I don't even think they missed once. They're also going to be able to protect the Psylocke and banning the Luna in the same time. As Colgate, they're still going to be deciding to ban the Adam Warlock. I mean, I think it makes sense because Doxa was putting in a lot of work with the Star-Lord. So maybe they just don't want that combination. They want to see that combination with the Mantis also being banned. I mean, I want to say it has to be the team up. They just don't want to deal with Star-Lord Mantis
they-
and Adam.
They just do not want to deal with any of those characters. And honestly, I can understand with Luna and Mantis being such staple picks. But I totally get how Colgate is very hesitant to play against the Adam in the first place, because they have been fairly consistent about banning Adam nearly every single map ever since they played against I Love My Cat in all caps after their performance on Adam. So I cannot blame them for being a little hesitant to play against that hero again, as Colgate loads in here on the defense. Ben 10 inches likely to pick that signature Hella once again. And I mean, listen, it takes a lot of confidence to protect Hella with the knowledge that, hey, you know what? Ben 10 inches is just that guy. He doesn't need to bust out the Omnitrix and swap to any other hero. If we can just keep this guy on his Hella and just tear it up and assert a really big Hella gap. And unfortunately, it seems as if Aura Unit's Hutto, their Hella player, has disconnected from the game at the very start. And hopefully he comes back soon, because I would hate for Aura Unit to lose this map as a result of a DC. That would be quite tragic. But yeah, Ben 10 inches is coming back a little bit late. Forgot to pick Hella until a little bit later. And is coming back from spawn as Spotted sets down a portal, and Hutto is back, so we have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Spotted did a good job of not putting up the portal too soon. Definitely waiting for Hutto to come back, and that's going to be a 6v6 now. Trying to fight for this top control. Who is going to be able to get it? Spotted trying their best, but they have no shield anymore. They need to back up. They got to be careful. That's going to allow Jimbo to kind of just walk up there, but Jimbo is very low. Doxu trying to go in for the back line. This is going to force Hutto to go and drop down. And it's going to be Aura Unit that drops down first. Usually the team that drops down first loses the fight. And Doxu trying to get some of that, being able to get the first blood on Ben 10 inches.
Ben 10 inches is just wiped out by Doxu, but thankfully, because of John Combi's Rocket Raccoon, he is able to be brought back very swiftly, and this fight is looking to be in Colgate's favor, and this is why the Rocket Raccoon pick is so important, because so often it comes in clutch whenever Colgate loses a man. So it is so big for Ben 10 inches to come back and get value for a little bit before going down once again, as Doxu is just on the point, trying to deal with their back line and the Squirrel Girl at the same time. It's a lot to manage for one guy, but he's doing his best.
They're almost, it looks like they're literally doing it all. They have been in the backline for the entirety of the first round, not being contested whatsoever, and that's going to allow Aura Unit to possibly secure the first point, and it is looking that way. Unfortunately, Ben 10 inches is going to use their ult. They're not going to get any value at all. If anything, they just have staggered themselves, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Aura Unit with a very dominant first fight.
Honestly, Ben 10 inches, I mess with the vision. He had a hero moment flash in his mind where he thought to himself, you know what? I'm Ben 10 inches. I can win this fight single-handedly by Hella ulting and knocking out all of Team Aura Unit. Unfortunately, that didn't exactly happen, but honestly, if it were any other game, I would believe in Ben 10 inches to be able to pull that feat off as they go into the next fight with a Squirrel Stampede to engage, and Doxu using a Psylocke ult, picking off the Squirrel Girl with success.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get that pick, but again, John Comedy doing a good job of putting those respawn beacons down. They're going to be able to get that rest on their teammate, but it doesn't matter when Doxu is still putting in a lot of work, trying to find another KO, as Hutto is also hitting some nasty shots. That's going to be Rod taken down already. And Aura Unit, they have a lot of confidence right now. They also have that Hella ultimate, so they have a lot of ultimates compared to Colgate. So they should be able to secure this second point. I mean, there's 3 minutes left on this, and Eye of Agamotto getting a little bit of value that's going to provide Jimbo and Hutto to get some KOs. Rod getting a piece of that as well, trying to bring it back for the team, but Doxu is going to get rest right away. So Aura Unit still has 6 players in this point, and now all of a sudden they have secured the second point with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Aura Unit certainly has a lot of momentum going into this third point here, especially with this early pick on Ben 10 inches. So all Colgate really has as an option is either stagger or try to take this fight while being down a man. Because, I mean, John Comedy is just such an important, crucial core aspect of their team that playing without him is going to be a little rough, as Gorilla completely negates Hutto's ultimate, which is really, really nice. A really smart player with really good, consistent Magneto ults. As Colgate, despite all odds, despite losing Ben 10 inches extremely early, they continue fighting the good fight and holding this cart where it currently stands.
Yeah, Aura Unit doing a good job with just backing up. As soon as they lost one, that's going to provide Doxu once again to get into the back line. And just like that, they're going to be able to KO 2 players. Jimbo also getting some of that, being able to take down Hungry. And this is looking like Aura's Unit's map to win. They're making a slight comeback, a big comeback here compared to the last map. I want to say, I think maybe Hungary is not as good with the Strange. Maybe they're just not getting a lot of value as they were with the group. And that's exactly what Aura Unit needed to do. They needed to target ban and shut down Hungry.
And as we say that, Hungry Eggs comes in from the top ropes looking for a really big Eye of Agamotto, but falls a little bit short as Aura Unit just starts cleaning up. Colgate being down 2 with a few ults still left in the bank, as Aura Unit actually ends up successfully capping with 2 minutes and 43 seconds, which is a little bit rough for Colgate, but I have the confidence in them to maintain their composure and bring this back with a strong attacking phase. With Hungry for Eggs deciding, maybe I shouldn't play Strange here, and it's time to mix things up a little bit with a bit of an unconventional pick on the Penny or the Thor, which is a bit less unconventional, but they are going to be mixing things up here, which I like to see. They are doing a good job adapting. And Ben 10 inches is being put on the Hawkeye now, because something that I only just realized, oopsie daisies, is that both Hela and Hawkeye are unbanned. So the fact that we're not getting a Hela Hawkeye mirror is already pretty surprising to begin with, because those are the two characters that like get target banned off the rip so commonly, because they're both so powerful and so hard to deal with, since they have such good efficiency at every single range in the game.
Yeah, and as you say that, Colgate is actually going to be pulling out the Hawk and the Hela at the same time. Rod going for the magic, which makes a lot of sense for offense, but that means they're only going to leave Gorilla alone on the Vanguard position. So they're the only one in the front line potentially, and that's going to be really hard for them to go in, especially with Aura Unit's defense. They also have the Hela and the Psylocke that's always going into the back line getting picks. So a tough job for Gorilla, but if anyone can do it, it is going to be them.
It is him, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. And now we have Hungry for Eggs on the Hela, which is honestly really interesting. I was not expecting to take Ben 10 inches off the Hela and putting him on the Hawkeye instead, but listen, if Hungry for Eggs is on Hela, I am sure this man can cook up a feast.
Exactly, and very interesting position from Aura Unit. They're not going to contest the high ground. They're going to stay on the low ground, and that's going to be a portal being used by Gorilla. Is that going to provide a lot of value? It definitely will be for Ben 10 inches, as they're going to have the high ground being able to get 2, but Jimbo picking off Rod as well. But Ben being able to get 3 already. Doxu answering back. Are they going to be able to shut down? No, Ben is going to get another pick. This is going to be a very convincing victory for Colgate. All of a sudden, they're looking like a completely different team, and maybe that's what they needed. Hungry doesn't have the Groot anymore, but they could pull out the Hela in combination with Ben 10 inches on Hawk. That might just do it.
I love how Colgate is not afraid to adapt and pull out a minty fresh composition for this situation, because they saw what they were running on defense didn't work. So now they're running a very brave 1 Vanguard 3 duelist setup, which I really like. It is a brave decision to begin with, and they are rocking with it with a very quick first point capture.
Yeah, but Hutto was able to take down Rod there, and that's going to provide a lot of value. Those some nasty shots that they were able to hit. Now they're going to go for the top left position here. They might potentially be able to pick off Ben 10 inches. Ben 10 inches has to give up that positioning. Doxu once again in the back line. being able to get KO Hungry and Doxu. I need to say they are the MVP in my eyes right now. They're just providing so much value on this Psylocke pick. It's no wonder why they saved that character Hungry in a 1v1. Actually being able to get value there. Also having their ult, but Doxu might be going in here with the dance of the butterfly, but not being able to do it. Instead, they're just, no, they are going to do it. Are they going to be able to get a kill? There's one, there's two. All of a sudden, Daxu's going to 1v1 with Ben 10 inches, being able to get 3 picks. It's not ending the rampage yet, as Gorilla is very low. That shield is not going to be up for long, as they're going to get another pick on Hungry and Spotted, finally finishing off Gorilla.
I mean, Doxu is just cleaning house here, nearly getting 5 KOs right there in very impressive fashion. And oh my god, poor Rod tries engaging onto Hutto, but that's the reason why we see Hala banned so often, because even if you try flanking her and even if you try jumping on her with the element of surprise on your side, she always can just shoot you twice. And then you are knocked out of the fight for another 10-20 seconds, which is just really rough to play into. But Rod does come back and get Doxu, and Doxu gets rezzed by the revival beacon that Jakerist has put down very intelligently in their backline.
A lot of ultimates being used. Aura unit only has the Eye of Agamotto, so they have to play this to perfection, and that's exactly what they're doing. Being able to pick off Rod wasting their ultimate, and there it goes. Eye of Agamotto being able to get Girl and Ben 10 inches at the same time. Doxu getting a piece of this as well, as they're going to get another double piece. All of a sudden, Aura unit is looking like a completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, Aura Unit is really making a very strong hold here. Doxu is pulling so much weight for his team, really making work of that Psylocke Protect. I mean, it seems to have been really, really clutch for them. This is what they needed in order to really start turning this match around. As, honestly, Aura Unit looks very well postured to be capturing this entire map, tying the series up 1-1 if they keep this up. And I mean, Gorilla just gets picked off immediately by Spotted at the start of the fight. And it sort of seems like Colgate is falling apart at the seams here, as they need to get another reset in order to take a proper fight with what seems to be nearly 4 ults in the bank for them. But the problem is that Aura Unit has the same exact ult advantage that they do, with 4 ults each. So they're going to have to make some serious work here to break through this defensive advantage that Aura Unit has. And I mean, Hutto just absolutely dominating here. Same with Doxu. It's just, this is a slaughter at the moment.
Yeah, and that's the butterfly being used again. Doxu getting a lot of positioning here, getting another pick. I mean, to me, it's looking like Colgate is falling apart. They just don't have that frontline presence anymore. Hungry going on the penny. I think they just might be a one-trick group. And now that they're not being able to play that character, they switched off. I saw them switch off to DPS. And then for a brief second, they were going to go on support. And then now they're on penny. So I think just having that, not having those characters that you can pull out of your back pocket is really biting Colgate in the behind, because now Aura Unit is using this as an advantage, and they still haven't given up any space. Only 40 seconds left on the clock, so this round might be over very soon.
Yeah, and Spotted just lands another gigantic Eye of Agamotto, but not all hope is lost for Team Colgate, as there are 30 seconds left in the time bank, and they do have 3 ultimates coming in here. And listen, when Ben 10 inches has his ultimate, you cannot doubt him, because this man has proven that he can do absolute work. But I will say, Doxu is just pushed up so far in their spawn, getting very confident, knowing that he can get out alive. And we're going to have to see some seriously big plays from Colgate here. Perhaps a fantastic overtime push, as Rod gets picked off in the middle of Darkchild. That is so rough, as Hungry for Eggs also gets picked off. But Rod does come back due to John Comedy's revive beacon. And yeah, it seems like that is it for Team Colgate on this map, tying the series 1-1, Aura Unit to Colgate. Now, you mentioned the group pick a lot, the group ban. and how well Colgate was performing with the Groot. Now, will Aura Unit remember to ban Groot again, noting just how hard they rolled Colgate over that fight? Because, I mean, that was a very decisive victory in Aura Unit's favor. They kind of just dominated as soon as they weren't able to play Groot anymore for Team Colgate. But I, in my heart, truly believe in Hungry for Eggs and his ability to flex onto another hero if Groot does get banned again, and they will be able to bring... I believe in them to have a chance at bringing this back, even if Groot does get banned again. This will be a very close match no matter what, Elvin.
I think what they need to do is ban the Psylocke because they actually got 30 final hits, which we're going to get to see that on the highlights here as we're going to go into break right after that.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winter's done yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
Welcome back, rivals. We just watched a dominant performance from Aura Unit adapting to Colgate by protecting Psylocke and banning the Groot in the pick and ban phase. Now, if I'm Colgate, I would take a page from Aura Unit's book and respect Daxi Psylocke by banning it first. Because believe it or not, they actually got 30 final hits that last match.
Yeah, I mean, they were really tearing it up on the Psylocke, giving Colgate very little to no room to do anything that match. And I do feel like the targeted ban on Groot did hurt them, with Hungry for Eggs being forced off their signature hero. But I do not believe that it is over for Team Colgate, even if Groot does get banned again, because I know that Colgate is very talented and very capable, and they will keep their composure as they have done in the past in their match against Shaft. I just know that they are going to be able to bring it back together, especially with Rod's magic being in play here, John Comedy on the Raccoon, and Ben 10 Inch is just so reliable on every single duelist hero that he ends up playing. He's just really a force of nature to be reckoned with, Elvin. I just can't believe what I'm watching. That last map actually made me really sad, because I'm so used to Colgate, like, not dominating per se, but just performing really well, and they seem to have really faltered in that last map, but I hope they took the time to recuperate here.
100%. And of course, Aura Unit once again banning the Groot. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. That might be the reason why they ended up winning last map. Protecting the Strange, no surprise there. Banning the Hawk to potentially stop Colgate from making some sneaky comebacks. And again, Colgate, they're not going to respect the Psylocke first. No, actually they did. I saw it backwards. Psylocke is going to be banned first from Colgate, which is exactly what I wanted them to do. And also protecting the Luna, so we're finally going to see some Luna gameplay coming in. Also banning the Atom, right? But that's going to allow a Mantis coming up here as well, because Mantis is open. I would expect them to run a Luna Mantis combination, but they're not actually. Look at Aura Unit. They're not even going to pick Luna as well. Instead, they're going to go for the Cloak and Dagger and the Rocket Raccoon. Not a lot of burst healing, but it is going to allow them to just pick those comfort characters.
And I mean, Daxu's Psylocke might have gotten banned, but I have heard murmurings, rumors, stories, folk tales about Daxu's Star-Lord, which he isn't on right now, but I am taking it that Daxu is a very flexible, capable player that is able to go on any damage hero and do some significant work, as Spotted goes for a cheeky little off-the-map portal here, anticipating that Hungry for Eggs is going to be going for a portal himself, and it would be really funny to see this work in this high level of play, but there's no way that would ever happen. There's no way Spotted is actually going to get everybody from Colgate off the map. And Ben 10 Inches, no! You were supposed to be the chosen one! You weren't supposed to fall for Spotted's trickery. Oh no, that is such a sad sight to see as Colgate engages into this fight. Down one with Ben 10 Inches waiting to respawn, and they get rolled over very decisively by Aura Unit. I mean, that is such a valuable pick from Spotted with the off-the-map portal play. It is so funny that that's still
I mean, I think it was a bit of miscommunication there. I actually saw Hungary starting their portal a little bit slightly to the right, and everyone took the portal successfully except for Ben. So maybe Ben just not locked in right now, but they need to, because this is the final map. Anyone can still win this. There's still a lot of time left. 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Jimbo doing a good job, potentially getting a pick. Not going to be successful with that though, but they are going to be able to separate Rod from their team. And all of a sudden, Jimbo's doing a good job of holding everyone back. Rod once again by themselves. Udo is going to take that 1v1 and they are going to win it. I mean, it is a hella. Has a lot of burst damage, and Daxu looking for a very sneaky pick, and Rod getting KO'd 2 times in a row in a matter of 10 seconds.
Yeah, Hutto with an immaculate sense of object permanence remembered about Rod being main by himself as Squirrel Girl. And it's so unfortunate that he got picked off in the manner that he did, to then respawn due to John Comedy's rebirth beacon, and then immediately get picked off once again by Daxu on the top ropes as Bucky I mean, this is looking a little rough for Team Colgate, but they are approaching on having 5 ultimates for this fight, and it is not over as Rod swaps over to the magic from the Squirrel Girl, but both teams do have 5 ultimates, so let's see if both teams just end up using all of them in a panic, but I'm sure they won't, because, I mean, this is a high level of play. That does not really happen up here anymore.
Ooh, Spotted doing a good job. They might potentially stop that meteor. Not going to be successful with that, but it's not going to matter. Maybe Jimbo can do a little bit more with that, and it's actually going to get a kill on John Comedy right on top of the Luno. That is exactly what you want to see from your tank. Again, another pick on Rod. Jimbo, it looks like they're quite literally doing it all, getting so many KOs, and now Gorilla is staggered. I would have liked to see Aura Unit not KO Gorilla that soon. They could have potentially just waited a couple of seconds, but now less than a minute left. Colgate, they really need to come up with a plan here, but they don't have any ultimates. It's only going to be Rod.
Yeah, I did say they wouldn't use all of their ultimates and just blow them all in one spot, but it seems like that's exactly what they end up doing. But Rod does have Darkchild going into this fight, and hopefully is able to get some value with it in their backline as Ben 10 Inches opens up the fight with a very crucial pick on the enemy Cloak and Dagger, but they do get rezzed immediately afterwards. But now, Hutto is knocked out for good, forced to take the full hike back from spawn, as Doxu is 1v1ing Girl 1 in his backline. Oh no, this is looking rather grim for Team Colgate, but they could totally bring this back, and Aura Unit does also have the opportunity to regroup and recontest this point as long as they don't stagger, which Hungry for Eggs is trying his best to make sure does happen as he pushes up and forces them to go back to the second point, with Colgate having a successful capture. I spoke too soon as they're portaling onto the point. Doxu immediately getting picked off by Ben 10 Inches. And let's see if they use any ultimates or if they're confident enough in this fight victory to just win with nothing, and they proceed to do exactly that. That was a really nice portal play from Spotted, but unfortunately it fell a little bit short as they failed to account for Ben 10 Inches on the high ground being able to do what Ben 10 Inches is known for best.
I mean, Ben 10 Inches, they started off the fight with literally picking off one person from Aura Unit, translating that into 2 more. Then the sneaky portal coming in for a last-minute play from Spotted was completely shut down again by Ben 10 Inches. Ben 10 Inches doing so much, getting the MVP so far, and Rod in the front line right now, trying to pick off Spotted. Not going to be successful with that, but is providing a lot of value with a lot of space. Now they're going to stop Aura Unit from holding that choke point. And again, we keep mentioning Ben because Ben is absolutely going ham here, being able to get another pick. But they got to be very careful. Going to be flanking. Going to be able to get the Rocket Raccoon. Going to be able to get Jacarus as well. And Doxu as well. All of a sudden, Aura Unit is falling apart single-handedly by Ben 10 Inches.
We are watching Colgate maintain their composure incredibly well, regain their momentum expertly as they are making a very strong push onto the second point here, going into this last checkpoint area with a minute left on the clock, as Aura Unit doesn't have too much to answer to this push here. They're gonna have to build up some ults and make a real strong fight for this as Rod takes a high ground position to force Doxu off the high ground. With Darkchild coming up, maybe he uses it right here, or he saves it for the next fight. We'll have to see as Rod gets picked off by Spotted, and it seems like Colgate might be losing this fight as they have used Ben 10 Inches hella ult, and they're gonna have to wait for Rod to come back for a
they need to
six.
regroup. They got to be very careful, or maybe not when Ben 10 Inches is gonna be able to dodge a meteor and get a pick at the same time. Looking to be able to get another pick on Star-Lord. Not sure if they're going to be successful with that one, though, because Star-Lord is very, very mobile. But Hungary is going to be the one getting a pick here. And here it comes again. Doxu versus Ben, and Doxu's get the better end of that. But it doesn't matter when Hungary is in the front line. Just like that, Colgate with a very dominating fight, very dominating victory, and they're going to secure the second point. But they don't have that much time left. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is potentially going to reach to overtime again.
Yeah, I mean, Aura Unit has kind of used everything in that last fight, and they are not that close to that many ultimates of theirs. But then again, Colgate also used everything. But Girl 1 having Luna Snow ult is going to be really big as she, busts it down on the dance floor and makes it so that no one on her team can get knocked out for an extended duration, a solid 12 seconds as the next fight begins right here with 10 inches and Hudo taking a little bit of a 1v1 here, looking to get an early pick in this fight. That could make all the difference.
I do love how Aura Unit is starting this fight by breaking down the bridge. That's going to make it a little harder for Colgate to push up forward. But here comes Doxu's famous Star-Lord. Are they going to be able to get some picks, though? An immediate meteor from Gorilla to stop anything. And Dox is going to get completely shut down. They weren't able to get any value off the ult, all thanks to Gorilla. And in fact, it looks like Colgate might be able to win this fight, but Run BB might have something to say as they're going to be able to pick off rods. And all of a sudden, this is still anyone's game. 20 seconds left on the clock. Hello OB in use, but it's going to get completely shut down by Spotted.
Yeah, I mean, Hungry for Eggs, if you saw there, he really went for a brave strange ult there and just got tapped by Hudo. I mean, Hudo was really able to hit those headshots when they mattered, preventing his team from getting Eye of Agamotto'd by Hungry for Eggs, as there are 2 seconds left on the clock, and this is going to be a scrappy fight as Colgate struggles to stay alive and stay on point for long enough for the rest of their team to come back. And it seems like Aura Unit is going to pull off a successful hold, but considering how the first point was going for so long for Colgate, I am impressed with this push. They nearly made it all the way to the end, and now it is on Aura Unit to push it as far as Colgate did in order to secure the series and win this match 2-1. Will Colgate be able to hold them successfully, or will they falter like they did last map?
I mean, 2 points secured, 93 meters on the map. That is not bad at all. Colgate could definitely bring this back. They're just going to have to be very careful with Ben 10 inches to find some way, somehow, to shut them down. I think that's the only way they're going to be able to bring this home. Again, this could go any way. And finally, Run BB, are they going to lock in that Mantis? I mean, I need to see this because I want to say the Mantis is providing so much value with that ultimate being able to play super aggressive. I'm kind of surprised that Colgate is not running that. Instead, they're opting to still stick with the Rocket Raccoon and not having the Punisher or the Winter Soldier. For me, as a ranked player, maybe I'm just a ranked nerd, but as a ranked player, I feel like you're just not getting that much value. But it might just not matter because those respawn beacons is all that you need that can turn a fight around. And you know what? Aura Unit is actually going to go for the Rocket Raccoon as well, not deciding to go for the Luna. And again, another portal. This one is an interesting one, though. I'm not sure what Hungary's thinking here because the first portal is right in front of them, and they're actually not going to do anything with it at all. I believe that's going to be on cooldown now for a very long time.
Ooh, that's a little rough, and I do like how Aura Unit is also running the Rocket Raccoon. Even though I know it's not the case, I like to believe that it is John Comedy starting the Rocket Raccoon renaissance and leading everyone else to follow in his footsteps to lock the Rocket Raccoon. Against popular belief of him not being that great, John Comedy and Jakerus are just different. They are like that. They are making each other run the Rocket Raccoon mirror. As Aura Unit takes a really long flank all the way around, picking off John Comedy off the rip. I have not seen a team take such a long flank route around to such effectiveness, I must say, as Doxu is also taking an off angle from his team here. Likely to get at least a pick here on, Ben 10 inches cut, unfortunately. This is looking like a little bit of a rough hold for Colgate as Doxu is just tearing them apart from behind. He is doing a really, really good job of keeping all the off angles in check and having really big map control.
Yeah, I mean, Aura Unit taking a big risk, big reward with the huge flank around, which kind of allowed Doxu to just open up the map. They were able to do whatever they want because everyone on Colgate, they were all looking up. They thought all 6 players were up there, but Doxu managed to go in for the flank and able to get Ben and Hudo as well, being able to pick off the Rocket Raccoon. But right now, they were able to get Hungry. All of a sudden, Aura has a lot of space here as they're up by 1 player. But Doxu, they're just trying to get as much value as possible. 82% on that ultimate. They need to charge it up right away because they could potentially win this point very fast. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. They're looking very strong here. As Spotted is just hanging around. They're just sticking to the point, making sure that the point moves as fast as possible. Because remember, when you have 3 people on the point, it moves super, super fast. So they're definitely taking advantage of that. And Docs is just kind of waiting, kind of like a lion, just waiting for their prey, and they might potentially get a pick. No, not really. That's just gonna be an annoyance here for Rod here, going in, trying to get a pick here, trying to provide a lot of value for the team, but they're gonna quickly back off, and the Meteor to contest the Hello O, and that's exactly what Colgate needed, able to get a pick on run.
Gorilla with a really big Magneto ult to counter the Star-Lord ultimate once again. But Doxu did get a lot of value with that. Even though he didn't end up getting any KOs, he did force multiple ults out with just his one. So even if Aura Unit were to lose this fight, they are going to go into this fight knowing that Colgate is not going to have anything at their disposal. And if you just look at Colgate's ult economy, they did just use absolutely everything. And Aura Unit is just taking a little bit of a backstep here to regroup, and they have Jakerist's Rocket Raccoon damage boosting ultimate to engage this fight with. And it's going to be looking a little rough for Colgate here on the defense.
Yeah, that Rocket Raccoon ultimate has been used. The damage boost is there. And the respawn beacon is actually in the top left. I wonder if anyone in Aura Unit is going to take note of that and destroy it right away. No, they're not, because Rod is going to get rest right away. That means Rod is in the backline right now. They might get a lot of value off of that. So they got to be careful with the magic. But it's not going to be it's not going to matter because Jagerist is in the backline just healing everybody up. Now, this is a very strong fight. 6v6 still. Run once again with an amazing pick on the Mantis. Exactly what you want to see. Damage boosting themselves as well on top of that. But they got to be careful here because a lot of ultimates are being used on the side of Colgate here. The Luna ult being popped as well. Ben 10 inches trying their best to control Huddle with their ult, and they are going to be able to shut it down right away. Also being able to get a pick on Huddle. That's exactly what you want to see. Rod in the back line. Are they going to get some value? Yes, they are. They're going to be able to take down the Mantis. Also being able to take down that Magneto as well. And the time is ticking. All of a sudden, 4 minutes turning into 2.
Yeah, I mean, Run, even though he got picked off rather early in that fight, he got a ton of value with John Comedy's Revive Beacon and was able to just almost single-handedly win that fight for Colgate. And now, despite it feeling like Aura Unit has been absolutely steamrolling this round, they only have 2 minutes left. So this really is anyone's game, but they do come into this fight with 5 ultimates on the board, so it may be a bit in their favor here as Gorilla is taken out by Doxu and Hutto, just having a really good focus fire together.
That was just very unfortunate for Colgate. They did not have the Luna ult to contest Doxu's Star-Lord. Doxu getting a lot of value again, and that should be way more than enough to get this second point. And they got to be careful. There's actually somebody in the backline is Rod. I don't think they're going to be able to contest. That's really bad. If I'm Rod, I'm looking to eliminate myself as fast as possible. And that's kind of what they did there because they need to regroup now. Now, 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. They only need to travel 93 meters and they already got 20 off the bat.
And something I did notice is that Gorilla, while he did get value with his Magneto ult in the previous fight by knocking 2 out, that left Doxu with a free Star-Lord ult in the sky uncontested without a big meteor to eat up all his bullets. He was able to kind of do whatever he wanted that fight as a result of Gorilla using his Magneto ult aggressively rather than as a defensive ult like he has been historically.
Eye of Agamotto being used, but did not get any value. Rod is in the front line using the roll. That's exactly what they're going to do. They should be able to get some value here. 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. This is still anyone's game. Colgate, they did drop some. They need to just try their best to just maintain composure here. Because right now, Aura Unit, they're going very aggressive here with the Rocket Raccoon damage boost. Rod doing an amazing job. Literally in front of everybody's faces. Being able to get a pick on Hutto. That's exactly what you want to see. Ben in 10 inches. Also getting some of that as well. Doxu's ultimate not getting as much value as the previous fight, but they were able to get one pick. Instantly getting rest. So, but look at Ron. Being able to pick up Rod. Maybe Rod. I think they pushed up a little bit too aggressively there. Separating themselves from the team. Not getting any heals.
And as I did mention previously, Gorilla did save his ultimate to counter Dox's ultimate, leading him to only get it picked out, then get revived by John Comedy's Revive Beacon. But Aura Unit does seem to be winning this fight, and Colgate is really going to have to struggle to recontest here as they keep falling to Aura Unit, and they have 49 seconds left to push it just a few meters, and I do not think Colgate is going to be able to touch again. And that is the series between Colgate and Aura Unit. Aura Unit winning 2-1. That was mostly a very close series. I do think the group ban did hurt Team Colgate quite a bit there, unfortunately. But good on Aura Unit for having a good eye for what to target ban in order to hurt Colgate where it hurts. I mean, everybody performed absolutely spectacularly, especially Doxu and Spotted. I mean, they were all doing so well. They did such an incredible job maintaining their composure after losing the first map, fight planning for the next point, and just making sure that they are in the best possible situation to bring home the next two maps in order to bring the series home and move on into further into the round of 16. And with that, we will be taking a little 10-minute break before we go into our next match of the day, and we will see you in just a little bit.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
And we are back, coming at you hot off the trails of a 2-1 victory that Aura Unit just secured over Colgate. And we have another match on our hands that we are looking very forward to. And I hope that it can come close to the quality that came off of the match we just had, because, I mean, that was a riot. I mean, Team Colgate seemed to be fan favorites with very boisterous personalities such as, you know, Ben 10 Inches, Hungry for Eggs, John Comedy. Really, really great stuff that we saw from them. But unfortunately, they did get eliminated because Aura Unit did play amazingly, and good for them. I'm excited to see more of them throughout this tournament. And Elvin, how did you feel about that match that we just had?
I mean, honestly, it was just a complete amazing watch. Every single match so far has been a delight to cast. And I'm very excited to see what these next two teams bring to the table. I'm expecting to see something very similar. There's a lot of more consistency with the compositions now. You're starting to see a lot of backline pressure, right? With the Magics, with the Black Panthers, with the Hulks. You're also starting to see a lot of strategists choosing to go for the Rocket Raccoon instead of the Luna or the Mantis, which to me is very interesting because as a ranked player, at least in the NA region, you usually see the Mantis Luna combination, but it looks like we have a difference in opinion when it comes to the Asia region, at least for these top 64 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it is really fun to see how creative these Asia region teams can be with their team compositions, because traditionally the Asia region has always been a little bit more creative than NA and EU when it comes to what they think is the meta and what they think is the most effective composition to run. I mean, last game we saw a Rocket Raccoon mirror for nearly the entire series, which is really odd because you would never ever see that on NA. That would be absolutely ridiculous. That would be a crazy sight to see. But the Asia region is not scared to run what they believe is best. And what they believe is best is quite a wide variety of characters, with some notable picks that we've seen today with a lot of success are Squirrel Girl and Captain America, and just a lot of interesting heroes that we wouldn't see too often elsewhere.
Exactly, and I think that's what you kind of want to bring to the table sometimes. Getting your team, getting the enemy team, just catching them by surprise. Like, what are they gonna pick? A Spider-Man, a Squirrel Girl. What's going on? Why are we losing this? These characters are not supposed to be broken, right? And the element of surprise plays a big part in Marvel Rivals, because a lot of the time, a lot of the characters that people are not looking out for happen to be broken because the players just have played them throughout the whole time, which is very exciting because in this type of game, any character can just be the best depending on the way you play it.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Spider-Man performances we saw earlier, like, that is not a character that you see ever, really. And now we are going into the pick and ban phase of Deadlocked In and Paris. And this is a different Paris team to the one that we saw earlier with, okay, then, yeah. We're seeing a Luna Snow and a Black Panther ban off the rip, with Hate and Shroods off the rip, hovering the Iron Man. It seems like they're a little excited to bust out this Hulk and Iron Man team up here.
Yeah, that's most likely what we're going to see. I mean, if I'm them, I'm protecting the Hulk here to get a lot of value. So no surprise, Deadlock is going to be keeping the Hela. So we might see a Hela matchup here, which spells a lot of trouble if Paris is going to decide to pick the Iron Man. The Hela is going to be that, you know, counter. And the Psylocke being saved from Team Paris. So we can assume they will be playing the Psylocke, right? And they're going to be banning the Mantis. So no more Luna or Mantis in play. That probably means we're going to see a lot of Cloak and Daggers, maybe a Rocket Raccoon here or there. But you also have to pay attention that Adam Warlock is still up on the table. So maybe one of these teams will be bringing that out as well, as Deadlock taking their time to ban. And there it is, the Hulk ban. That's going to stop Paris from going to Iron Man more than likely.
Yeah, and they immediately swap over to the Punisher off of Iron Man, unless Hate is still going to be locking that Iron Man, but they do seem rather insistent upon running the Rocket Raccoon and Punisher team up. And I'm really excited to see what Team Paris is going to be rolling out with here. Because, okay, yeah, they protected the Psylocke, they're locking the Psylocke, and they will be running the Okay, Shroods needs to make up his mind about what hero he wants to play because I, as a caster, am getting a little confused over here, and you need to make my job a little bit easier by picking... Oh! Now that is a pick that I love to see. I have always been a Wolverine believer, and while Shroods did just swap off Wolverine and got me excited for no reason, I would love to see some Wolverine gameplay because he is such a hidden gem in terms of being a meta pick because he is so effective against separating tanks from their team and bringing them into his own team just for them to get shredded into ribbons. As Paris rolls out on the attack with the Rocket Raccoon Punisher and the Psylocke, and I'm excited to see how they play into this helicomp that Deadlocked In has got going on.
Yeah, Paris is going to start off by portaling, and they're going to portal to the high ground. This is very interesting. They got to be very careful. We're going to see Shroods going straight down to the arcade, potentially going for a flank, looking for those strategists. But Donald has a big task here, as has to deal with those Groot walls. But Groot maybe a little bit out of position here. Or no, I'm sorry, I'm casting the same Groot. They're in the same team. I'm losing my mind here. Now that's the enemy Groot right there. And they are going to potentially get some control here. They got to be very careful because Donald is very low here. And hey, in the back line, being able to take down Chopper, being able to take down Tyrex as well. That is a lot of value coming in from the Punisher. All of a sudden, Paris is winning this fight, and they're doing it in great fashion, as K9 is also going to get another pick here. And the DPS, Cloak and Dagger. I love to see Cloak and Dagger always playing super aggressive there. Paris with a very successful portal.
A really good first point capture from Paris. Unfortunately, Tyrax does pick off Shroods, but not to much consequence as he gets revived by the BRB beacon from Possum. And that is one of the reasons why it is so nice to have a Rocket Raccoon on your team, because he does add that layer of forgiveness. If you do get picked off first, you still have the ability to come back to the fight and basically play through that fight as if you didn't get picked in the first place. And now Deadlocked is doing their best to hold Paris back, as they did just capture the first point, and they have 5 ults for this fight, and they already used Cloak and Dagger. So they are just kind of picking off Paris, and Paris is very intelligently not really using anything quite yet, because they are aware of the fact that they're down 1, and they don't really want to waste anything here at this point just yet.
Yeah, the old economy from both teams is looking mighty strong, but Orange Pearl being able to get a very nice pick on K9. That's what you want to see from your Loki. And here comes Dan's other butterfly. Is Shrewd going to be able to get some picks? Not going to be successful. Chopper is going to return the Tango and actually going to take down Shrewd with them. Donald, though, with the response, still on the point, trying their best to get as much value as possible, and they were able to break down the chokehold that Deadlocked had them in, and that's exactly what you want to see. The Groot needs to be very careful here because they're going to be taken down. The Loki being, and the Orange Pro actually being able to get a pick on the Punisher here. That's going to be an amazing transformation from the Loki.
No, yeah, I mean, the Loki value is so amazing to get every single time, because you have the freedom of choice to pick whatever ultimate you want on the field, because whenever you ultimate as Loki, you just immediately get the ultimate of whoever you copy, whether it be a teammate or an enemy. And now Paris is very decisively winning this fight, and they are continuing to push the payload up as they push up into Deadlocked in spawn. Because, I mean, they just have the confidence to know that they can hold this space, and they don't want to give it up if they don't have to.
Exactly. K9 doing an amazing job with these walls, secluding the vanguards from their team. As Shroods is also trying to get a pick, and they might actually be able to do it on Orange, but Orange doing a good job, but not good enough. They are going to get picked here. Shroods very close to that ultimate ability again. This is going to provide a lot of value, but you know what else is getting value? It's going to be Donald's Eye of Agamotto, and that's going to allow Shroods to dance in the back line, being able to get 2. Donald with 1 as well, and Paris should be able to secure this point yet again.
Yeah, Shroods is doing a really amazing job putting pressure everywhere on Deadlocked In. It's not even just on their backline. He will go from attacking their backline to shredding their tanks to contesting their DPS, and they are not able to put him in check at all whatsoever. He is just absolutely dominating right now as he continues to push up and gets ready to do the same thing over and over again. With 3.5 minutes on the time bank, Paris doesn't even have... Okay, Paris now has someone on the objective, but before they were all just kind of standing up here thinking to themselves, well, we'll just hold this space and win this fight, and then we can worry about the payload later.
And hey, getting a lot of value off that infinite ammo, being able to get one pick, getting a lot of damage in. Also has their ultimate. They might be potentially using that very soon. Shrewd in a 1v2. Very, very lucky that they had that invisibility. And they're going to be able to turn it around and take one with them as Donald is going to back them up as well. But the Groot ult might potentially spell trouble for Team Deadlocked In. But an amazing wall coming in from Whoop's Hire just to kind of peel off the enemy team. But here comes the Executioner. Are they going to get any value off of it? No, a complete shutdown. That's exactly what you want to see. Deadlocked In doing an amazing job of holding this down. But 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. That Hello, unfortunately, did not get any value. Just destroying the wall that was indestructible. But you know who is getting value time and time again? Is Shrewd with the dance of the butterfly.
This is looking rather in Paris's favor. But Chopper comes back, clutching up, picking off to getting those necessary KOs when he needs to, preventing single-handedly Paris from capping with 2 minutes in the time bank. This is actually really big for them, as Paris has just an Eye of Agamotto coming up, and Deadlocked In just has a Psylocke ultimate and a Loki ultimate, so basically a free ultimate of their choosing. And they're looking pretty good for this defense here, as Hate gets a little angle on the enemy team. And with a Doctor Strange pocket shield by his side. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is the rest of the team is getting picked apart by Chopper, because Psylocke is just so good at being able to dismantle entire teams from within as they're busy doing other things, like doing such a flank, like with that Doctor Strange portal right there.
I think that portal from Donald wasn't very good. I saw Hate trying to get some sneaky damage, but I think every single bullet hit the floor, because that turret does do splash damage. If you don't position that portal kind of facing down to the ground, you're not going to get any value off of it, unfortunately. And that's going to be the reason why they get taken down. The Citrus playing very aggressive. They use their ultimate, so they're allowed to be in your face. And they're going to get a good, they're going to get a KO. Websire with another one as well. All of a sudden, Deadlocked In are very locked, as they have Asmin as well. They need to use this ultimate as Chopper in the backline. Are they going to be able to get a pick on Citrus? Are they going to be able to get this? Yes, they are. Chopper doing an amazing job there. It's Orange Pro just peeling everybody off with that immunity. And 30 seconds left on the clock. Deadlocked In all of a sudden looking like a completely different team.
Yeah, Deadlocked In has certainly locked in, because they are putting Shrewds in check, who seems to be the star of Paris thus far in this match, with how he was absolutely tearing up everybody on Team Deadlocked In, doing a really good job. But Team Paris is not out of the running yet, because they do have Shrewds' Psylocke ultimate coming on board, as well as a few others coming into this fight. But they do have to worry about Tyrax's Hella ult beaming them down from the heavens. And here Shrewds goes. Unfortunately, Orange Pearl does a really good job putting down those regeneration domains, making sure that nobody goes down on his team, as Chopper does the same thing as Shrewds, but to much greater success, as both of Team Paris's duelists get picked off. And Deadlocked In has successfully managed to hold Paris from full capping the payload. And now they need to do the same, if not better, on their own attack. Let's see if Paris is able to hold them successfully.
As long as it played exactly like they did at the very last point, Deadlocked In should be able to secure this. I mean, it is 114 meters into the second point, so it's not going to be easy at all. They're doing a good job of shutting down Shrewds, actually forcing them off the Psylocke, which is very interesting. You have to note that Paris was the team that saved that Psylocke in the first place. And the fact that they're not even pulling it out anymore because they feel like they're not getting enough value is very, very, very fortunate. We're locked in.
I think that goes to show how comfortable Shroods is playing any damage character in the game, because even though Team Paris did save the Psylocke from getting banned, they feel like it's not worth running Psylocke into that team anymore. And Shroods is comfortable enough playing a different hero like Bucky that he will be able to get equal, if not more value on now that they're on attack. And I'm really excited to see what he's capable of here on the forefront as Donald is setting up a cheeky little portal here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Donald to get value here. I mean, we're talking about the top 64 teams. They should not be falling for this. I say that, but last match, we did see Ben kind of falling for it. Let's see what they're going to do. If I'm Alanoid, they need to communicate with each other and say, you know what, my portal's going to be slightly to the right. Look at that. They are not going to...
Honestly, Donald, that was a solid effort. I respect it. It would have been really funny if it did work. And there's not that many other things you would be able to do with a Strange Portal on defense here, besides maybe go for a recontest. But maybe they're just so confident that they don't think they'll have to worry about a recontest, because that would require them taking a back foot in the first place in a fight to begin with, which, I mean, Donald just believes that they're going to have a very strong, concisive hold as they start the first fight. And Donald, charging up all of his dark energy, eliminating Tyrax, and Shroods picking off Alanoid, proving that he can just play a different hero. He doesn't need Psylocke. Psylocke needs him.
Exactly. I mean, that infinite ammo was a lot of value for Shroods. He was able to get a nasty little pick there. And now look at what they're doing. They're actually trying to break down the bridge. This is something that I mentioned earlier. If they bring down this bridge, it's going to be a lot harder for Deadlocked In to push into the point, because that main angle is going to be a lot more secluded, a lot less angles to take. And Shroods is doing an amazing job of just holding them back. But Whoopsire trying to get a piece of it here, and here it comes. Shroods with the are they going to be able to get one? No, Whoopsire is going to be the one that gets it. Going to be able to shut down Shroods, going to shut down Donald as well. But Tyrax with the infinite ammo, they're going to be able to get a kill. Executioner coming into play. This is going to be a lot of damage coming in, but an amazing Cloak and Dagger ult to shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, Paris is doing a really good job holding. They did just lose Shroods, but that doesn't really matter too much to them, because maybe, just maybe, they're able to bust out the recontest, because there are 3 of them in this hallway, but Chopper is making sure to force them back here. And with that, Deadlocked In does capture the first objective, and they do have a 4-minute time bank, which is rather large for them and looking a little dangerous for Team Paris here. But they do come into this next fight with Hate's Judge, Jury, Executioner, and Donald's Eye of Agamotto. So I don't think there's too much to worry about besides Deadlocked's 3 ultimates that they have on board right here.
Yeah, Paris already using that damage boost as well, not getting too much value as of yet. Tyrax with the shotgun trying to play the front line. Here comes the infinite ammo. Are they going to be able to get one? They got to be careful with the Executioner. And the Eye of Agamotto is also going to be able to shut some people down, as Citrus is going to get 1 Shroods as well. But the revive is going to be coming in, and all of a sudden Inspo gets a pick. This is a 5v5, but Shroods is going to be able to get yet another one. Shroods putting in a lot of work, going for the back line. Can they get one? They're in a 1v2 situation. Here comes Hate to back them up as well. And all of a sudden, I like this positioning way better. They are controlling the top right, and what a nasty hook coming in, translating that into a KO.
Shroods has been doing an amazing job displacing the enemy tanks repeatedly over and over again, putting them in such terrible positions where they end up getting KO'd most of the time. And this infinite ammo is just benefiting him and Hate so much as they get Groot ulted, but they keep living as a result of K9's Groot walls, which, I mean, he's doing a great job keeping everyone alive as they keep pushing up and keep pushing for these stagger kills and forcing them back into their spawn. Shroods has no fear 1v1ing Alanoid there. Oh my goodness, he is just running in deep without a care in the world because he knows he is that guy.
Ooh, but it's going to miss that hook. Not going to matter too much though. Tyrax going in the right side. Chopper might actually be able to get a sneaky pick here. Hade very much separated from the team. Not exactly sure what happened there. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. Their whole team was in the top right, but the recontest from K9 with an amazing ult there, being able to take down Chopper. Now all of a sudden, Paris is bringing this fight back, although they lost 2 people straight off the bat. K9 doing a good job with the wall, trying to seclude the enemy team. Are they going to be able to get more picks? So much sustain coming in from both teams, but Tyrex with the shotgun and infinite ammo is going to spell a lot of trouble. But Charlotte once again with the Eye of Agamotto showing us why Strange always provides so much value, but it doesn't matter because Deadlocked In once again are going to be winning that team fight.
I mean, Paris honestly should have lost that fight so long ago, but K9 and Donald did an amazing job keeping them in the fight for way longer than they had any right staying in that fight for. They just stayed alive for so long, did so much. Shroods pops an insane again, getting 2 off the rip, still has another one in his pocket, and it doesn't seem like anything is going to be able to stop him as he keeps tearing apart Team Deadlocked In, and no one is able to do anything to stop this man. This may be one of the best Bucky games I've ever seen in this tournament thus far, and Alanoid completely forgets about the fact that Paris could just push up while he's making that portal. So not only is that portal back on a 3-minute cooldown, but they also get a free pick on the Doctor Strange with 40 minutes left on the clock and no portal for Team Deadlocked in sight as they just keep pushing up into the spawn with the infinite ammo, and nothing is stopping Team Paris at this point, with Shroods just hopping heads left and right.
Alanoid's making a great mistake trying to use a portal. Now that's going to be down. Hey, with the Executioner being able to get 2. This is going to spell a lot of trouble for Deadlocked In because Paris is holding it down. There's 13 seconds left, and they're literally in their spawn. And oh my lord, Shroods and K9 once again with some picks. K9 with another one. I think this is it. I think Paris should be able to take this home. But wait, did Deadlocked In actually get to the point?
I don't know who it was. Chopper in the back line.
Oh my god, Chopper in the back line was able to actually contest it, but it's not going to matter when Shrewd has to again, and it's going to be able to get some picks.
Oh.
Wow.
Shroods does not care. Oh, is that someone on my payload capturing it right now? I don't really care. I'm going to go again in their spawn once more. Who's gonna stop me? Absolutely nobody. Shroods with a well-deserved MVP. Everybody on Paris playing absolutely immaculately. The tanks doing unreal things on their role, making sure that they are keeping the fight alive even when they have no right to be doing so, when the rest of their team is already knocked out. And their supports are just doing such an incredible job of keeping the Vanguards alive. I mean, this is truly an amazing game, and Paris really did win that fight decisively. I am wondering if this may be one of the very few 2-0s that we have of today. I mean, Elvin, Paris is looking really dominant here.
I mean, when Shroods is dropping 31 final hits, quite literally the same amount as the entirety of their team, how are you going to stop this man? The very last fight, one of the last fights, they literally pulled in 2 Vanguards. Not only did they pull them in, but they knocked them up towards their teams, being able to get the ultimate right after, getting the again, and then kill, and then KOing 3 people after that. That provided a lot of value, and they were able to get that top building as well, which basically resulted in the win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is any end to this Oceanic Warlord's reign in sight, because he is just absolutely dominating, and Team Paris is doing everything in their power to enable him. I mean, they have made it this far in the tournament for a reason, and I do truly think we have a really strong contender for a grand finalist in front of our eyes right here. This may be one of the most dominant teams that we've seen today thus far. They are doing an amazing job. So we will be back with you after a short little 5-minute break. Currently, Paris up 1 point over Team Deadlocked In. We'll see you in 5 minutes for some more great Marvel Rivals.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and
Rivals, we have ourselves a super intense match. Shroods, the professor, teaching the class how to play Winter Soldier by leading their team to victory with a whopping 31 final hits, potentially being the best Winter Soldier we have seen in the tournament thus far. Ruben, surely Deadlocked In respects the pressure from Shroods and bans Winter Soldier, right?
I mean, even if they do ban the Winter Soldier, keep in mind that wasn't Paris's initial game plan. They were not planning on rolling out with the Winter Soldier to begin that match. They did protect Psylocke initially, which is the hero that the hero that Shroods was playing at the beginning, and then he made that mid-game adjustment over to the Winter Soldier. So I don't really think there's much that Deadlocked In can do in order to stop Shroods, because even if you do ban Winter Soldier, he still has the rest of his hero pool in his back pocket. So maybe Deadlocked In could get baited into banning some DPS characters and leaving a lot of other characters open for the rest of his team, as Shroods can really just play anybody else that he wants.
And they are not going to respect the Winter Soldier. Instead, Deadlocked In is going to prioritize a Black Panther, which is interesting because we didn't see Team Paris pull it out at all. But maybe now that they're playing a Hell's Heaven domination, maybe it makes a little bit more sense to get rid of that Black Panther. Although Paris is going to prioritize the Luna ban, and no surprise there. And the Rocket Raccoon being saved. You don't really see that very often. But they are playing the Winter Soldier and the Punisher. So getting that team up, infinite ammo, makes a lot of sense for them because it worked last match.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like it would be a bad idea for Deadlocked In to try target banning Shroods, because like I said, then they would just be open to more compositions, because Shroods seems to be a pretty flexible player. As we see him hover over, well, he's hovering over the Winter Soldier again because, I mean, it just went so well. And they are running the Punisher, Rocket Raccoon, and Winter Soldier team up. And they have the Cloak and Dagger on top of that. And I would love to see how Deadlocked In chooses to respond to this, because I do not believe they're going to be busting out the Scarlet Witch. I'd be really surprised if that were the case. Yeah, I did think they were not going to actually commit to that. As we do see Paris running Winter Soldier and Punisher, while Deadlocked In opts for Punisher, and maybe they mirror the Winter Soldier. Maybe Chopper, pulls up his suspenders and decides, hey, you know what? I can diff this guy, but he does choose to opt for the Psylocke, which does make a lot of sense because Chopper did do really well on the Psylocke last game, especially on their really strong defensive third point hold.
For a second, I thought they were banning Black Panther because they wanted to get more value for the Hawk, because the Hawk is open here, but no one is going to be picking it. The meta here seems to be a little similar, as both teams are running the infinite ammo combination between the Punisher and the Rocket Raccoon. But here comes Donald again with one of their portals. They're just going to go straight. Oh, they're going to go for the high ground, but in the enemy's high ground. Are they going to be able to get value off of this? It's going to be very interesting to see, because they're using their shield. That shield is getting shredded. They got to be careful. It's going to be Deadlocked In, actually getting a little bit more map control, I would say. Very interesting portal. I don't know if they're going to be able to get too much value off of that, as Chopper is looking for a slight little flank, but hey, with the infinite ammo. Teaching us why the Punisher is getting so much value. And Shroods with an amazing pull. It's going to be able to get one there. Inspo, unfortunately, falling off the map on the Mantis.
I mean, that is such a bold play from Shroods to just entirely give up the high ground for yourself. Winter Soldier he's not exactly the most mobile hero, so opting to jump off the high ground in order to go for a pull on two people and actually getting significant value out of it, contributing greatly to you and your team winning that team fight, it's such a bold move that I really respect, and I love to see as Paris is coming up on a lot of ultimates here, while Deadlocked In is forced to come through this tight choke into K9's Groot, which I do not think spells success for them, as they have infinite ammo once again. And Winter Soldier, the character balanced and revolves around the fact that he has 3 bullets in his gun. So having infinite ammo for him just really makes a huge difference, as they hold a lot of space and they do not look like they're going to be giving it up anytime soon.
They definitely don't have to give anything up when they have 4, potentially 5 ultimates coming up. Shrewd's looking for his sneaky pool, not going to be successful that time around, knowing that the enemy team is now in the high ground. So that's going to give Shrewd maybe a potential flank, but no, they're just going to stick to their guns. And that's going to be a Groot Ult being used from Whipsire. Not too much value though, but Chopper finally being able to get one. And again, are they going to be able to get another pick here? Looking for the Rocket Raccoon, and they are going to get it, but they're not going to get the ultimate reset. But this is looking very good for Paris, because they might potentially win this with Whipsire, an amazing kill as well. I meant to say this is looking really good for Deadlocked In, because they're able to get a lot of picks here, and now they were able to get the point. But Paris actually holding that down for 75%. That was rather very quick.
Yeah, getting 75% and still having 4 ultimates for next fight, while Deadlocked only has 2, puts Paris in a really good position to be able to win this next fight. I mean, they have so many things at their disposal, so many tools. They have Shrewds, who is capable of going again so many times, and I don't see a world in which Deadlocked In will be able to hold against this. I mean, as Whoopsire gets picked off by Donald just holding so much space, and Tyrax trying to ult in retaliation, picking off Shrewds successfully, but Shrewds does get immediately rezzed. But Tyrax actually gets a ton of value out of that Punisher ult, successfully cleaning everyone up, as Paris did end up using Hate's ult and Shrewd's ult in that fight. So they are looking a little bit less set up for this next point here, as Deadlocked used that fight as an opportunity to build up their ult economy back. As Chopper looks to, really displace K9. That is really tough. And that is one of the reasons why Winter Soldier is just so strong. His ability to displace multiple people at the same time is just unparalleled. Wolverine can only do it with 1 person at a time, as they force Donald into the corner, and Donald, with a little hero moment, tries to go for an Eye of Agamotto, but it falls short as it gets canceled.
Wow, I mean, Chopper switching over to the Bucky, providing a lot of value, but Donald just got a triple there with K9 as well. All of a sudden, Paris might be able to bring this back. And we all know what happens when Paris gets the point. They usually run away with the victory. It looked like Deadlocked In was winning that fight, but unfortunately for them, they have to be careful with Donald, because Donald is such a big force to be reckoned with. So now we're in a situation where we're most likely going to get to overtime. Paris needs to try their best to just maintain their ult economy here. And that's exactly what Hate is going to do, because you get that ultimate very fast with the splash damage. But they got to be careful though, because Alanoid is going to be using that meteor. Not going to be able to get a pick, but Whoopsire is. All of a sudden, Deadlocked In is winning this fight with a 6v5, because Possum was able to res K9 here. And they're going to be able to get the point. Deadlocked In is doing an amazing job. They need to be able to KO this crew as soon as possible. Will Chopper hit that? Yes, they are going to hit it. And they're going to use their ult right with it as well. Again, they're going to get this Punisher, and they are going to be able to get that as Whipsire, trying to get a piece of it as well. This actually might be it. I think Deadlocked is actually going to be winning this first round.
Yeah, I mean, they are getting... Paris is getting a lot of value out of the Rocket Raccoon pick, with a lot of fights being turned by the fact that Rocket Raccoon does have that BRB beacon to bring people back. But that round, it just was not enough, because it kind of looks like Paris is getting a little overconfident here, going for some rather peculiar, some might even say strange plays. But Donald did build that Eye of Agamotto back up, and he is ready to use it a little bit more seriously this time. I'm sure he's going to get a really big one, as Deadlocked In does not have their own Eye of Agamotto or Doctor Strange to block the ult with. But maybe Whoopsire and Alanoid are able to clutch up and prevent their team from getting all stunned and wiped out with just one ultimate usage.
And it's looking like the compositions here are very similar. Both teams are running the Winter Soldier, Punisher, Raccoon combo, which is very interesting. The main difference to note is that Paris does have that portal with Donald again. They are going to get their ultimate back already at 98% left. K9 as well. So both Vanguards having those ultimates might spell a lot of trouble for Deadlocked In. And here we go. The potential that Donald can bring to the table with the portal going straight for the high ground yet again. Are they going to be able to translate this into a first point victory? Donald dropping down right away. Has to be very careful though, because Tyrex is running around with his shotgun here. They are going to be able to get a first pick as K9's going to KO Whoopsire and Shroods in everyone's faces. That was an amazing Grudo into an Eye of Agamotto. Shroods doing a lot of work here, being able to reset their ammo with the ability usage.
And as anticipated, they did manage to pull off a really big Eye of Agamotto there, not using too much to win that fight, which is really nice for them. But it does seem like Deadlocked In still does have the ability to bring this back and capture the point really quickly after Paris has won the initial fight, initial skirmish. And Alanoid pulls off a really big, valuable ultimate over on Possum, who just gets absolutely obliterated by that giant meteor.
Yeah, unfortunately for Paris, they weren't able to get too much value off the portal. I mean, it looked like they were able to use the Gru and the Eye of Agamotto in conjunction, but somehow, some way, Deadlocked In managed to just win the fight at the end of the day. Now, Tyrax, they have their ultimate, but they're looking just to get so much value off this splash damage. But unfortunately for them, they're not going to get any potential picks, but you know who is? It's going to be hate on Whoopsire. And I do like to say that Punisher is a counter to the Gru, especially when you have that infinite ammo, being able to take off Tyrax off that ultimate, being able to KO Alanoid as well. All of a sudden, it's looking like Paris is going to bring this back.
I mean, Whoopsire, not only did they get picked off really early, but they made the tragic mistake of having a panic Groot ult, which is really impactful and really large, as we saw earlier, being utilized by Team Colgate. I mean, their Groot ults were so game-changing and so valuable. So just tossing it away like that is a really big error that they cannot be letting happen if they want to bring the series home. Because right now, Paris is looking really, really good as they are holding them in their spawn. And oh no, Deadlocked In Mantis is very separated from the team in a really risky position. But Paris is forced to back up here as Deadlocked In does pop the Mantis ult to get a lot of space and run them over in return for their hubris. And Team Paris loses the fight, Deadlock caps it, and they have to re-engage with the 5 ultimates they have coming up.
I mean, to me, it just looked like a Mantis diff there. The fact that they were able to get that movement speed spelled a lot of trouble for Team Paris, but ooh, a sneaky portal. Are they going to portal right in their faces? I'm not a big fan of this, Ruben. This could turn against their favor, but they're going to do it anyways. We're going to see
they do it right behind cover too.
Oh, and the pulling coming in from Chopper. Being able to get a pick.
Oh my God! Shroods with the 4K with 1 usage of his ultimate. Holy moly guacamole. I have never seen a Winter Soldier ultimate being used to such great effect so immediately. He didn't even need to go again. He just got all of the value immediately. His team set him up so well for that ultimate, I've gotta say. And now Deadlocked In has got a rush to touch this point, with Paris having 85% and an Eye of Agamotto to back it up. And oh, it's really rough for Alanoid as he doesn't manage to secure a KO with that ultimate.
But Alanoid is getting a lot of value here with the Meteor providing space for their team, but it doesn't matter because Shroods has the infinite ammo. but has to back up. All of a sudden, Deadlocked In is actually getting a lot of space. That is going to be an Executioner being used by Hey, but they're not doing anything with it. Unfortunately for them, Deadlocked In is doing an amazing job just staying behind the walls, and that's going to allow Chopper to pick off Shrooms. Inspo also getting some of that, being able to pick off the next DPS. Now, Paris has no DPS here. They just stuck with 2 strategists, 2 Vanguards, and the time is ticking. 91%. This is gonna be quite a close fight. They gotta be very careful. Chopper being able to get another pick. Chopper being able to get Possum as well. They're locked in. It's actually gonna be able to secure this yet again.
And we have a series on our hands with Deadlocked In and Tyrax doing a really, really amazing job. Not just keeping Paris's tanks in check, but also contesting the DPS extremely effectively. Chopper and Tyrax have been doing an incredible job on their own Winter Soldier and Punisher picks. I am really, really enjoying this almost mirror matchup that we're having here. It is really interesting to watch because, I mean, Chopper and Tyrax are putting up amazing performances on their own, but that was a really, really close map that we had. And now we go into the next map, tied up with the series 1-1, looking really good so far. Honestly, it could be anyone's game. I mean, Paris looked so strong and dominant on the first map. I am a little surprised to see how well Deadlocked In performed there, and I really truly believe that this can be anyone's game at this point. It is no longer just Paris's game. They have to show a little bit more respect to Deadlocked In as they are making this a very close and interesting series.
I mean, I'm starting to understand now why Deadlocked In didn't ban the Winter Soldier. That's because they had Chopper to play it as well. They got basically the same amount of value that Shroots was able to get. Although Shroots are going for those flashy plays, being able to get 4 final hits on one team. Somehow, some way, Chopper was able to almost do the same thing. But as I say that, we're probably going to be seeing those amazing highlights with a quick 5-minute break. So go get your snacks. We'll be right back.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 내때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟아봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 내때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟아봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 나도 믿어 내때까지 세계 운명
We have returned from a short little 5-minute break back into a really amazing series. It is 1-1 Deadlocked In versus Paris, and oh my goodness, this might be one of the best games we've had in this tournament thus far. We are seeing two absolute grand final contenders here, with Team Paris putting on an amazing performance, but they did lose 0-2 in the last domination map against Team Deadlocked In, showing that they are a formidable foe despite a very dominant showing on the first map in Spider Tokyo. So I'm very much looking forward to this next map, which will decide the best of 3 and who moves on in the round of 16 here, Alvin. I mean, we've just been seeing spectacular stuff from both teams here, especially with the Punisher and Winter Soldier mirror on both ends.
Exactly. I mean, Chopper doing an amazing job on the Winter Soldier again, matching Shrew's Winter Soldier. I think personally, in the very last team fight, I think it kind of came down to Deadlock's both Vanguards being able to use their environment to kind of shut down Hate's final judgment. They got no value. Actually, they ended up getting KO'd right after, and that resulted in them not only getting the capture, but staggering. So they ended up winning in a 2-0 fashion. I'm expecting to see something similar from both teams. I highly doubt they're going to be banning the Rocket Raccoon or the Punisher or the Winter Soldier. So we're probably going to see a mirror matchup between those three heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I would personally be down to watch another Winter Soldier Punisher Rocket Raccoon mirror because it was really fun to watch, and watching K9 on the Groot has been pretty inspirational. I mean, this guy is an extremely talented Groot player, and Donald has been tearing it up on the Strange. And not to even mention Deadlocked In, I mean, everybody on their team worked like such a well-oiled machine to take down Paris in that last map. They were really, really shining in every single department. I mean, especially Chopper. I mean, he is doing so well on the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier is just such a flashy hero. If you're playing Winter Soldier, you're by default gonna be the star of the show because you get to go again and again and again, and everybody on the map is quivering in fear as soon as you activate your ultimate because they're thinking to themselves, oh no, I don't want to feed this guy into the rest of my team. That's unfortunately what happened to both teams in that last round, and maybe we see it again. Hopefully we don't see a Winter Soldier ban because it's been really fun to watch the mirror thus far.
Yeah, I do believe if Winter Soldier gets banned, we're probably going to see a mirror Psylocke, because that's kind of what we saw in the first round in the first map, where both Chopper and Shroods were running the Psylocke, and then all of a sudden it looked like Shroods kind of got shut down, and that's when they pulled out the Winter Soldier, right? And then they ended up pulling out the victory. So Chopper had to adapt to the situation, pulling the same comp as well. It's going to be interesting to see what they prioritize here, as we're going to see if first ban Deadlocked In, Paris actually banning the Mantis. No surprise there. Deadlocked In also banning Black Panther, making sure that there's no characters that's going to be diving the backline, going to be securing the Luna. So I believe Deadlocked In is probably going to be running Luna, Rocket Raccoon here as Paris. They're actually going to be saving the Hulk. This could be a complete different composition. They might be looking to full dive this Winter Soldier and Punisher. So we might actually see an Iron Man, Strange, and Hulk. But as I say that, they're locked in. They're adapting to the situation. We haven't seen an Iron Man ban yet from these two teams, but they probably feel forced to do that since they saw Paris lock in that Hulk.
I mean, as soon as you see the Hulk protect, you know the enemy team wants to run some shenaniganery with both Strange and Iron Man. So it is very smart from Team Deadlocked In to ban that Iron Man immediately, because that is not a force you really want to be put up against. Because, I mean, playing against a perma-damage boosted Iron Man is just a little rough. So that was a smart ban on their end. And now we have Hate on the Winter Soldier and Shroods on the Psylocke, which is a little bit different to what we saw last game. Deadlocked In, since they did just win the last map with this comp, they are running the same comp again, while Paris is switching it up a bit, changing Shroods onto the Psylocke, and now they are running a Magneto and Strange instead of what they were running beforehand with the Groot. And I'm looking really forward to see how this first fight goes. Because, I mean, one of the biggest counters to Rocket Raccoon, in my opinion, is being able to have a Psylocke on the flank to destroy those res beacons. Because getting those res beacons and reviving the first pick on your team for free is really strong. And if you can deny that, that denies a lot of Rocket Raccoon's value immediately.
And I'm excited to see what Hate will bring to the table. Hitting some real nasty shots. Here comes infinite ammo, and the Hook not going to be successful with that. Donald providing a lot of front line presence, holding everybody back, getting a nasty little 2KO. Also blocking the damage coming in from that turret. Should translate into another KO. Now all of a sudden, Paris is up 3 beautiful people. Now they got to be very careful here. Whoopsire just kind of caught up on their own there. Should be eliminated pretty soon, and Shroods is going to take advantage of that, getting that ultimate charge in Paris with a very deciding victory on this first fight. Donald doing an amazing job of just being a frontline presence and providing the AoE damage with that Magneto.
Yeah, Whoopsire had a good little contest of the point there. Didn't last very long, but it did save them from having to face a little bit of extra percentage against Paris. And Hate immediately pulls Hyrax in and gets a KO. And Donald is setting up the really big Magneto ult, which does pick off Inspo, as Paris is just set up to win this fight. And there's nothing really that Deadlocked can do about it, as they have multiple ultimates set up for the next fight. They didn't really use too much. They used 2 ults to win that fight, and they're coming into this next one with 4, as Deadlocked In is still building up everything that they have. And they are a little wary of the flank here from Luna Snow, as she is a little bit out of position, but she successfully manages to get back to her team. I mean, good for Orange Pearl. That is a risky situation to put yourself in, and it is rather impressive that you got out.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting position from Paris. They're going for the low ground. I'm very happy to see that they go back to the high ground, and Shroods being able to pick off Orange Pearl, also being able to get Tyrax, but Chopper is going to respond back with picking off Hate. Adenoid as well, getting some of that. And it looks like Deadlocked In might actually be able to fight back and get this point. Now, Paris although they are basically losing the fight, they need to do a good job of just wasting enough time. And that's exactly what Citrus is trying to do. Although they already lost the fight. Look at the percentage here. Hey, being able to get one on Chopper, being able to reset again and again, being able to pick off Tyrax. Can they get the Gru as well? Yes, they will. They're gonna go again, and that's gonna be
my God, Hate is doing, he is doing everything here with the Winter Soldier ult. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful. Now, let's not sleep on K9, who in the midst of that fight, while Deadlocked was looking very well postured to just outright win the fight and capture the objective, K9 set up a portal from spawn that Hate was able to take in order to make that play in the first place. So let's not let our hero go unsung, because he truly did clutch up with that portal to let Hate pull off that impressive play as they are just tearing it up. And that was a very, very decisive first point on this map. Let's see how Deadlocked In responds. And they are swapping over to the Psylocke from the Winter Soldier. And let's see what else they're capable of doing on this map here.
I'm very happy you brought up that K9 portal play, being the unsung hero for Team Paris. Now, it looks like Chopper is going to be going on the Psylocke, which is like, to me, it just looks like they're just trying to match Shroud's character. Whatever Shroud's play, Chopper seems to mirror it. Going from the Winter Soldier and now going to the Psylocke. Also has her ultimate, but Alinoy this time is going to provide a lot of space, looking to get that high ground control for their team. Are they going to be successful with winning this first fight? Though they do have the high ground, but they don't have any map control yet. This is anyone's fight. Shroud's looking for the back line, the front line, I'd say. And it's going to be able to get a pick on Whoopside or Donald as well, getting a pick on Chopper. All of a sudden, Paris keeping up a momentum from the last match, being able to get two. But it's not over yet because Shroud gets another pick. They don't even need to use their ultimates. They're just going to get the point. And now they have all of these ults economies build up for the next fight as well.
Yeah, they took that fight without using anything, but to Deadlocked's credit, they also didn't use anything in a losing fight. Despite them being able to, they acknowledged the fight was lost, and they understood that they just have to go and approach the next fight as the next fight with all of their ultimates in store. Not all of them, but at least some of them, as Chopper goes in and picks off Citrus and Tyrax gets Shroud's. And this is a successful recapture from Deadlocked In. I do not see a way in which Paris can turn water into wine here to fight back and win this fight specifically, but they are going to be coming back with 4, almost 5 ultimates. And Deadlocked In also looking pretty good on their ult economy as well.
Exactly. I mean, Chopper doing an amazing job of secluding Citrus. They're not even wasting their ult, using their ult only on one player, but that player was Luna, probably the most important character to handle in the very beginning of a fight. So making a very important decision. Should I use my Dance of the Butterfly on one player? You know what? Yes, I said Luna, it's gonna be worth it. And it was, because they weren't able to, Citrus wasn't able to heal up their team. Now Tyrax getting that infinite ammo, being able to get a pick on Donald. Just like that, they're locked in. Once again, most likely going to be able to win this fight. Here comes Final Judgment. Are they going to be able to get a pick? No, Citrus with the response, Luna ult. But although it was a good Luna ult to keep themselves alive, they had to use it in their spawn. So now Team Paris is looking a little scared here, because how are they going to push out without the support ultimate? In response, we're going to see Inspo using their Luna ult aggressively. This is going to provide a lot of value for Deadlocked, but Donald is not going to care about that. Being able to charge up their Meteor to 100%, being able to get 2 picks and Shroud's as well, cleaning some of that up. 1v1, and Shroud's is going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, Shroud's acknowledging that he just did a little bit of deadlifting that fight, but let's not forget to acknowledge all of the really wonderful plays that happened on Team Paris's end in order for them to win that fight. Possum being so slippery, he was really getting targeted by Tyrax in the midst of his judge, jury, executioner. but he was able to slip away like the sneaky little rodent that he is, doing a wonderful job staying alive and enabling them to capture the objective so that Hate can pull off another one of these beautiful plays on the Winter Soldier here as they clean up house, and they have 80% on the board. Deadlocked In is going to have to really struggle to get back to the point. This is match point in a best of 3 after all. I mean, they're going to really have to rush and get to the point quickly. Otherwise, they will be losing the series to Paris 1-2.
Yeah, this is a very scary situation if you're looking to root for Deadlocked In. They are going to use a portal. This is it. This is most likely the last fight. Chopper's going to start it off with getting one beautiful pick on Shrews. That is the one player you need to take off the map. And Whipsire as well, getting another one, but downloaded in response. This is still anyone's fight. Shrews back into the fight, using Dance of the Butterfly. Being able to get one in the eye of Agamotto. Being able to catch so many players. Alanoid doing the Lord's work. Might potentially be the reason why Deadlocked In is still in this game.
Alanoid with one of the biggest eyes of Agamotto I've seen, clutching up super hard for his team. Deadlocked is not out of the running just yet. There is just 15% left on the objective for them to capture, and they'll be 1-1 on this map, 1-1 in the series, leaving everything to the next point if they can get there. Which, I mean, against Paris, it might be a bit of a tough ask as Donald sends in a gigantic Magneto ult. Tyrax not getting revived by the Rocket Raccoon res beacon as Shrews has successfully picked it off and gets res in return as K9 comes in with an equally large Eye of Agamotto to Alanoid last fight, and that seems to spell defeat for Deadlocked In. I do not think there's much they can do here as Hate agains and agains, and Paris has successfully cinched this series 2-1, a very close, very intense match versus Deadlocked In. Very good work to both teams, but unfortunately, they are not able to claim victory over the Oceanic Warlords that are Shrews and Don and everybody else on his team. They really did an amazing job there. Hate absolutely popping off on the Winter Soldier, showing that, hey, listen, you don't just have one star damage player, you have two. And there's nothing you can really do to stop them. There's no amount of hero bans that you can do to limit their hero pool in any substantial, significant way, because they will find a way to flex onto someone else and find great success on them instead.
100%. I think every single player in that team did absolutely amazing. K9 using their Eye of Agamotto quite literally the same second that the Luna ult was over. It was like as soon as they stopped dancing, the Eye of Agamotto popped off, and they were able to get so much value into that, and that's pretty much why they won the fight. But also, being on Hate, getting so much value on the Winter Soldier. That was the first time playing it in this matchup as well. And it's important to note that this team, they're able to pull out any characters here and still be super successful. But talking about success, we're going to see the highlights here and see how successful both teams were able to play. Ruben, we saw Monkey Arcade win 2-1 versus Paris by consistently adapting to their composition. We saw Aura Unit win 2-1 versus Colgate, teaching us the value of respecting the enemy by target banning Grill. And then now we just saw Paris versus Deadlock win in a 2-1 fashion, teaching us potentially that Winter Soldier might be the best character in the game. What do you think about this, Ruben?
We had an amazing set of games, some really, really entertaining matches with a lot of highlighted teams, just making for such an entertaining viewing experience. And what a wonderful note to end off on with Deadlock in versus Paris. I mean, that was truly a sight to behold. I truly think that Paris might be the best team we've seen in the tournament thus far, because, I mean, they just showed such utter domination over such a good team. I mean, Deadlock in is not a force to be trifled with. They really did play amazingly, and Paris just did so well. And Elvin, why don't you tell us about this winter celebration?
Dear rivals, embrace the cold grabs of winter and let the ice cold power freeze your enemies with fear. The snow symbiote costume is the ultimate look to send chills down your enemy's spines. Venom's snow symbiote costume has officially launched, as well as the magic frozen demon.
I mean, these are just some absolutely beautiful skins that you guys should be nabbing up in the shop right now while they're still in there. But yeah, I mean, we just had such a fantastic day of games. I am so happy with how it all turned out, and it was so fun to watch. I'm so glad that all of these teams are making for such a competitive tournament. Like, the Asia region is so fun to watch because they are just so unique in what they play. They're busting out heroes that other regions wouldn't even give second thought. Like, we do not see this much Rocket Raccoon anywhere else, really. People kind of think Rocket Raccoon is a bit of a silly pick, which I think is crazy after watching these games today.
Yeah, I mean, that respawn beacon getting a lot of value, but unfortunately for us, that was indeed the last match of the day. We're going to be switching over to the EU region, which should be a lot of amazing teams right there. I know there's a lot of fan favorite teams coming up for those top 16 that they're going to dwindle down to. My name was Elvin, joined by Ruben, and we are more than happy and excited to provide such amazing casting for you all.